Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? Good morning, everyone. Good morning from wherever you're joining us. My name is Jess Scully. I have the great pleasure of being your host today here at Volume. I'm joining you from Gadigal country, so I want to extend my respects to elders past and present and the next generation of elders coming through from the Eora Nation. This always was and always will be Aboriginal land. We'll be getting to our welcome to country in just a few moments. It's so exciting. We've got more than 800 people registered to join us today at Volume. Volume is presented by Australia Reads. It's a not-for-profit collaboration of the Australian Library and Information Association, the Australian Publishers Association, the Australian Society of Authors and Book People. And the whole event today is made possible by support from Creative Australia, the Australian government's principal arts investment and advisory body. There's a lot that we've got lined up for you today. We'll be exploring effective approaches to encouraging reading and hearing about social change advocacy from other industries to see how we can take some of that knowledge and apply it to sharing and spreading the love of and access to reading in the transformative ways it has impact in our lives, in our society, in our culture. But before we get started, let's go to our welcome to country. I'd like to invite Savannah Finn, a proud Wiradjuri woman from Dubbo, to give the welcome to country. Savannah is currently studying a Bachelor of Social Work at the University of Wollongong. She works with the Metropolitan Aboriginal Local Land Council, and she is going to be giving us a welcome. Hi, Savannah. Please
Hi.
welcome.
Hi. So good morning, everyone. As previously mentioned, my name is Savannah Finn. I'm a proud Wiradjuri woman from Dubbo, New South Wales. I am studying a Bachelor of Social Work and working with Metro. Some of the work I do with Metro recently has been welcome to countries, as well as working their office admin and going out to sacred sites within our boundaries and making sure they are maintained and untouched. So I'm a representative of the Metropolitan Local Aboriginal Lands Council and have the cultural authority and endorsements under the Aboriginal Lands Rights Act for the land we meet on today. I would like to pay my respect to all elders, past, present, and emerging, and extend that respect to you all here with me today. Traditional owners are not defined by hands or by a pen, but through the natural landscapes of the earth, that being Mother Earth. The nation's country covers the Hawkesbury to the north, the Nepean to the west, and the Georges River to the south. A welcome to country is more than just words, it is a spiritual process. So on behalf of the Metropolitan Local Aboriginal Lands Council, board, members and elders, and myself as a youth representative, I would like to welcome you all to the lands of the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation and extend that respect to all lands you are meeting from today. Welcome, 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 and thank you for having me.
Thank you, Savannah, for that welcome to country. It's wonderful to have you join us. I really, really appreciate the welcome. And wherever you're dialing in from today, well, we'd love to hear from you in the Slido if you're tuning in to Volume today. Tell us whose country you're on and make your acknowledgement through Slido. We'd love to hear from you. You can also make your comments in the chat too. Now, this is going to be a huge day. As I said, we've got over 800 people who are registered to join us. People are joining from all over the country. They're joining from every possible aspect of the industries and sectors that are connected to reading and the need for and love of and support for reading. So we're a very diverse group, but we're here because we all collectively believe in the power of reading to transform lives and transform communities, to inspire us, to educate us, to connect us. But despite the fact that we know that reading has this extraordinary power, and we know that reading is a critical element in enhancing health, knowledge, well-being, support, for each other. It's really hard to get support for embedding reading in our daily lives. It's something that's kind of overlooked. It's left to teachers. It's left to librarians. It's left to the commercial parts of the publishing sector. But national literacy and reading rates are declining for children and adults alike. So it's time that we think about some other approaches. And that's kind of what today is about. Today is about exploring effective approaches to encouraging reading alongside insights that we can glean from other industries that have undertaken social change campaigns, that have really been able to change the way that communities engage with their sectors. And Volume is going to be a platform for us to learn from each other, to learn from adjacent industries, and to untangle the issues that are affecting the level of reading engagement that we know we need. So we'll look at how we might tell this kind of unified, strong story across what is a very dispersed and diverse industry, and how we can work together, how we can work with partners, with government, with other organisations to help build a nation of readers, a reading nation. So that's the kind of topic I'd like you to keep in mind today as we navigate through a whole range of really interesting sessions. How do we build a reading nation? Now, this is obviously a bit of an unusual conference experience or seminar experience. So let me tell you a little bit more about how today will work. The structure of today is that the event will have a mixture of live and pre-recorded sessions. So you can leave and join sessions depending on your schedule, your inbox, and you know how much time you have today. What you do is just follow the same link that you've received in your email, or you can go to the Australia Reads website and there's a link there. And of course you can continue to spread the word. If there's anyone in your organisation or in your network who you think would really benefit from some of the ideas that we're hearing today. There's going to be a 25-minute lunch break. That's going to take place at about 12:20 p.m. today, and the whole day will conclude at about 4:30 p.m. Now, we can only make this work if you're here and helping us drive this conversation forward. We want we know that reading is really about conversation. It's not necessarily a solo activity. It's something that's about action and engagement. And we want the same thing for you attending Volume today. We don't want it to be a passive activity, even if you're tuning in on your own. So we really need your involvement. If you've got the opportunity, what we'd like you to do is to contribute your thoughts and engage with the ideas that are presented today. There are a few different ways you can do that. Please sign in to Slido, which is displayed I think, below this video. And you can see here that this is showing you how Slido works and how you can input some of your ideas and comments. So please do sign into Slido. It's a great way to share your ideas, to respond to polls, and to ask questions to today's panelists as well. So that's how we're going to be taking feedback and comments today. We'll do our very best to get your questions answered. We've got some of the crew backstage who are gathering some of those comments and questions. You can also, go in there and flag any that you think are interesting for the conversation. But in the meantime, we'd love you to introduce yourself in the ideas section and let us know who you are and where you're tuning in from so we can start to get to know each other better. Oh, wow, here we are. Look at this word cloud. There are people joining from everywhere, from Wurundjeri country, from Wodonga, Gadigal country like me, from Yeppoon, from Auckland, Townsville, Aotearoa. We've gone global. We've got people from Ballou, Perth, and from Nipaluna, Hobart. It's really, really exciting to see. So please keep sharing where you're from. We would love to know how much of an outreach we're having with this event. I feel like I'm on Romper Room all of a sudden. It's just really exciting. So thank you for sharing that. What we'd also like to know is, which part of the reading sector, it's such a big collection of industries, but which part of these industries are you connected to or contacting us from? So if you can let us know, it could be your profession, it could be your organization, it could be your sector category. We would love to know, what your connection is, so we can start to sort of paint out the diversity and the depth and the spread of industries and sectors that reading touches, and that you really feel connected to this conversation too. So where are you joining Volume from, and how are you connected to the sector? Well, we've got several hundred people who have joined us. It's really, really exciting. I'm excited to jump into Slido and to see what you're all saying as well. But very soon we'll be coming to our opening keynote. Before we do that, I just wanted to tell you a little bit about myself because I think I just jumped straight into things. My name is Jess Scully. I've been really excited to be working with the Australia Reads crew over the last couple of weeks and months to help contribute to this event and to help understand the content that we're sharing today. I'm an author. I've written one book so far, but I think I've sufficiently forgotten the trauma of writing the first book to try and write the second book now. So I'm an author. I'm published by Pantera Press. My background is in the arts and creative industries, but also in policy and in local government and state government. So I've worked in lots and lots and lots of different sectors, all around the idea and around the mission statement for my career, which is about moving Australia from an extraction to a knowledge, creative and caring economy. And I see connecting with industries like the ones that you represent and events like this as really critical to that. You know, if we want a creative nation, a knowledge nation, a caring nation, we need to be a reading nation. So this is really exciting for me to be able to be a part of this event with you today. I'm based in Sydney, which is why I'm joining you from Gadigal land. And I'm really excited to be hopefully your co-pilot as we navigate this day today. And I'll be moderating a couple of sessions later on this afternoon as well. So that's a little bit about me. That's a little bit about today and how it's all going to work. Now it's time for our very first keynote. This is a pre-recorded keynote that's been prepared by ULRA author and performer Nardi Simpson. Nardi is an extraordinary artist and performer, someone that I've had the opportunity to connect with through some of the work that she's done with the Australian Design Centre in Sydney before. She will be presenting the opening keynote address about the relationship between reading, storytelling and place in Australia. So I would like to hand over to that now.
Yamamalia, hello friends, and thank you for this invitation to kick off Australia Reads Volume Symposium. I'm in the offices of my publisher Hachette in downtown Sydney, which is of course Gadigal land, home of the grass tree. These offices rise from the edge of Sydney Harbour, and the strengthening Gadigal sunshine reflects off the water surface and spreads warmth to all those who cluster at her edges. The spirit of Gadigal is as strong as it always has been, and particularly evident here on the 17th floor of this Kent Street building. From here I can see sandstone, fig, salt and inlet coil in ageless embrace with the concrete, steel and glass trees that rise from its soil today. I have much to thank Gadigal for. Many of the joys of my life, in fact, have roots of beginnings here. I was born in Gadigal, as was my son, as was my book, as are most of the songs, compositions, poems, speeches, stories, and reflections I write and share and sing. Gadigal has played a central role in the guiding and strengthening of my cultural, creative, and professional spirit. So, Girange Gadigala Wingalu Ringelana Marangang Willingelana Maranda Undingile Maru Balabadangana Burin Balangana Nguwalenge Yanelanda Dawundang Yinunda Winningelana Ngay alagirma winning Gadigal then galangangu Walay baganale budaga giga Wale bagana le buraga giga. Winning Ailana. Winning Ailana. Then I gotta go winning Ailana. Down Ailana, wale gotta go winning Ailana. Bawali one gun, I gotta go down. Uring I gotta go, you go gaba. Winning Ailana. Winning Ailana. Bagai, Gadigal. Gadigal into the always. Singing and speaking, Gadigal. This country was the teacher and author of a foundational text in my early artistic and cultural development. It was a work I read and returned to daily. Each reading provided new discoveries. And this, I think, is the way with the works we love, works that shape us, that speak our own intimate language, that have a profound effect on how we perceive our place in the world. The text was an encyclopedia, but rather than take it off the shelves, I walked its pages. In the mid-90s, I was enrolled at Sydney University. Walking the campus and scurrying to lectures, I felt gir, like a black ant, dwarfed by buildings and knowledges and people too big, too foreign, too frightening to me. Thinking back on my time at university, I remember feeling mostly alone and confused. So, this little black ant, instead of chucking a left into campus from my walk up King Street, went straight past those big sandstone gates. I kept down City Road, hooked onto Broadway, then continued all the way down George Street to Circular Quay. Back then, I was running away. Now I know I was also being called to the edges of Gadigal. Each lecture and tute I skipped in Carr's Law or the Quad, I deferred to my new classroom. I began spending long, slow time listening as a lip of water unfurled herself into me. I came to see for the first time the deep orange sand of the eastern edge of Bennelong Point. It was visible only at low tide, and most times covered by swirling, deep green seaweed. This tiny beach winked at me one day as I was ambling along the shoreline. Aha! This lost little Uluru one has seen us, it most likely said. Well, now she's here, she better learn something. And teach, instruct, guide, challenge me she did. Gadigal showed me herself in the curves of her shoreline. Not the one everyone else could see, the one marked by a dirtying disc trampled into the brick and pebble creek forecourt. This slither of sand was truth. It was also a literary masterpiece. It instructed me in ways people and institutions and knowledges weren't at that time. It was open, fluid, relational, a stretch of sand that was hand and warm, brave, beating heart. That beach was the beginning of a gentle recalibration for me. It guided me in self-directed study and encouraged me in a supplementary practicum to the units of history and anthropology, archaeology and Aboriginal studies I strode so fervently from. Perhaps Gadigal knew I was seeking knowledge, but in places and ways wrong for me. So she allowed me to open and access her text. She instructed me in linguistics. Bennelong Point was reframed in rolling rhythms and gentle consonants, Jabagali. It was a linguistic recitation accompanied by the breaking of wave onto shore. Language impacting place rather than extricating it for the sake of a page. Jabagali, Warrain, Talawalada, Tara to my left. Waganmagali, Yurong, Kukaroo to my right, just offshore, Madawanyi. Gadigal held her lingo lessons amongst the waves and tides. Geography followed. Jabagali, rather than the site of an international tourist mecca, that is the Sydney Opera House, was a tidal island perched atop a significant shell mound. This mound, a midden, consisted of rock and mud oyster, cockle, pipi and whelk, and perhaps was the midden created by generations of ceremonies on Wagamagali, known now as Farm Cove in the Sydney Royal Botanic Gardens. The joy that midden island gave me, the images I conjured, the thoughts and ideas, the scenes and songs I floated amongst. It was a glorious learning, creative and alive. But within this knowing, I was also asked to hold on to sorrow. It seeped through my salt-encrusted pores at the discovery that the midden's remnants now bind the sandstone slabs of the colony's oldest rooms. History spread its soft bubbling foam with the introduction of Bennelong. This Wongal man unfurled in full, vivid contradiction over time. Through him, his life and his relationships, I was led into further complexity, into the world of his wife, Barangaroo, a Camaragal matriarch of national significance. Let me pause here to note the prowess of my teacher and the mastery of her text. Gadigal was instructing me, a freshwater Yuwalarai girl, through the knowledges of Camaragal woman and Wongal man. Gadigal, a benevolent, generous facilitator, not only uplifted the stories of occupants born on, but not to her. She wove them together in those long, full days by the harbour. And that weaving is alive today. It entangles itself into the fabric of this very building. The story I'm currently writing, that will be published by the people working here, will honour, will kiss the crown of Barangaroo and Bennelong's only child together, Dilbong, the bellbird. Gadigal, through such outdoor masterclasses, has bound student to subject, made pasts, futures. She has fused knowledges and knowings so that we, mere visitors, are now invested in each other's storying. Waganmagali, Bennelong Point, Bennelong, Barangaroo. This was only one unit of study in the masterclass of Gadigal country. More sites with their histories and peoples followed to shape my knowledge landscape during that time. The Rocks, Tank Stream, Wynyard Park, Bridge Street, the Conservatorium, each was a chapter in the great encyclopedia of Gadigal. My learning was extensive, durational. Only now, long years after those salt sand lessons, do I fully comprehend the waters I waded in. Gadigal was my teacher, country her text. My lesson was learning to read. Late last year, I was shown a tree by a cousin of mine. It's a slender bimble box that stands 3 or so metres from the edge of a road, northwest of the township of Lightning Ridge. This tree has no living branches or leaves cascading from its reaches, but carved into its trunk is a large scar. This marking is elongated and seriously old. The curve of its regrowth thickened with time. The scar is the length of a person. Unusual, as many of the similar trees we are fortunate to still have in Uallarai mostly bear scars the size of a handheld dish. Kaz encouraged me to spend time with the tree, so I scampered amongst the burrs and scratchy grasses at its base, picking up shards of broken glass and flattened rusted cans nearby. A scattering of outmans rose across the ironstone ridge, and skeleton trunks of cypress pine punctured the scrub at the tree's sides. Cuzzo's frustration at seeing me look anywhere but the place he suggested probably led him to say, "Important tree, this one." I stopped my scrambling and looked at him. "Points to a place over there." I realised then that the tree had a definite bend, slender as a woman's arm, her wrist gesturing northwest, across the road and into the property on the other side. I am currently enrolled in this tree's course. She's providing me readings and assessments, as are her sisters, the ones she points to, in their classroom along the river's edge. This water is not salt. Its banks are neither beach or sandstone. The Narran is fresh water. It is the colour of sweet, milky tea, and her edges are muddy. There are no breaking waves or boats or crowds on promenades, but that's okay. I know what to do. I know how to read and how to listen deeply. I've studied this way, been this before. We Uallarai are an oral people, and our language has no word for reading. This does not mean we did not do it. We have continually read, and for a period that far predates the invention of the printing press. We read country, read seasons, read tracks, read winds. We read relationships and middens. We read maps made by stars and trade routes and fires. We read trees. Funny that, considering where books come from. And our reading is not done by eyes alone. It engages the entirety of our bodies, our spirit, our self, and our mind. Our reading is communion. It is active and deep in listening and exchange. Our foundational manuscripts deal mostly in subtext, metaphor, imagery, nuance, and simile. The recitation of knowledge from our reading material spans landscapes, is sung in songs hundreds of verses long. Our reading is danced for days. While Australia reads, Black Australia sees. The Australian landscape is literature. Of course, it is storied, bursting with oral and obligational animation. Australia's First Nations are this country's original and most experienced storytellers and its first readers. Masterpieces of narrative and poetry, fiction and non, are written in and read from the land. These are studied by spirit and ear rather than eyes and mind. This entire continent is library, text, educator and artist. Gadigal showed me this some 30 years ago. It schooled me in the great joy of reading. Her works made me listen to the unfolding narrative before me, yes, but also to the unknown, undiscovered parts of myself embedded on her page. Gadigal demanded I engage with spaces between information, as well as information itself. Country has shown me it's not enough to read. You must allow stories to enter you and swallow you up. It is wondrous to me that through the words of another's story or the curve of another's place, you can find the narrative of self, parts of you didn't even know were missing or that are waiting and yet to be born. Before the Mimi descended from celestial Ualarai to shape our 4 clan lands here on earth, great Creator gathered them. Everything you make, grandmothers, Bayami said to them, must have a story. And so they began, the grandmothers of Ualarai, descending to create the Ualarai on earth. They made Kurrajong, Orchid, Lignum, and swamp countries, made all their associated totems and meats, and created the natural frameworks to support them, each element holding, caressing a storied centre. Everything they touched cradled it. It is with a great sense of honour and responsibility that I dedicate my life to reading Mimi's stories. I look forward to it. It has already given me great pleasure and insight. It has already inspired more story in music, song and prose. The true joy of this endeavour, however, will be in the communion with homelands and her slow, silent revelations of who I am and how I am asked to be. Gaigiru. Thank you.
Oh my goodness, Nardi, thank you so much. That was extraordinary. I think I took so many notes. There are so many brilliant ideas in there that I hope resonated with you and that you feel like have created a more expansive frame for today than I think we could have anticipated. I mean, how extraordinary to hear the idea that the entire continent is library and literature, and that the entire continent is narrative. You know, we talk often about how First Nations people are the first storytellers, but I think Nardi's framing of it is just an extraordinary one, and one that really, I hope, sets the tone for today. I love that she said that it's not enough to read, you must allow stories to enter you and swallow you up, to help you find parts of yourself that you don't know are missing or are waiting and yet to be born. Wow, absolutely extraordinary. We're so lucky to have had, so privileged to have had Nardi Simpson join us for that opening keynote and to help us set the scene. Now, the other person who's going to help us set the scene for today and give us a sense of where we are right now in reading in Australia is Anna Berkey. And Anna is the head of Australia Reads. Anna's joining us to outline the challenges and the opportunities that we face as a sector. And hi Anna.
Hey, Jess.
While you're tuning it, Anna, I want everyone to please head on over to Slido. Actually, the conversation is going off on Slido already. We are starting to learn where everybody's coming from, and it's wonderful. But we'd love to know more about what successes or challenges you're seeing around reading in Australia at the moment. We're learning a lot about where you're coming from and what you do in the sector, but we want to know more about your perspective on the sector. So, Anna, tell us, where are we now when it comes to reading in Australia?
Where are we now? Well, I can do a little bit to set the scene, but I'm very much looking forward to keeping the conversation going in Slido. And we have had a query as well about whether there's any social media hashtags. So we'd love to keep most of the conversation in Slido so that we can respond back and forth with you. But if you are over on the socials, you can use hashtag volume symposium. So hello, everyone. I am Anna and I am a reader. I'm also really passionate about getting more people reading more often. And by reading, I mean reading in all its beautiful forms and formats. We are so lucky to live in an era with beautifully made paperbacks, with audiobooks to fill our ears when out for a morning walk, and of course that one-click magic of getting hold of an ebook instantly. There is so much to love. And I know that most of you watching feel the same way about reading, and that's why we're here together today. Out there, we've got, for looking at that word cloud as well, and what's coming through the chat, we've got librarians and teachers and school librarians. Hello to you. We've got booksellers, publishers, writers, illustrators, festival colleagues, and many colleagues from literature and cultural organizations. So hello, everyone. Keep the chat coming in the Slido, comments, questions, pop-in thoughts that come to mind. We're trying to make this as much a conversation as possible. And I can't promise to be able to have the answers to all your questions, but asking those questions helps us understand what we might need to know or share more about more obviously as a sector. And it can also help us define where we go next. We're all part of an ecosystem that supports reading. It's a really broad ecosystem with about 30,000 people employed in some form of that work. And I'm not sure that we get a chance to get together across the different disciplines all that often to talk about reading. I'm so glad, therefore, that we could all be here and have this conversation. Reading is remarkable. To misquote the internet, we are hypnotized by squiggles of ink on the flesh of a dead tree or the glass of a screen, often for hours at a time, transported into other worlds and ways of being. That act can have a profoundly positive effect. One of the strongest indicators of future success for a child is whether they read for pleasure, regardless of their social class or background. Perhaps understandably, most of the research out there about reading centers on children and young people and their families. So for example, did you know that 3-year-olds who can name their favorite book are better readers at the age of 7? And if you can read at 7, then you're well set up for school, and you're also more likely to stay a reader across your lifetime. So we have an indicator from age 3 of what might happen for the rest of that reader's life. And once at school, both primary and secondary students who get independent reading time are far more likely to enjoy reading books for fun outside of school. They're more likely to make that choice. So when it comes to those favorite books, almost all children from the ages of 6 to 17 say that their favorite books are ones that they have picked out for themselves. Of course, though, children don't read in isolation. Those who see adults reading model their behavior. So we don't have to tell people to read. Having reading present in our lives, visibly doing it regularly ourselves and talking about it and making space for it to happen, that all makes a big difference, the research tells us. From all this, we can deduce that autonomy is a really important factor for engaging readers of all ages, and that seeing others around you reading has a really deep impact, and that it's important to validate other people's individual reading choices. All books are good. Something for us to consider when designing programs and campaigns to engage readers. Autonomy is an important design criteria. And in fact, that's a useful way to think about research. Sure, we can use statistics in promotions, but we can also use them to understand what those most important factors, behavioral factors are to include in the design of our campaigns and our programs. And then, of course, there's the well-known social impact and the documented health benefits that reading brings all of us. Reading for just half an hour a week means we are 57% more likely to have a great awareness of other cultures. Reading promotes empathy, understanding of others. It expands our world. We're also, as readers, far less likely to report being lonely. And in the face of a loneliness epidemic in our world today, that suggests a strong role that reading could play in tackling that social problem. Adults who read almost every day have a substantially lower risk of being diagnosed with depression. Almost half of readers say it helped them get a better night's sleep, and a 20% reduction in mortality has been observed for those who read. So reading makes us live longer. Loneliness, mental and physical health, those are huge areas for our society as a whole. And working directly with health and social care practitioners on encouraging reading would likely have really great outcomes for our whole community. And I know many of you out there have already started forging connections with people who work in those spaces. You can get a copy, by the way, of those statistics I mentioned and the others that I'll bring up and more by downloading our research review snapshot on the Australia Reads website. All Australians deserve to get these benefits of reading, to have the skills to read, to have the desire to choose to read for pleasure, and have access to the books, the programs, and the people that support their reading. 44% of Australians have low or very low literacy rates. The Australian Bureau of Statistics research showed a 7% drop in young people choosing to read for pleasure, down to 72%. And we know that increases for older teenagers with the summer slump around school holidays. The new National Arts Participation Report that came out yesterday also suggests a drop in reading. So we need to monitor these trends. And we also need to unpack the data so we can design and fund interventions that address these challenges effectively. And as a sector, we do face some systemic challenges while all of this is also going on. School libraries are under constant threat with cuts to budgets and specialised staff. So a shout out to our school librarians and the Save Our School Libraries team who are campaigning against cuts. Public libraries have huge pressures to support their communities across so many different local services, like tackling the digital divide, for example. And our booksellers have suffered immense pressure during COVID with the restrictions on retail. The speedy rise of AI and how it's going to affect reading and writing, the recent attempts to ban books and restrict story times, the cost of living pressures, the social and cultural currents of our society all play out in the reading space. So there's a lot going on. While some of these are challenging figures and trends, there is at least a lot of success around reading, and there's a lot for us to build on. Whether they read frequently or not, 87% of people believe in the importance of reading. And that's not a battle we need to win. They already believe that it's critical and important. Book sales grew during the lockdown years. People who read wanted to read more. Social media has given us new forums for discussing books, with Book Talk and Bookstagram having a notable influence on sales and loans. And young people in these spaces feel comfortable to share not just what they're reading, but their feelings and emotions about books. It's a sort of compounded positive peer pressure, generating a sense of everyone's reading, I will too. Audiobook listening is on the rise. Almost a third of us tune in, and 37% started just in the last 12 months. And graphic novels have exploded in the last couple of years. They're the fourth biggest sales category in Australia. Dedicated stores are appearing in mainstream settings. That's great news. There are plenty of readers around. We want to keep them reading. And for the roughly 25% of Australians who didn't read a book in the last year, and the 28% of young people who don't choose to read for pleasure, we need to understand more about them, what they do engage with, and look at different ways to reach them from some of our current models. There are many individual programs and organizations, many of you out there around the country, connecting effectively with readers, often at a local level or at a state level. There are many individuals who are working so hard for so many years directly with readers, recommending new titles, running book clubs, giving talks, hosting podcasts now, commissioning brave new works, and this is essential work. Yet it can also feel still like a struggle sometimes to get the resources, the budget, to be heard, trying to tackle everything yourself and working out the research, designing the program, delivering it, and sometimes that can get a bit lonely. We need to ensure as a country that we can sustain this essential work and at the same time develop new audiences of readers and respond to the changing ways of reading. So some things for us that could help us along the way. We're thinking about partnerships with other industries, thinking about putting the reader at the center and creating messaging that really is heard by them as opposed to what we want to say. Thinking about how we scale programs so that one person isn't doing all the work, and how we might increase the visibility and conversation about reading in our society. Partnerships with other sectors can be highly effective. Obvious contenders for us are professionals in health, early years, and social care. And I know, again, many of you starting or have for some time begun these relationships. We'll need to talk the language of those partners effectively and pitch them relevant programs. So we're going to have a nice, consistent sector message for all of us to use about reading benefits that makes sense to those professionals in their world, and that we can take to state and federal and corporate supporters. And we've got to be able to back those messages up with research to be able to prove it works. That clear message to help us advocate for support and investment is also one to consider how when we think about adapting our message for talking about reading to the public for different audience groups. As probably sounds obvious, the more conversations and activities about reading outside the traditional reading spaces, the pub, the doctor's surgery, the dinner table, the further embedded in society reading is. And while we all know a lot, there's probably a few questions that might help us with this. If we can use research to understand the most important aspects that influence behavior, we can design campaigns to include those things, back to that point about autonomy being important, for example. What is it that really motivates people to pick up a book? And what stops them? Do we really understand that? For example, we hear, "I just don't have time" a lot. 37% of Australians say that's why they don't read more. So what does that really mean in practice? Are they too tired after work or school? Do they have too many other commitments? Maybe they feel selfish taking time out for themselves. Or are they choosing other forms of entertainment in their spare time, or is it a mix of all of that? There's a lot yet to understand that can inform how we engage readers. And that brings me to scale. There are so many successful reading programs in our country with proven impact for their target groups, but they're often delivered by an individual, a small group, a small organization. For those programs that work well, that have a clear purpose, that track how they build readership and positive reading behaviors, can we invest in those and scale them up, provide more access for more of us to those, so that we can all have access to centralized resources that are made by experts based on research that are fun and a great fit, that are a social experience of reading for their target audiences, and that then we can adapt them locally. A nice mix of something held nationally but delivered locally. That means that those on the ground connecting with readers can focus on that connection, not trying to also create every single program for every type of reader or every kind of marketing campaign. So some of the questions swirling around for me right now are, do we have the right mix of programs across our country, across age groups, not held by one organization or one state, but across the whole country? And if we do, how do we make more of them available, or at least make them seen, so that we can all learn from what's working and where? How do we shift our marketing to reach new groups? And how do we focus, choose priorities? We can't do everything all at once. So this is kind of some of the things that I'm thinking about from an Australia Reads perspective. And I'm hoping to learn lots from some of our wise speakers. I've perhaps raised more questions than answers right now, but many of our wise speakers from the rest of today are going to have excellent insights into how we might start to approach these questions. Because of course, in the midst of all of this, we've got to continue to champion our cultural infrastructure. We've got to continue to support authors and illustrators and bookstores and libraries and publishers, literary organizations, festivals, to continue that effective work. So Australia Reads is here to bring us together to look at how we increase reading engagement. We're a collaboration and a conversation. So I'm really looking forward to today. This very much includes you. And so I would absolutely love to hear some of your questions. Jess, if you're there, I don't know if you have access to what people are talking about. And
You've hit on so many of the things that people are talking about, Anna. Of course, I mean, there's so much in what you've just said there about what reading gives us, but also what our audience have identified as some of the obstacles and barriers to people engaging in reading. Simone has made the point that there are sort of behavioural challenges where more of us are distracted by these things than ever before, and we're finding it harder and harder to sit still and focus, I think is one of the things that's been flagged in the chat. So it does speak to the point that you made, that this isn't just about people knowing that reading is good for them. It's how do we engage with those intrinsic motivations and those and people's capacity and behaviour in terms of getting involved in reading. So that's one theme. There are some other questions here around the challenge that a lot of those teacher librarians and librarians that you mentioned are experiencing when they're trying to engage young people in reading and how you select books for children that gear towards their hobbies and interests? And how do you encourage and engage children in more reading when after school activities and sport commitments, and it's not just adults that are distracted and time poor like the 37% you talked about, it's also kids and young people. So how do we carve out time for reading to also be one of those really important activities? So it's interesting that so many of the comments and questions are about behaviour and making time and space and elevating the role of reading in our lives. It's not the kind of the structural stuff that maybe we might have expected to hear about. Do you have any thoughts about some of those
Well, I think
points?
there's a little of both. I think there are some fantastic programs that already exist out there. I'm thinking 100 Story Building, Sydney Story Factory, all of there are organizations and public libraries that are kind of have book clubs, that there are spaces, that there are programs that people engage with. I think the point that someone made there about making sure that you're finding out what the reader is interested in, and this is regardless of their age. What are they interested in? So I often hear a question, whether I'm in a bookstore or a library, you'll get a parent or a teacher coming in and asking, I have a 7-year-old, what book should I buy for them? I don't know anything about that 7-year-old. That 7-year-old might love outer space. That 7-year-old might love nonfiction. That 7-year-old might be super into dragons. So kind of really understanding what the reader is most interested in. And it's almost when I used to be involved with the Inside a Dog website, which used to exist for young readers to share what they were reading, we had a huge fan club at the year that the One Direction book came out. Everybody wanted to talk about the One Direction book. They were reading. They were absolutely getting into the reading behaviors. They were just coming in through fandom. And that's a great thing. So really coming in from the interest level is really important.
I mean, that resonates because we're on a waiting list for the Sam Kerr books at our local library. We managed to get one, but the waiting list is long for the Matilda's books at the moment because everybody is coming in, as you say, through fandom and connecting with passion. So it's a really powerful way to get people, young people and people, all kinds of people, hooked on reading. There's a question here from Emma as well about whether there's any sense of how often parents actually do read to children and whether that is an important way in.
That it's absolutely an important way in, because we talk about, what are reading programs for children? These don't happen in isolation. So it's really important that we target our programs. We're thinking about who our reader is whenever we're designing a program or a marketing campaign or commissioning a new work. We're thinking about who that 7-year-old or that 12-year-old, that 25-year-old is. But we're also got to think about the people around them and the influence around them. And so parents are critical to this. There has been research that's shown that children love parents reading to them, and that parents stop when the child has the technical capability to be able to read for themselves, and that the kids want them to keep going, that it's an important family bonding moment. So what we're seeing here is that reading is important, but what reading is doing is supporting family connection, and that might be the message that we need to focus on, is how do we support family connection? Read together regularly. Don't stop once they're able to do it for themselves. Keep it going, and then it becomes a part incorporated into part of daily life. And kids spot when we say we should do something, and then we don't do it ourselves. So I think the more important that we've got just to be visibly reading, it normalizes it. And if something is normalized in a particular culture, if you're talking about it, if you're modeling it, if you're demonstrating it, even in a really small way for 2 minutes, you're reading a book when the kids come into class. You ask a quick question at the dinner table. Hey, what did you read? You do it at a party. Hey, what are you reading now, as opposed to what do you do for work? Or what did you get out of reading? Hey, which book made you smile recently? Which story? Because it might be an audiobook, it might be an ebook. And what we don't know is, if we ask people if they read, how are they interpreting that? So yeah, lots of thoughts.
There's another kind of aligned comment here from Wendy that I think is so thoughtful, which is that the key is getting kids talking to each other. And so that goes back to that idea of connection and embedding a culture of reading. It's not just parents leading it, or teacher librarians or teachers. It's kids actually talking about the books that they love to each other. I think
that's really
that's such a powerful observation. Yeah.
When you look at TikTok or Book Talk, like the internet is amplifying the behavior, and the behavior is peer recommendation. And so the more that we can encourage peer recommendation in different settings, some of which might be algorithms on the internet, then that's exactly what we're doing. We're helping them foster that kind of positive peer culture themselves. It's a great thing. And I can see that the questions that are coming in, we've got a really interesting mix, because I'm conscious we're coming to time for this session, Jess. But we've got a couple of two kind of questions. There's like, what's the really specific practical things that people can do day to day with readers in their community right now? And then what are the kind of national campaigns? What are the structures? What are the programs that people can tap into, or what programs might already exist, or what programs do we need to create that people can tap into? And I think that's kind of really, that's Volumes kind of tackling that kind of those two layers. And so I'd like to, I hope you keep asking these questions as we go through the day, everyone, because Jess and I will both be back in the end session when we talk about what a successful Reading Nation looks like. And I think we want to make sure that the questions you're asking through the day, we're kind of like pulling that into the panel at the end of our session, because that will help us work out where we go to next.
That's a great observation, Anna. It isn't just about, that individual sort of tactical, what you do every day in your school, in your library, in your organization. It's also what can we do as a sector to build a reading nation. But they're obviously they're both very, very connected. Some really, really thoughtful comments in here, and some shout outs to some great programs. Louise has given a shout out to Better Beginnings in WA, which is run through the State Library of WA, and their amazing early literacy program. There are some questions as well about whether there are challenges that kids experience when they're visualizing, and whether they're less likely to engage with silent reading, if there are other ways to bring kids in. So we're hearing, as you say, about programs, but also about individual practices and addressing each reader as an individual, which is something else that you referenced.
I think we'll see a theme from that from some of our speakers later in the day as well, that really can we explode the notion of what reading is and what a book event is? Because at the end of the day, a book club has this sort of conscious, it's the nerdy kids in the library in a circle, or it's mums doing wine and cheese. But actually what that is a conversation about books. It's a social experience about books, and how do we get more of that? That can happen through treasure hunts, through apps, through screens, there's so many different ways. If we take the focus and the pressure, I think someone used the word pressure there, off the you must read, and much more about, hey, there are these great stories, there are the great facts to learn, there's this, and really put the focus on the content rather than the delivery.
And to close that, just going back to something that Nardi said, and I've had someone in the chat already say, how can I watch that again? Because that is really resonating in my mind. And don't worry, by the end of the day, we'll let you know about those videos and how it will be possible to engage with the content again. But the whole continent is a library. So how do we connect back, to reading back into place, reading as a social activity, and embodied outdoors communal activity is a wonderful idea to have floating in our minds as we go through the rest of today. And we'll be seeing lots of each other today. So I don't even need to say goodbye, really. But thank you so much.
And later, yeah. Thanks, Jeff.
So thanks for that, Anna. We're now going to move on to our next session. This session is called Roadblocks to Reading, and this panel will consider the challenges that we face in building a reading nation. National literacy and reading rates are declining, as Anna pointed out, along with the number of adults and children who are reading for pleasure. But why is this? It's obviously complicated, and it's possibly not what you expect. This panel will be chaired by Dr. Jan Zwar, the Faculty Research Manager for Macquarie Business School. Jan worked with Professor David Throsby on the Creative Australia funded research into Australia's book industry and into international development. So I will hand over now to Jan, who will introduce the panellists and be navigating for the next hour.
Hello. Hi. Okay, some sound coming, so I just need to work out what to do about that. But in the meantime, I would like to welcome our terrific panel. Thank you very much for joining us. And I would like to start by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which Macquarie University stands, the Wallumattagal clan of the Darug Nation, whose cultures and customs have nurtured and continue to nurture this land since time immemorial. So I pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging, and thank you. And now I'm going to introduce our panel members briefly. There's a longer intro on the panel, but I'm going to give a brief introduction and then just invite them to introduce themselves. So Anita, I'm going to start with you. Anita Planchen is the Director of Strategy and Engagement at Libraries Tasmania. She has oversight of Tasmania's whole of community strategy for adult literacy and numeracy, 2610, and responsibility for the continual improvement of Tasmania's statewide library literacy service. And Anita, just to begin with, could you briefly describe what your role involves and a little about your background prior to taking on the role?
Certainly. Thank you, Jan, and hello, everybody. So as Jan said, my role is Director of Strategy and Engagement, and as well as the things Jan's described there, I also have responsibility for our communication and marketing team and our policy and strategy area. So there's quite a few things that cross over, and we're very much about reading across that. Within these teams, there are people who are working to support and strengthen our adult literacy service, and we offer that within all of our public libraries around the state and also in the prisons. So we're looking at the professional learning that our literacy coordinators and tutors receive, and the way we help adults who come into our service to read, but also how that connects to the opportunities we offer as a library service to access to reading material and to encourage people from in the library space. We are serving people from cradle to grave. So I came to Libraries Tasmania with a really strong literacy focus, with an academic background in linguistics, but in fact my first career was as an Australian diplomat for nearly 2 decades, and that is actually where my interest in literacy was sparked by 2 really different overseas experiences in very, very literate Vietnam and not so literate Solomon Islands, and thinking about the impact on people in those communities. And then coming to Tasmania and discovering that literacy levels here were not what I had expected, I decided I really wanted to be part of helping to change that.
Terrific, thank you so much. And next I'll introduce Ben Bowen. Ben is a Wiradjuri Gandagara man and CEO of the Indigenous Literacy Foundation, with over 15 years of experience in the not-for-profit sector, focused around Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander communities. Ben, welcome. Thank you very much for joining us on Country. Could you briefly describe what your role involves and a little about your background prior to taking the role?
Thank you. I'd like to acknowledge Country too. As you introduced, I'm a Wiradjuri Gandagara man. Grew up and raised on Wongal country down in Sydney. I'm actually dialing in from Parumpy up here in the Tiwi. If you can see, this is the office at the moment. Just left. We were just working with the kids down here on the beach doing storytelling, and not that I'm upset, but I am missing out on the fishing as we speak. So, look, my role coming into the ILF as CEO was previously I'd worked in non-for-profit and Aboriginal sector and had worked in health and education as well, around finding out pathways for community to develop their own futures, and what we find is literacy is a key component of that. And it's not it's not a deficit for us. It's not our communities don't have literacy. They have a literacy in a different way, and it's not celebrated and it's not used as a strength-based approach. So when we give our kids opportunity, we see that they can excel at a huge rate, and trying to unlock systems to support those kids in that strength-based approach so that they have the fair opportunities that every other Australian has is what we talk about. One of the big things we do see, and I've seen it around here up in Tiwi, and last week on the road as well, we've seen it that a lot of the libraries, and it's not libraries' fault, but a lot of the times we have books as assets and we treat them as these resources that we need to lock up and protect. And that lack of free access means that people don't have the opportunity to just enjoy those books when they have the downtime to do it. And that's what we sort of see in the world, whether it's remote community, whether it's urban environments. It's having the time to actually sit down and enjoy a book. Or, you know, in the last session, they did speak about the social nature of books. How do we make books more social so that they can not only educate us or let us explore something, but how can they bring us together as well? And that's really the literacy work that we're trying to do.
Thank you. Thank you. And the third member of our terrific panel is Professor Robin Ewing, formerly a primary teacher. Robin Ewing AM is Professor Emerita, Teacher Education and the Arts, and co-director of the Creativity in Research, Engaging the Arts, Transforming Education, Health and Wellbeing, that is the CREATE Centre. And Robin, could you briefly describe what your role involves and a little about your background prior to taking the role? Oh, you're on mute.
Thank you, Jan. I'd also like to acknowledge our First Nations Australians and just, I suppose, emphasise Nardi's words about how story and the arts are so central to First Nations ways of doing, being and becoming, and how much we have to learn from that. I have been involved in teacher education for a long time in my career, and particularly working with both pre-service and in-service teachers. And of course, literacy is central in that role. In the CREATE Centre, we look at helping understand how we can transform everyone's lives and learning through the transformative role of the arts, including literature, of course. I'm also working with the Foundation for Learning and Literacy, which is looking at advocating for the important role of literacy across all of our lives, not only in the early years, but of course the early years are important as well. And we've been bringing a whole lot of organisations together collaboratively to talk about the pleasure and power of literature in our lives. And also now working at Big Sky Stories in Broken Hill, which is looking at changing children's life chances up there through story and books and the creative arts.
Thank you. Thank you. So next, I'd like to go around the panel, and I'd like to invite you each to choose a roadblock to reading and talk about the nature of the roadblock. And then we don't know who's going to say what, but then I'll invite the other panel members to comment. So Anita, I'll invite you to go first again.
This is obviously not an alphabetical order thing. Well, I guess I might start with the roadblock, which is ability to read. It's probably the obvious one from my perspective, but I just briefly want to pick up on some of the things Ben said about access and one of the things that in a library that we are trying to do is make sure that we can think about different ways to provide access. Opening hours are one thing, but also going out, reaching out to people where they are and all those sorts of things. So I really, that really resonated with me. But I guess I'd just like to talk about the roadblock and the barrier for adults in particular, which is feeling that they don't necessarily have the skills to read. And for some people, that's really extreme. I love this idea that there are different sorts of literacy and there are different types of engagement, and it's really important that we can try and access that. And down here in Lutruwita, Tasmania, as a collecting institution, one of the things Libraries Tasmania is doing is also trying to be better at working with Tasmania's Aboriginal people around the collections that we hold and their ability to help us tell those stories, and to tell their stories for them. And that is partly about acknowledging that particular skill that we don't necessarily cultivate, value, and all of those sorts of things. Moving from there into the space of actually being a functioning adult in a world where you're constantly barraged with words. The idea of an adult who's having difficulty reading the bus timetable, who might thinking that we can leap from there into reading for pleasure or reading to listen to stories and get immersed in stories is a huge leap. So one of the really important roles of libraries and of the 2610 campaign in Tasmania is to try and break down the stigma around that, to try and provide opportunities for adults to increase their skills in ways that fit in with their complex and busy adult lives, but really providing support so that people can crack the code and actually be able to use reading in their daily lives, and hopefully move on to learn to read for pleasure. And over 10 years, we've had, it's a very long road and it's a very difficult challenge, but the stories that come back from people who might have started to read for a very functional reason, to want to improve their skills for a very functional reason, but who have found that it's really rewarding to be able to read to their children, to be able to actually pick up a book and read a story or start even to write a story, and to be able to engage in that part of reading which is about imagination, empathy, learning other things about the world, that we all, those of us who are readers and value that, take so much for granted. So that's the roadblock I see. It's the fact that for many, many different reasons, there are a number of people who have become adults in our world, who feel that they don't have the skills they need, who don't have the skills they need to be able to understand what's written on a page, and help making sure that we have a whole lot of different structures in place that can help to overcome that is really crucial.
Would either of our other two panellists like to add to what Anita's just said? There we go. Two go. Let's go with Robin and then Ben. Thanks.
Well, just building on what Anita said, in the early years as well, there are a lot of children who don't have the opportunity to learn about reading and to have opportunities to tell stories and to access books. And I think that that's increasing in Australia, that we have now, at least 1 in 6 children sadly living in poverty, who don't always have the opportunity to have time with their parents and caregivers, to story together, to read together. And they don't always have access to quality literature, and they don't always have the opportunity to own books as well. And we know that all of those things are so important in learning to be literate, learning to be readers, and to have opportunities to enjoy the pleasure of reading. So I guess I'm just extending that roadblock out a little bit, Jan.
Thanks, Robin.
Thanks, Robin.
Then over to you, and then if you want to take us on to another roadblock, you're very welcome.
Yeah, look, I think it's a really important one because, like we see here in a lot of our communities, there's a real stigma about adult literacy, and it's once again it's that strength base that to put a book in someone's hand, it can be quite confronting if they can't read and write in a traditional sense using that book. But what we can see is by the work that ILF does with bilingual or putting a book into language, it's once again that strength base that someone knows a language, they know how to read a book so that they can actually tell those stories. And this is the amazing thing that we do see is literacy, we tend to market on our ability to read and write a material. What that material is, that there's a real hierarchy that sits in there, which goes to one of the roadblocks I'll talk about. But it's, like I remember years ago working prior to this in technology and picking up papers around coding and that, and it was almost a different language, that my literacy was very poor in that sense, even though I could read and write in every other sense. So I think we get caught up on what people don't have so much without working on that strength. And what we did see down here yesterday is Tipper actually took us out on the beach, and obviously sea turtles are coming up and nesting, but the beach we were on, they weren't there. But he was able to tell us a story verbally while creating the tracks on a beach and then showing us what the nest would look like, and then physically showing us how you dig up and get eggs and all these sort of interaction, which is the entire storytelling that we talk about, that the skills are there, it's just not translated onto a page. And these sort of steps, and I think we get so caught up on these sort of bits that we see people with adults with low literacy that are able to participate in the world, even though our world's filled with words, because they have really strong coping mechanisms. So without looking at what those coping mechanisms and building on those coping mechanisms to then have the next part of access is critical as well. Sorry?
No, I keep going. It's great.
Yeah, I look at my roadblock is really about etiquette and access, because they do go together for us. So as I said before, there's a real etiquette to reading that, I know even in the Sydney office when we're down there and, someone brings in a rom-com book or one of those really trashy romance novels that, they do serve that purpose of the escape. There's almost this shame that goes with reading some of that material, whereas if you're picking up another material, then you're seen as a better reader and all these sort of things. And someone like myself is a slow reader, whereas my wife will finish 3 books by the time I finish a book. And, she often gives it to me about it. But I always respond with, I like to read at the rate that someone writes so that I can savor the words. So that's my coping mechanism. But we do have an etiquette around books, and it's not just the type of books we read, but it's where we read. We talk about this a lot, that reading is really a solo activity, and then we socialize on the outside of that. We never actually read together. We see that in our communities, that, we tell kids to go sit by themselves and read, but we, in our communities, we're never alone. So when do we expect our kids to read when that sort of part going on? So the way we explain that is, the typical version for the city mob out there is, if you saw someone reading at a cafe, you'd think that that's acceptable. But if you saw someone at a nightclub at the bar sitting there reading a book, you'd be quite scared of them, thinking they're a psychopath. So we all understand that we all have those etiquettes that we all place around the material that we're reading, but we never articulate it. So that's one point for us, but it's the access as well. And we're not talking about just, as I said before, the access to books. Having that free access is one thing, but it's something that even we see. The access to seeing people read, or that behavior, is a big one for us. That my wife and I read quite a lot. We've got 3 young kids. We read to them every day, but our kids never see us read because, we're busy with work and kids. And then it's the time that we read is when we're winding down towards bed, when they're already in bed. So they never see us modeling those behaviors. So that access point is really critical, that we've been mindful as our kids are getting older, that we try to sit down and instead of putting the TV on or something like that, we sit and have a cup of tea and read. And both my wife and I will sit at the same space and read, to model that sort of behavior, that access to books, that they can be done at any time. There's not a wrong time to actually be reading. And those little steps, and once again, it's not a shame piece, it's just building on the strength of people to find other opportunities to do these sort of things. That, you know, one thing I do see is people that are seen reading are almost seen as introverts or antisocial, that don't want to engage in a conversation. But, you know, like, we need to build more robust systems around that sort of content, so that we can enjoy reading as a social activity, that sharing knowledge and that way that traditionally we do share stories, which is not one-to-one, it's one to a group or an entire group building on a story. That's the piece I think will help the literacy more broadly.
Just before we move on to the panel, can you give examples of where that occurs then, where it's working?
The social reading? Look, my own son's team, we do, unfortunately they got stuck with me coaching him for the last couple of years. And what we do find is, you know, as we're coaching the older kids, the younger ones are running amok around the sidelines. And what we ended up doing is we ended up having other parents there trying to manage it. But what it was breaking down the books, that they're not this precious resource that has to be locked away. We actually got milk crates with a whole bunch of material and put it in the back area where all the kids were playing, and ended up watching them over a couple of weeks and setting up some just portable lighting for them. That then we saw that the kids would actually start flicking through the books, and it wasn't that they were reading the books for the words, they were actually looking through the pictures. But what it was young kids, and we're talking like 3 up to about 7, and some of the older ones as well, would sit there and tell the pictures to each other. But then some of the older ones would sit down with the younger sibling and start reading, and then suddenly it was this social activity that they could do at any stage. We see that more broadly in community now, that, you know, if I sit down out here with the Parumpy kids today and start reading a book, they will all come and sit down because they love it, but it's the access point to them, that they're waiting for someone to unlock it. If we put books out on the mat there and didn't put a bunch of rules around them, we would see the kids naturally come out of the sun, because it is hot, and sit down on that mat and flick through. But we have this etiquette that we overlay, that if they're reading, we need to go and teach them, you know, the book opens this way, you read left to right, and then we ruin it because there's all these rules they've got to comprehend and then start to decode a book. So it's almost like driving, and I know it's probably irresponsible, like my near 2-year-old will sit in the front seat of the car and pretend to drive a car and hit all the knobs and all that sort of stuff. It's a way to familiarize. You don't have to sit there and go, oh, you know, you need to stay to the left and you need to stop at a stop sign, and these where you don't need to go into all those other rules yet. You need to build that strength where people can do it, and it's social. And in my neighborhood in inner city Sydney, my 2-year-old or near 2-year-old will be doing that driving, and the neighbors will come out and walk in front of the car and, you know, do all that sort of stuff and put their hand out to show him to stop. And, you know, like, it's all that interaction of building a community around a book, so the book doesn't take you away from people, it's actually bringing you back to them.
Thank you. And I'm sure our other 2 panelists would like to add to that. Who would like to go first? Perhaps Anita, would you like to add anything?
Sure. Yeah, lots of really great stuff in there. I'd like to add another example of a fantastic community reading effort, which was from a community in the northwest of Tasmania, Circular Head, where they, over the course of about a year, I think, had a big egg that was called the reading bug, and it kind of moved around different community spaces, schools, childcare centres, places where adults were, as well as sporting clubs, with the message that for the egg to hatch, it needed stories read to it. And there were a number of events arranged around that. But as the time went on, people would come up to this egg and come up with their kids and pick up books and read stories, and it just became this really great community thing, which I think no one was really thinking about by that stage as being specifically about reading. Was the reading bug egg. And then eventually the egg hatched, and, you know, the bug was born. But it was such a beautiful example over quite an extended time of a whole community coming together and starting to feel comfortable about reading in a whole lot of different situations. The other thing that resonated to me there was that kind of exposure argument. So I also teach swimming, and that's another space where you can really see that kids who have had fun in the water, who have been allowed to splash around and play, even in shallow water, and of course under very good supervision and all of those sorts of things. You don't actually have to be starting to teach the skills right at the very beginning, because you've got to have that exposure and that engagement. And then when you start to teach the skills, which you do need to, again, swimming, like reading, does need some explicit instruction, but that initial exposure and that sort of comfort with the thing makes a huge difference. And reading is the same. I really agree with that. The final thing I would like to give a plug for is book clubs. So I think there is a really great thing to be said around a whole lot of different types of people coming together to have different sorts of reading experiences together, and libraries can facilitate that. And we a few years ago took the fees off our book club sort of structure and made it possible for people to get books. And what we've really been trying to think hard about is that idea that this isn't about stigma. It doesn't have to be a certain type of fancy book. It can be absolutely anything. And it's really important that there's an opportunity for people who might prefer to read non-fiction or want to read books about sport or other things, can actually come together and enjoy that as an experience in a group. And we know that some book clubs, read the book and are quite rigorous about discussing the book, and other book clubs just come together and sort of talk about the themes in the book or the stories in the book, and some come together and have a meal and move on, but there's still a feeling that that reading can be shared even if you happen to do it on your own. So I think that's a really important thing that we can all help promote.
Thank you. Yes, I was a member of a book club which someone characterised, what are you reading? And someone said the label on the bottle of wine, which was... Robin, would you like to respond to that and then tell us about your chosen roadblock?
Well, just building on that with another example, and this time again from early years. Jane Vaughan, the co-founder and co-director at Big Sky Stories, was given some funding to visit a number of playgroups in Broken Hill. And she would go with a big basket of books, finger puppets, and a rug to spread out, and just in a corner of the room just begin reading. And it was wonderful to see how both the children, from little ones to almost ready for school, would start to creep towards the reading that was happening there and join in, and how also the parents and caregivers also started to come and sit around the edge, and to see Jane modelling that connection and that enjoyment of story, as both Ben and Anita have said, is the start of just understanding that reading is about meaning making in lots of different ways, and how that just became so infectious. And the playgroup leaders also were really valuing that opportunity and talked about the way that changed the nature of those playgroups in a very short time. But just to perhaps raise another roadblock, I guess it's sometimes the feeling that once you learn to read when you're 5 or 6 or 7 and 8 or 8, you'll have that skill forever, that it's something that once we attain, we'll always have. But in fact, as we've already talked about, there are so many different kinds of literacies in a sense, and we have to keep learning, I guess, about how to read in different sorts of texts, and Ben, you've already referred to that. I guess that might be one of the reasons, and the roadblock that's already been mentioned around time, that people will say, I don't have time to read, or they assume that someone who's learnt to read early can already read different kinds of texts, etc. So I think it's about perhaps changing that perception. Perhaps that's why we have, so many adults over 40, who have low literacy levels, that they haven't seen it as an ongoing process, or they haven't enjoyed the process, and so they haven't, kept it up.
Would our other chairs comment on that? I'm sure you both would. Ben, do you want to go?
Yeah, look, I think you're absolutely correct, and I think it's a case that we talk about the work we do in ILF around bilingual books or bringing in home languages, primary and secondary to English. English secondary to it. It's once again, it's understanding that reading, there's no end goal. There's this journey that we go on, and there's no finish line for us on it, and you can challenge yourself to anything. And one of our staff blew me away the other day that she was talking about, she was back doing Dante's Journey, and she was doing it in the Italian version and then trying to write a response to university in Italian. And it's like those sort of things that you see, that the literacy, we always challenge ourselves and move forward. And I think we do forget that, and Andy Griffith in particular, one of the ILF ambassadors, nailed this point that reading is bloody hard when you're a kid. When you're trying to decode and you're trying to make sense of the words on a page and put a story together, and you're doing all this legwork, it is really, really hard. And we forget about it as adults when we can read, because you take it for granted, and it becomes this joyful experience. We forget that it's not that joyful experience. And I think we had this moment of realization again more recently, that my wife unfortunately had to start reading to one of our kids the Star Wars books, and she hates that sort of sci-fi and the characters, and he was correcting her on her pronunciation and reading of words because he knew the stories, and she was there like as a very avid, competent reader who couldn't read or make sense of this book. It made no sense to her, but he was able to add, so you sort of sit there, and it was this realization for her that in this sense she doesn't have the literacy to engage in that's the piece that we need to keep challenging ourselves, that we need to lose the etiquette. We need to lose this sort of judgment piece that you get to a level and you're competent at everything. You got to keep moving forward, keep finding opportunities to grow, and that's what it is to, in societies, to keep growing and challenging that literacy. Whether you're starting or whether you're a long way ahead, it doesn't matter. You just keep challenging yourself and looking for ways to improve, because that way you put less shame on someone who's improving at a lower rate or a faster rate or anything like that.
Thank you. And Anita?
Yeah, I just pick up on that comment that that reading is a skill that you can lose if you don't use it like any other. And I think we've certainly seen that in our adult literacy space, where there are people who were probably, competent readers when they left school, but they left school 40 years ago and they really haven't seen the need to do very much reading. And so it's a challenge for them, and there's a point in their life where they've decided they'd like to improve, so they've come to us and we've had a glimpse of that. I think for me that reinforces the really important, the importance of promotion of reading for pleasure, which doesn't need to mean reading a novel of a particular kind. It means it could be, well, not so much anymore, but reading the newspaper or reading a motorcycle maintenance manual or all sorts of different things. But actually providing opportunities and making sure that it's possible for people to use that skill of reading continually throughout their lives. And it's not necessarily about putting aside that, chunk of time out of your busy life, although that clearly, is an issue. As if we look at sort of declining, increasing amounts of sort of work hours and other things, obviously that's an issue. But in the early years in particular, we talk to parents about, the value of talking and reading to kids about the labels on products in the supermarket, about the street signs that you pass, about a whole lot of other things. That's, at one particular level, but continually sort of promoting and making opportunities for exposure to written language, and taking the point that there are all sorts of different literacies, and that there are lots of different, ways of being literate. Just thinking about that text-based literacy and the challenge, making many, many opportunities to continue to use those skills is really, really crucial.
Thank you. And we're getting some questions from the audience, so I'm going to read two of them together. Kylie Welford: women and girls are often depicted as readers. Does this have an effect on the desire of boys to read more? Is this seen as not something boys do? And Chelsea, do we need to expand our idea of what reading is, who a reader is and what they look like, so that more people can see themselves in and part of the conversation? Ben, I think you mentioned your son, so I'll go to you.
Yeah, look, I before having kids and even my nieces and nephews and all that sort of stuff, I would have naturally sort of assumed reading and writing was equal to both at a starting level and then progress. But it is clear girls do better, especially at that starting point. And like, as a hyperactive child and as a hyperactive adult, I understand that sort of bit, that it's the movement part. And with my son in particular, like one of my youngest is only 2, but we read to him, but my oldest is well on his journey. It infuriated me that for him to have a conversation or tell a story, he had to walk around the space while he did it. Like, the movement helped him. And for us to sit down and learn to read stuff with him, it was really frustrating, and you could see the movement needed. So we actually started with him to go out and walk around while he did a reader. And basically my job was to make sure he didn't trip over anything. But that movement actually helped him participate. That we found a typical classroom setting didn't work. And I don't think it's a gender thing. I think it's an individual child characteristic thing, that I don't think the boy-girl piece works across, but I think it's that individual child finding ways for them to engage in books is really critical. I mean, the other way we do this is it's bringing books alive, and when we talk about books, like most people, I don't know, most people in the line probably know what a yabby is, but when we were kids, the white kids down the road would go and use string and like bait and all that sort of stuff and pull the yabbies out. We used to play rock, scissors, paper, and whoever lost would have to stick the big toe or your finger down the hole and a pinch on, and we'd pull them out, and we'd tell about all these stories and all that sort of stuff. So for us to find a book that is talking about that, and then for us to go out and explore it in the real world, that cements some of that, and then they've got a context so that when they go back to sit down and read, they've got an real experience to bring it back to. I think that's what's missing in the classroom, because I know my son in particular, he had a book that was, Anita, you might know it as a librarian, one of the early readers. It was Cowboy Pete and Kissy Jane or something like that, and it was American cowboy and a lady who worked in the milk bar, and they were making loving eyes across each other, and it was done in the old cowboy era, and in the end, the whole town gets together and then they're kissing at the end. And my son, as a 6-year-old boy in the city in Sydney, had no idea of the context, not interested in girls, not interested in any of that sort of stuff, who is then trying to figure out words and look at pictures and decode a world that just wasn't relevant to him. So I think that's the piece, is making content that's relevant. I think it's making content that kids want to pick up. I think it's paying attention to not to what we direct kids to, but what are kids directing themselves to. And we're seeing an interesting thing, and this is where we're seeing gender is not the key part, is the Matildas have just done an amazing job in the World Cup. My son and daughter have got Matilda jerseys. My son, who didn't want girls on his team 2 years ago, is now, when him and his mates play, you know, they're all Sam Kerr and all this sort of stuff, and they're loving it. He's now gone on the last school book club. He's gone and got Sam Kerr's book to learn skills. So he's now reading her skills book so he can learn how to kick a ball more like Sam Kerr does. That's the piece we're looking at. It's not this gender, and I don't think we need to be so binary on our thinking on it. I think we need to allow kids to have that opportunity to choose, to direct us, and then we help them unlock that piece.
Thank you. We've got questions coming in, so I'm going to keep moving along. And the next one is, with kids spending a lot of time in early learning centres away from their families, are we looking at whether there is quality reading materials and positive reading modelling in the early learning centres? Robin, would you like to start with that one?
Definitely. I think it is absolutely essential that children in early learning centres have quality and as Ben said, a rich variety of texts, as well as lots of opportunities to tell stories and share stories. And the modelling from the educators in early learning centres is really important as well. So I think the point that Ben made too about children needing to be able to see themselves in the stories and books that are shared with them is really important, and the opportunity for them to see their own languages being used in early learning centres is also really important. That means we really have to make sure all our educators in early learning centres have that understanding of the importance of storying, the importance of sharing quality text, and the importance of talking about texts and helping them see the links and connections with their own lives.
And Anita, would you like to add to that?
No, I agree with that. I think, the question of whether we are looking at that, I think, is obviously, significantly different from state to state. I probably would say, and this might relate a little bit to the next question as well, that in Tasmania, we've just come through a period of having an independent literacy advisory panel look at the broad sweep of what we're doing to support literacy in Tasmania, and it came up with a number of recommendations that our state has engaged to implement, that are about making sure that at every stage of life throughout life, we are providing the supports that people need to both learn to read and also have access to opportunities to read, and in the early learning space, we really want to make sure that early learning educators understand really clearly what a crucial time that is for young people's early language development, in laying the foundations for being able to read, and with things like vocabulary access, engagement to vocabulary and oral language, development of oral language, but also starting to have sort of an understanding and appreciation of sound and rhyme and those kinds of things. So I think that having quality reading materials is important, but early learning is a space where, what we want there is that exposure that Ben was talking about earlier, that being able to play with books, to sort of look at them in any way you like, get used to them, understand that they are a thing that that can be fun and can be enjoyable.
Thank you. Okay, Nicole Commons has come up with a lively question, which I'll put to all the panel members. Is silent reading lessons something we need to put to bed? Should it be replaced with a more structured reading, such as literature circles? So we've already heard, yes, learning to read is hard work and silent reading can be a slog. Who wants to start with that one?
I'll launch in.
Okay.
Look, I'm happy to say that I think there's a huge amount of evidence now that reading is not something that we naturally acquire. We don't just pick it up. Oral language absolutely is. Storytelling ability absolutely is. But learning to read, there are a number of elements that need explicit instruction, and that what we want to make sure in our education systems, and certainly in Tasmania, is that we are equipping all our educators to deliver those elements in a very explicit way. What that doesn't mean is that it needs to be boring. And this is where I think the conversation often gets off track. You can deliver a structured and systematic approach to literacy and make sure that children are getting all of the elements they need, or adults for that matter, without making it boring. And that involves continuing to have that environment where reading is something that can be fun and can be pleasurable. But I do think some structured instruction, it doesn't hurt anybody, and it helps the people who haven't been getting what they need in the past. So that is absolutely the direction that we're going in Tasmania, and we hope that it's the direction everyone's going in.
Okay, should we go to Ben and then to Robin?
Look, I do see the value of silent reading in terms of that time to practice, that set time so that we can do it. But I think even when I remember being a classroom teacher, and I have to admit I'm a PE teacher, so not a real teacher, so different rules for us, was when we did silent reading for the kids, we wouldn't jump on that when one of the kids would snicker and show a page and share a conversation, a book. Whereas that was very frowned upon in a lot of the schools we worked in, that it was, no, it's silent reading, you don't talk, you sit by yourself. So allowing that crossover is really important, because then it is that enjoyment. And even as a parent, even as an educator, and even as the CEO of the ILF, my kids come home with the rules of literature and all this structure and how we can support them. And I read material and I think I'm lost. I don't know how to support them in this new method that's going on, and then I feel out of my depth, and then and even in my role, I feel I want to pull back from it because I don't know how to support them properly, and I don't want to interfere in it. And it's not a lack of care or a lack of interest in it. It's really, I don't want to be the burden on them to do this. So I think we need to be really careful that we don't over dramatize or over structure these sort of things as well, that then eliminates people from it as well. So that would be my suggestion there, is finding good ways to help. Thanks, Tammy. They're feeding me in the car at the moment, the good mob. That's what I'd say is absolutely, structure is important, but it needs to be structured that other people can access and help, and it's not then something that eliminates the support networks that we all have as well.
Okay, thank you. And Robin? And you're on mute.
Just a couple of things to add. I agree that time for kids to read what they want to read is important. I remember in my classrooms, I used to have drop everything and read when we'd all read something we wanted to read, and I think that's a good thing, because we do know that we need to give kids opportunities to read what they want to read, and modelling that in the classroom when the teacher reads something too at that time can be a good thing. Certainly agree with the importance of explicit instruction, Anita. But as well, I think encouraging at home that reading with each other, that connection, is one of the most important things of all. Not always asking your child to read to you, because that can sometimes be very daunting, but to read together, to continue to have that as that a special time together, that sharing and talk about what you're reading is fabulous. And the comment about literature circles, I think literature circles can be absolutely fabulous in the classroom, where children have different roles around a particular book that they're sharing together, and they bring their work around that particular role to the rest of the children in that literature circle. That can be great. Readers' theatre, where you're working together to turn a story into a group storytelling experience. All of those sorts of things, where you're having that joy of working together and playing with text, playing with how you read the words. All of that can help you see the joy of reading.
Thank you. Now we have a question from Heather Gallagher. As a former bookseller, parents would say their kids only read GNs, which I assume is graphic novels, and it was time they moved on to real books. Do you have any suggestions for combating this? Who wants to? Anita, you can see you smiling. Do you want to go first with that?
Well, I think as a bookseller, I'm not sure I can give you advice as a bookseller, but I think we've touched on this a lot. What we need to do, as a whole society is move away from the idea that there's only one sort of book that is valuable to read. And graphic novels are, very much more valued in some other societies than ours. I'm thinking of France, for example. There's a whole sort of structure around them, and people are very proud to show off their collections. What we need to do is destigmatize any particular sort of book. Graphic novels have a fantastic role for engaging people, not just young people and beginning readers, although they are great for that, but they are an art form in themselves. They're a form of literature. But so is a flyer that you might get in your letterbox, or a whole lot of other things. Completely support what Ben said. I think, Heather, my only suggestion to you would be to just point them to a really great graphic novel, because obviously some are going to be better than others, as with everything, and tell them to try this one and sing its praises.
Would anyone else like to respond to that? Yeah.
Look, I'll jump on that one. I think graphic novels are an amazing tool for literacy development for all ages. We're seeing graphic novels being one of the biggest growing genres at the moment, and I walked up with my son to Kinya Kunya in Sydney, and to see their collection there is just mind blowing. That you see the lights go on for them, and they just gravitate to it, and there's every subject that is covered. Every Star Wars to Spider-Man to the whole lot to like anything you can think of. And the level of text when I was reading it, like trying to say to him, oh look, this one's this is more of an adult one, or all those pieces that go through, and we're starting to see with Indigiverse as well some really good cultural assets come through these places as well. So I once again would say we need to stop shaming what people are reading and just encourage that as a strength base to say absolutely. And I think that's where libraries have the biggest strength for us, that books and specifically graphic novels are not cheap. They come at a price. Accessing them through libraries and being able to explore it without that risk of expenditure as well, and creating that social environment, because we've started with our kids that we can get access to good graphic novels, and they're sharing it through their friends, and then suddenly each of them they've come up their own system who would buy what one, and then they'll share it across, and that's beautiful to watch. Young 8, 9, 10-year-olds just making their own world and environment around books. That's not structured, it's not dictated, it's what they want to do. That's where you need to focus on.
Thank you. We're getting towards the end of our time now, and so I'm going to give each of our panelists a double question. I'd like to invite you to talk about what do you think are the areas of greatest need, and also something that has inspired you and given you hope that the challenges we're talking about can be addressed successfully. And Robin, I'll start with you. And you're on mute.
Sorry, not doing very well with the mute, am I? I guess just what inspires me is just watching children, young people, adults enjoying reading together or on their own, sharing their responses to books, learning from each other, growing through reading. And I'm one of those people who loves to get lost in a book, and can't wait for the opportunity to get back to it, but also then to have a chance to talk to others about what they thought. And seeing children and young people having those experiences is just wonderful for me.
And what about areas of greatest need?
Well, I think in a country like Australia, all children should have the opportunity to have access, to story, to wonderful literature, and to have opportunities for parents and caregivers and educators to share and model with them. And it concerns me that that's not the case, because as we've heard a number of times today how important it is for all of us to have the opportunities to read for pleasure, the opportunities to see others that are different from us, to understand ourselves better, to understand what place we have in the world and what we can do about changing things. And I think reading has done that for me, and I just would like everyone to have that opportunity.
We have one minute. Anita, do you want to take half of it and then we'll finish with Ben?
I'll be very quick. What inspires me is the stories of the really significant change in somebody's life as an adult when they've been able to improve their skills. And I fully agree that in breaking down the stigma, it's really important not to focus on that deficit.
I think we've just lost Anita.
People with amazing coping strategies, they've got great skills in a whole lot of areas. But when they say something to you like, wow, I've just been able to vote myself for the first time ever because I actually could read the names on that form, it makes you realise that the world we live in is such that, they need those skills. And it's really inspiring to know that we have a structure that's able to help some of them. But to me, the greatest need is to make sure that we don't have people in that situation who have to make that change when they're an adult. So I would, while I want us to be able to continue supporting those adults, I would come right back down to the early years and say that making sure, as Robin said, that we give every child the opportunity to build those skills when it isn't a blocker to their lives and there isn't stigma attached is really crucial.
And thank you. And Ben, I'll give you the last word and you can get back to the fishing.
Thank you. Not about fishing, just thank you. The big thing for us, like coming out on these trips are really important for us to engage with community, but coming down here to Parumpy this morning and sitting with some of the kids, and they were 6 to about 10 was the oldest, and came down, we're having a chat, we had the books out, and one of the boys came up to me and said, my mum wrote this book, and it was one of the ILF books from a Create program in the past, and he said, I've got a really good story, and he goes, I'm going to school today after this, and I'm working because I want to be an author when it's my chance to come on an ILF program. And that's what we're talking about. It is not setting really low bars for kids, is let them on this journey and let them create what they want, because our kids here are not talking about just being reading and writing. They're talking about being published authors and doing that sort of stuff, and that's where we need to focus on. So on that, I'll let you guys go.
Thank you. And I think that brings our time to an end. I'd like to thank our panel and thank you all for the very, very important work and the contributions that you're making too. Thank you.
Thank you, Jan, and thank you to everyone for such a fantastic session. I love that ambitious note to end on, Ben, as well. A really extraordinary session, and the conversation in Slido is really buzzing. If you're wondering where all the chat is happening, it is in Slido in the ideas section. There's so many great links and resources and ideas, programs that are being suggested by people in there. It is you have got a wealth of knowledge, the audience who are joining us here today at Volume, and it's such a pleasure to dive in and learn about what you've got to say and to share. So please keep on sharing. We're about to move on to our next session, which is called What Works? Innovative Engagement. One of the interesting things about this session is that it's about finding innovative ways to engage with readers of all ages. In that session that we just had there about roadblocks to reading, we found ourselves talking a lot about engaging kids and young people. And of course, that's a critical part of the story. And getting people in to be lifelong readers, and to build that passion for reading and the capacity for reading right from an early age. But as we also heard, we've got to make sure that we make sure people feel included, equipped, empowered, and invited to become readers at every stage in their lives, and coming back to reading and falling back in love with reading is a big part of that. So what we will hear now are 3 short, sharp lightning talks that focus on this idea of engaging with readers of all ages. The 3 speakers are Char McCullum from the Tandem Collective on immersive digital reading experiences, Dr. Brodwin Redden from Deakin University, who has been undertaking research into teen readers, and Shay Layton from the Tough Guy Book Club. Now, while these are pre-recorded lightning talks, it's really exciting that Bronwyn and Shay are here in the chat. They're on Slido in the ideas section, and they're going to be answering questions as they come up as well. So jump onto Slido and get ready for these fantastic 3 short, sharp lightning talks.
Hi, I'm Char from Team Tandem. Beginning with just 2 people and £100 investment, Tandem really kicked off a couple of years into its beginning when we were approached by a publisher to run a paperback campaign. The book we were approached to work on was set over 4 hours, and what we actually realised was you could read it over 4 hours. And so with our shoestring budget, we employed 20 micro-influencers on Instagram to run an experimental real-time Instagram read-along. Question cards and challenges were hidden inside the book, and each time the readers came to one of those prompts, they posted it on their Instagram stories or on their feed, tagging us, the publisher, the author, and themselves all along the way. What this led to was other publishers coming to us and saying, we want to replicate this, and it also meant that bookstagrammers all across the UK wanted to be part of our community and take part in similar activity. And so that's what we do. This is now the cornerstone of our business. We've run over 2,000 read-alongs globally, from the UK to Canada to Germany to Italy to India, and we just want to keep growing. And we're now no longer 2 people, we're now a team of 33. We have very swiftly arrived at the data portion of our presentation. This section is split into 2. The first, very quick section, is based on data that we've gathered as a business from our read-alongs and our campaigns from the past year or so. And then the next portion of data is based on a survey that was sent out on your behalf to our community, and we got over 1,000 responses in 27 countries, and that's what the second half of the data is. So on Book Talk, our favourite genres are contemporary fiction, romance fiction, and YA fantasy. And on Bookstagram, the favourite genres are fantasy fiction, romance fiction, and YA fantasy. In this scenario, favourite is deemed as the campaigns that had the highest engagement rate on average from 2022 to 2023. This next bit is based on Instagram and TikTok followers versus engagement. So what we found on Instagram is the higher the follower count, the lower the engagement. And with Reels, because the viewers is so variable, that does not count into that follower versus engagement ratio. And then on TikTok, accounts under 1,000 followers perform extremely well, but then it sort of stagnates until they get to about 11,000 followers, where their engagement increases dramatically. So now we've hit our survey data. So we asked people about their reading habits, their libraries, their buying habits, what kind of content they like. So this is a really varied piece of data. And like I said, we have over 1,000 responses from 27 different countries. When it comes to buying habits, over 70% of BookTokers and Bookstagrammers said that they are heavy book readers. They eat, sleep, and breathe books, with 62% of them saying that they prefer to buy at least 1 or 2 titles every time they come across a bookstore. And to close down this section, 83% of readers said that they were willing to work with bookshops on a paid or voluntary basis. We're now going to hit you up with some library stats. So 77% of people polled said that they are members of a library already, with over half of them saying that they go once every month or thereabouts. And here are some of the reasons why 23% of readers don't use their library. Here are some other services that people would like to see from their libraries. And generally speaking, people would like to hear from their libraries more, because only 31% of people polled said that they ever actually heard anything from their library at all, and 29% of those was through their library newsletter. And to round us off, a whopping 85% of bookish creators said that they were willing to work with their libraries on a paid and voluntary basis. On to our final section of survey data, and this bit is on reading habits in general. Most Bookstagrammers and BookTokers prefer reading by themselves, which I'm sure is a surprise to no one. When polled, we found out that 1/3 of people don't use audio at all. When asked, we found that 90% of readers, when it comes to consumption, prefer to consume their bookish content via photo imagery, so on Instagram. 42% prefer written format, so blogs, in their captions, things like that. And then 38% of those people prefer short form videos, so Reels and short TikToks. And when it comes to sharing, a whopping 92% of people surveyed said that they prefer sharing photo content, which isn't surprising. On social media, people generally gravitate towards 3 types of content: by their favourite author, about their favourite genre, or if it's an extremely aesthetic book. And only 22% of readers said that they engage with bestseller content or literary prize content. When asked, BookTokers and Bookstagram said there was 3 types of content that they said was most shareable. That was competition and giveaway content, funny or relatable content, or content that was really nice to watch or listen to. They did like engaging in trends, and if they were going to take part in a trend, they want it to be easy to do, a nice or funny relatable audio, and they don't really like showing their faces in videos. So that's something to bear in mind.
If you'd like to join me, I'd love to spend the rest of our elevator ride telling you everything that Tandem does. So you're not on Instagram? Well, no worries. We run activity on Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, Twitter, and on Zoom. We also run training for authors and publishers on those sites, and we can provide quarterly trend packets for these sites to help your teams make more engaging campaigns and content. With campaigns, basically add along to anything and it works. Read along, listen along, cook along, journal along, watch along. We run live and online events, from author Q&As on Instagram and TikTok to multi-author murder mysteries to publisher showcases. If you need some consumer insight like the survey we just did, we can do that for you as well. And we can also build a campaign for any budget, big, small or shoestring. If your authors need Bookstagram friendly content, we can make that. And we can help you launch a new social platform with a fleshed out launch strategy. If you need paid social ads, we can manage those, and we can also help broker high-profile partnerships. Pretty much anything you need, we can do, and we're happy to do it. It looks like we're here, but here's a link to our deck, and we hopefully will see you soon.
Hello, my name is Bronwyn Redden, and I'm a research fellow at Deakin University. My topic is how to get more teens reading for pleasure more often. This comes from a research project funded by the Australian Research Council and the copyright agency Cultural Fund. It's called Discovering a Good Read, Cultural Pathways to Reading for Australian Teens in a Digital Age. We started mapping the ecology of teen reading in Australia in 2020 alongside our industry partners, whose logos you can see in my background. You can find out more about the project at teenreading.net. Today, I'm talking about strategies that support teens reading for pleasure. And I have 3 questions to guide this discussion. 1, how often do Australian teens read for pleasure? 2, what stops teens reading? 3, what keeps teens reading? 1, how often do Australian teens read for pleasure? In 2022 and 2023, we surveyed 13,000 Australian secondary school students aged 11 to 18 about their reading habits and preferences. Consistent with previous research, we've identified 3 groups of readers. 1, avid readers. 2, occasional or light readers. 3, reluctant or non-readers. Most teens fall into the second category. 55% of teens told us they spend some or a small amount of time reading. 25% said they don't spend any time reading. 17% spend a lot or as much time as they can reading. We're talking about reading for pleasure here, not reading for school. If we look more closely at teens who identify as readers, 45% of this group say they read more often during the school holidays than during the school term. And 44% say they read less now than they did in their final year of primary school, grade 6. This brings me to question number 2. What stops teens reading for pleasure? There is a lot of research about why reading declines during adolescence, but much of this work is created by adults about teens. We asked teens to tell us about their reading, including what stops them from reading. We've identified 5 structural barriers that limit how much teens read: time, identity, attention, motivation, and supply. Of these 5 barriers, time, and that perceived lack of time, that's the one that keeps coming up the most. We were told repeatedly how busy teens are, how crowded the curriculum is, and how many other activities get in the way of teens reading. Homework, part-time jobs, sport, social media, friends, the list goes on. We heard this from teens who answered our survey and attended our focus groups, and from the adults who work really hard to get teens reading: teacher and school librarians and English and literacy teachers. But when you put all of this evidence together, the real issue is not time. It's about whether reading is valued as an activity worth making time for. For far too many Australian teens, reading is not something they make much time for. So what can we do about this? Unfortunately, I don't have a silver bullet that will transform reluctant or occasional readers into book lovers. But there are things we can do to make space for reading in the lives of teens. Which brings me to my final question. What keeps teens reading? Schools with a strong reading culture use strategies to help their students keep reading. I'm going to speak about 3 that have relevance beyond the school context: mindset, leadership, and collaboration. And I want to acknowledge here that teacher librarians and school library staff do a phenomenal job of encouraging reading amongst young people. But it is not just their responsibility. Schools who do a good job keeping teens reading involve the whole school community: teachers, parents, school leaders, students, in addition to having a well-resourced school library. It's this type of collaboration that is successful in creating a mindset that encourages reading. When we talk about mindset, we're talking about attitudes towards reading. Or as one of the librarians we spoke to said, if it's not valued and you don't see people reading, you don't make time for it. So, if we want more teens to read for pleasure, they need to see reading as an important and valuable activity. How do we do this? That's where leadership and collaboration come in. Schools who value reading for pleasure have adults in leadership positions, especially teachers and principals, who model reading and talk about books with students. Parents are also important reading role models for teens. But individual reading champions are not enough. The most successful reading cultures are ones where principals, teachers, and librarians collaborate to create a whole of school culture that values reading. It also really helps to find ways to make reading social for teens. Is this achievable? Well, it does require consistent, sustained effort from a range of stakeholders. But yes, I believe it is achievable. Why? The last question in our survey asked teens to tell us how much they think they'll be reading in 10 years' time. More, less, or about the same as they do now. 47% say they think they'll be reading more in 10 years' time. This tells us that teens are still engaged with reading for pleasure, despite the things getting in their way. And teens who have a parent who reads regularly, particularly if that parent is their father, are more likely to say they see themselves reading more in 10 years' time. And this gives me hope that we can help teens read more, and tells us that we need to work together with the adults in their lives to do so. Thank you.
G'day, I'm Shay from Tough Guy Book Club. Our organisation runs 90 men's book clubs in pubs around Australia, and our goals are to get guys reading and put rowdy conversations back in the pub. We do this because we know that most men are happier when they read more, talk more, and have more friends. And why have boring conversations about the weather or sport when you can read the Count of Monte Cristo and argue with your mates about the nature of revenge? We started our club 10 years ago this month because I was going through a really rough time. I had buggered up some pretty key aspects of my life, and I needed to change the way I was thinking, kind of break the rhythm. And I hadn't read much in a long time, but I knew that, you know, a good book can change the way you think, see, and feel things. So I decided we'd start a book club in the pub in Collingwood, where we spent most of our time anyway, and it just kind of got out of hand. About 3 months later, we opened our second chapter, which is in Portland, Oregon. Our club reads all kinds of things, but because all 90 of our chapters read the same book at the same time each month, we put a lot of thought into what those books are going to be. Two main things about those books. Number one, that we only read fiction. Guys already read enough books about World War II and sports biographies. And number two is that we don't read good books, we read interesting books. If everyone likes a book, I've kind of failed. What we need to do is we need to have some people hate the book, because that creates a good conversation at the end of the month. Thankfully, so many things worked for us over the years. Meeting people where they were by meeting in pubs, making sure that men were reading where young men could see them. Just the aspect that reading can be inherently social. The intergenerational conversations that come out of the spaces when they're in an important community third space like a pub, and 100 other things that have worked for us. But I think one of the ones that's really interesting to talk about for Tough Guy Book Club is the people we invited to come and read with us. Most weeks, I have a guy come to me and tell me that he hadn't read a book since high school before he started with Tough Guy Book Club, and now he reads all the time. And I'm not talking about young people, I'm talking about grown men, 40, 50, 60. And this shows that there's a group of people out there who knew they wanted to read more, or were able to read more, or would enjoy reading more, but we weren't finding ways to invite them. They were essentially me. So once we realized that this group was out there, we made a very definite effort to try and find them. So we started advertising in bars, MMA gyms, tattoo parlors, and all the other places where you don't expect lovers of literature to hang out. And we invited them to come and read with us. We went out of our way to find a guy that's got a neck tattoo and ask him to come and read literature with us. And what we found was that there is so many of them there, and they want to be involved in something. And I think that involvement's really interesting. The idea that your grandfather was probably a member of a church, a union, the CFA, you know, the football club, the Buffalo Club. He was involved in so many different ways with his community, but the people that we were going after to invite to come and read with us, they weren't involved in lots of different ways in our community. And we found that they wanted to be. So we made a club that is about reading, about talking, about having more friends, but also made it a community within our community that people could be involved and engaged with. And we did that by just learning the classical lesson of not judging a book by its cover, and finding those who haven't been asked to read recently. Of course it is. What a stupid question. Not really. But the real question is, what is toughness? And who got to decide that reading wasn't part of it? Because I didn't get a vote. Did you?
Wow, that was fantastic. Thank you so much, Shay, Bronwyn, Chart. What an amazing collection of ideas and people. And the chat, of course, is going off. If you're not in Slido yet, now is the time. Log on during the lunch break. There's so much great information. Bronwyn is sharing so many insights from her research. Shay is sharing a lot of insights too. And as I mentioned before, these videos will be available And you'll be getting some more information about that later today, and you'll be getting them in your inbox tomorrow, so you can dive back in and catch up on anything you missed. Well, I think we've well and truly earned a lunch break now. We'll be taking a lunch break until 12:45. So please do go grab your lunch and please be back and re-engage with the conversation by 12:45. You'll see that in Slido we've posted a question. What would it feel like to live in a reading nation? And what would you see around you? Shay's presentation really reminds me of that. Like, you go to the pub, you see tough guys reading. You go to the gym, you see, people reading on the treadmill. What does it look like? What does it feel like? And let's try and build the kind of experience, the picture, the something that's tangible. So it's not just about the stats, it's about the experience of what it's like to live in a reading nation. So please post your answers over the break and throughout the afternoon. We'll be incorporating your feedback into our final session today. But until then, enjoy your lunch. See you at 12:45. Hello, everyone. I hope you made it to the microwave in time and back. Thank you for joining us again for the second half of the day here at Volume. You just saw there some of the comments coming through, some of the responses to the question, what would it feel like to live in a reading nation? And we'll be talking further about that a little bit later today. So please keep those ideas coming. But now I'm joined again by Anna Berkey. Hello, Anna.
Jess, I'm back.
It's been an epic morning already. And now we're going to dive into a session that takes us on a bit of a journey about what's possible and give us a UK focus. Can you tell us, what is the kind of relationship or context, why is it really relevant to look at how the UK is approaching being a reading nation?
Yeah, I think there's a few reasons why we've selected the UK as a case study. I think there's some market similarities with Australia. So although it is a much bigger population at 66 million as opposed to 26 million, there is definitely some real similarities. It's, of course, a predominantly main language English. It's got a really strong and really healthy publishing sector, as Australia does. There's a lot happening in terms of reader development, reading engagement. There's strong public libraries network across the 4 constituent parts of the UK. There's a lot going on. There are challenges in school library land over there as well. And I think looking at the case studies that we're about to focus on, there's also been 30 years of having several dedicated agencies to looking at reader and literacy and reading and writing engagement across the country. So they've had, in addition to all of the networks and systems and support and great organizations we have here in Australia, they also have that layer of national reader development organizations. And so that's, I think, why it's particularly interesting for us to look at. They've also got 3 layers of government like we do. So there's lots of different people that you have to speak to and negotiate with. So some real similarities. One thing I do want to call out, Jess, is that I'm very conscious of the fact that it's very Anglo-centric. And I don't just want to be upfront about that. I know that there are some absolutely amazing programs happening in other countries like Singapore. South Korea has a remarkable arts learning program that's rolled out from a central level with substantial funding that's really impressive. Japan has a whole manga museum and library in Kyoto. There's incredibly impressive programs that are happening in other countries and cultures. And actually, if any of you out there have specific contacts for people who are working at kind of reader development at scale in a national way or a regional way in any of those kinds of countries, I'd love to hear from you. So you can drop me a line at hello@australiareads.org.au. Would love to hear more. But for now, there are those market similarities with the UK, and I think there's definitely some things that we can pick up and pinch from them, basically.
Well, look, I think you could do Australia Reads graphic novels as a whole separate day because it's kind of emerging as a theme. So you might have to connect with the Manga Museum, get some of these tips that we've heard so far, and then take it on a separate journey.
I think that would be super fun. It's a beautiful museum. It's an amazing space. Another thing to just mention before we go into these pre-records is that I happen to be in the UK, so I was on the right time zone. So our speakers aren't here with us live, but they are willing to answer questions separately, and I can probably field quite a few of your questions in the Slido as we go. So you're going to get pre-recorded versions of my face for the next couple of sessions, but I'm still here and will be in the Slido in the chat.
And very briefly, Anna, because you had the terrible job of having to go and hang out in summer and work at, interview everybody. Tell us quickly about Philippa, Jonathan, and Debbie.
So Philippa Cochrane is from Scottish Book Trust, which is 25 years old. I've done a lot of work in the past with Scottish Book Trust. They're a really impressive organisation. And Philippa has been there from the very beginning. She's one of the very first staff. So she's really played a role in the strategy of how the trust has developed and the kind of reading work that they do. She's also, we mentioned just 4 or 5 programs in the interview, but there's kind of 12 or 13 really impressive programs that they run nationwide. And lots to do with getting income for authors. That's really quite impressive work. Debbie Hicks from the Reading Agency. The Reading Agency is a beautiful agency that started around a kitchen table years ago of passionate librarians and teachers. It is an organization that really celebrates the reader as a creative, and that reading itself is a creative endeavor and a creative pursuit. And Debbie is really impressive and has been doing this work for a long time. And then Jonathan Douglas, CBE, I believe, from the National Literacy Trust, whose patron is Queen Camilla, is really good at talking about partnerships, funding, and strategy. How have they forged, as the National Literacy Trust, which has grown under his leadership to have 170 staff, to how do they bring in funding, millions of dollars, about $20 million worth of funding from corporate partners into reading. So working with other industries to connect with reading by talking their language and delivering what they need, as well as delivering fantastic reading outcomes. So I think a really interesting array of our, hopefully for everyone, of our 3 speakers.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Anna. Well, I hope you've got a pot of tea on, everyone. We're going to tune into 3 fantastic interviews. Please post your questions in the chat and they will be addressed in the closing panel. And then we'll be back for the next session. Enjoy.
Okay, hello everyone. I am here with Debbie Hicks from the Reading Agency, a charitable organisation focused on tackling life's big challenges through the proven power of reading, a cause we can all absolutely get behind. Debbie, you're a founding member of the Reading Agency. So to kick us off, maybe you could tell us a little bit about how the agency came into being and what caused you to set it up, and what were you really focused on at that time?
Absolutely. Well, thank you very much, Anna, and welcome everybody to this session. So where did we come from? The Reading Agency grew out of the passion of a group of reading activists who were involved in the reader development movement and driven by a really firm belief in the power of reading. We knew that reading was a game changer. We knew that it enabled individuals and communities to be the best they could be, that it supported creativity and skills and learning and health and well-being and social connectivity and all those really important things in society. But we knew that we also needed to prove that, and we needed a robust case for support that raised its profile in a different way. So the reading landscape was very well supported at the time. There were lots of major players, but we were all sort of reinventing the wheel and working away in our silos. So we felt that there could be real value in joining up the dots so that we could bring the key partners together around a shared vision that could also build the evidence base that would then ensure buy-in to this vision from a wider range of stakeholders. And we've done an initial piece of mapping research looking at reading partnerships for libraries, which really reinforced that belief. So we were absolutely involved in 3 important development strands of work. One was focused on research and advocacy for reading and libraries. There was another piece of work around the development of off-the-shelf promotional resources. And then there was a third piece of work, which was piloting a national reading programme template that brought together local summer reading activities into one model with shareable resources. So all groundbreaking work, but all very siloed. And we thought that by bringing those 3 strands together within a new partnership framework that combined the power of the different parts of the reading landscape, libraries, publishers, authors, we could pack a real punch, and also create a centralised agency for change that could deliver high quality, cost-effective reading activation whilst also building the evidence base that would extend our influence. So Arts Council gave us a small development grant and we were away. The Reading Agency was born.
You were real. It was happening.
We were happening.
And how did that, I'm asking a cheeky question that's not in our official script right now, everyone. How did that, you bring those people together? Like what was that kind of shared message that you had to come up with? Because that's a lot, you had to get a lot of people involved in that.
Yeah, and I mentioned the Reading Partnerships for Libraries research, which was actually really the starting point, because what we did was we talked to all those different stakeholders and said, really tried to identify what their agenda was, and then we could map that across and find the common areas. So we had a really good piece of research that identified the common ground, and that was the call to action, if you like.
Yeah, absolutely. That having that kind of like strong evidence base that would allow you all to focus in the same direction, by the sounds.
Absolutely.
And so the agency has evolved over the years. You have been working with many tens of thousands of children and adults across the country. What are you focused on at present? Have those initial 3 pillars you've just mentioned shifted at all?
I think they're still very much there. I mean, we started with a passion, 3 activists around a kitchen table, but and that passion is still there, the passionate belief in the power of reading for pleasure. But 20 years on, I think we've absolutely honed that vision and mission to focus on the proven power of reading to deliver social and personal change. So we still want our work to be fun and we want to be engaging, but we want it to show that it does make a real difference, that it makes a difference to skills and learning, that it can make a difference to health and well-being, and that it can make a difference to social connectivity. So I think the building blocks are there, but they've become more evidence-based and more impactful in terms of social and personal change. I think we've also really realised that reading isn't for everyone. It's not easy for everyone. There are some real barriers to engagement, and those barriers can be linked to skills and confidence, inequality of access, or economic or geographical deprivation. Whatever the cause, for many those challenges are really hard to overcome. So that I think has also impacted us in a great deal in our thinking and has made a real shift in our work. So we're still committed to getting everyone into reading, but we also want to ensure that those that need its benefits the most have access to it, and that means targeted outreach and perhaps adapting our universal models to make sure that they're reaching the people that we want them to reach. I think we're also developed a real commitment to an authentic understanding of the needs of our audiences and what the challenges are that stop people on their reading journey. So that's meant that co-production has become really important to us, actually talking to people about what they want and need, particularly if those audiences are underserved. And I think another really important message for us over the years has been that, for less confident readers, it's not the book that's the starting point, it's the interest pathway, it's the passion. That's the way into reading. So, and I think we've also really realised that it's not enough to give a person a book and expect them to become a reader. You have to activate that engagement, whether it's through peer support and encouragement, whether it's through shared and social reading models, whether it's different formats or different types of approaches into reading, or whether it's events and activities. That activation is absolutely crucial. And I think the third thing that I would say that we've really has really made a difference to our work is that we've appreciated that whilst work with children and young people is really important, it really does set those children off on their reading journeys. I think if we really want to make a difference, we've got to also engage with adults, especially those adults that are less confident, because I think that's a game changer for them, that changes their lives, but it also can help to build those cycles of deprivation in the home.
Yeah, so that's a big market in the UK. That's 66 million people, something like that, the population of the UK, reaching all adults. That's a pretty big mission. So how are you kind of targeting that? How are you kind of
Well, I think we have our universal approaches, the work with the passionate readers, with those that enjoy reading, and there are our reading group activity, our publisher offers, all of that sort of engagement that's there, that people can use under their own volition. But I think we're also doing really targeted work with less confident readers. So we have programs such as Reading Ahead, which supports less confident readers on their reading journey. It's a challenge model, but it's for adults. We have our Quick Reads program, great books by great authors, but easy to read and accessible and confidence boosting, whilst also fun and engaging. So I think, you know, we look at the big picture and how we can support those readers, but we who enjoy reading, but we also look at those that need help along their journey.
So a broad program and a suite of activities that anyone can sort of self-service into if they're ready, and then a really facilitated program for those who might need a bit more support. Is that the kind of mix?
I think that's the perfect scenario.
Mm-hmm. So maybe you can tell us a little bit more about sort of how this works in practice for a couple of programs. Maybe we start with the Summer Reading Challenge, which is a really broad program that you run.
Absolutely, and it's one that I think will be very familiar to people in Australia, because it's a very common model, and it's our flagship program. We reach over 800,000 children a year with it, engaging summer reading activity that's fun, that's family focused, but really has an important impact in that it tackles that summer slide, so that children keep reading over the summer and don't have that dip when they go back into schools. But I think, you know, what we try and do is keep it exciting and engaging. So a new theme every year, supported by new partners, which keeps it fresh. So for example, this year, Ready Steady Read, we've got a sports theme, partnership with Youth Sports Trust. It's been really successful, and we're seeing record numbers engaging in libraries and online with the Summer Reading Challenge. So, you know, it's about that freshness, keeping it moving. And, you know, it's 20 years old, so the model really does work. Those different partnerships, that different theme takes it in a new direction every year. But I think the other thing to say about the Summer Reading Challenge is it's really successful. 800,000 children is an impressive figure, but it's only 4% of the total eligible primary age catchment for that programme. So we are reaching some of those families and children that probably need the benefits of that summer reading the most. So, you know, another thing we've been doing with the Summer Reading Challenge is testing new ways of delivering it, working across the local authority. It's still got libraries at its heart, but we've been working with education, with public health, with other parts of the local authority to reach out into the community and take the Summer Reading Challenge to children in their own place, with an encouragement to come into the library you know, to follow it on. And the other thing we've been doing is also thinking about universal library access. So give a child a Summer Reading Challenge core pack, give them a library card at the same time, so it removes one of those barriers to engagement. So very exciting developments, I think.
Yeah, so I mean, those barriers to engagement you mentioned, that access to books, having books in the environment, being validated that books are normal in the space around you, they sound like pretty critical factors when you're thinking about designing a new program.
Yes, I think they absolutely are. Yeah, and I think there are some. If I had to pick out some success factors for a national programme, I think it's, you know, at scale, high quality resources that are customizable at a local level, so they look and feel local, but they've also got that national impact, that strong supporting evidence base, you know, with public libraries at the heart, powerful shared evidence, and authentic co-production with communities. So I think there's a number of really critical success factors for national programme delivery.
And so, I mean, have you set yourselves a goal? If you've got 4% now, are you looking ahead and going, we want to get that up to 10% of primary children?
Our ambition is universal access to the Summer Reading Challenge. The new models we've tried this year and last year, well, actually we're into our third year of the cross authority pilot. We know that we've engaged 100,000 additional children that have never used the library before. So it's a big ambition, getting everyone involved, but, you know, think big. That's our motto.
We've got to dream big. If we want nations of readers, we've got to dream big.
Absolutely.
That's impressive. Thank you. And I think that what you just said there about kind of centralized resources made local so that it can be adapted. I'm sure that you would find a metro community is quite different from a village in an isolated area. So is that what you mean by localized people being able to adapt the resources?
Yes, so the resources, in a way, the Reading Agency has been a victim of its own success in that people see the Summer Reading Challenge, but they see it as a local initiative because it feels like it's their local library, it's their local community that are doing it. And I think we sort of match that approach very much with our the way we approach the evidence collection. So we have the big national impact data, the big national reach figures, but we also provide local snapshots for local communities and local areas, so that our local library partners can use that evidence at within their own communities and with their own partners to prove value.
That's amazing. And that's definitely a theme that we're hearing again and again in Australia, from the UK, from Canada, the US, is the importance of getting that information, getting that data about how readers behave and how you're doing, and being honest about tracking your success and how things are going. So do you commission your own reports? How do you approach the research piece of work?
Well, our research model is varied. Wherever we can, we commission external research to have that robust validation. But we also do in-house evaluation of programme delivery, and in some ways, that's also a real strength because you can tease out some of the real implications of the data in a way that external agencies don't always understand the real context. But I think there is a place for that. Absolutely, I accept that there is a place for that externally commissioned research that puts things into a national context and where there are the robust tools. We use a mixture of our own bespoke tools that we've developed specifically for programme evaluation, adapted to specific programmes, but also validated measures as well when we're doing our own research to always ensure that we're in line with national evidence trends, but we're getting the most out of our programmes.
And that must really strengthen your advocacy message if you're able to point to multiple years of data from the same programme and growth and so forth.
Absolutely. And I think that's one of the strengths of, if we look at Reading Well, for example, we have 10 years of evidence. Reading Well is our books on prescription programme. We've got 10 years of evidence for that programme that includes evidence of reach and impact. So over 3 million books have been loaned from public libraries as a result of the health and wellbeing lists that we've created, but we've also got very strong evidence of patient benefit and self-reported benefit.
Can you just run us through in a little bit more detail what Read Well is? Because I think there's a lot of interest in the intersection between health and reading and the many health benefits that reading can have. So could you describe the programme a bit more?
Reading Well is a really great example of a community reading intervention that's actually become established as a frontline health support service. It doesn't, it's not meant to replace any of our existing health services, but it's meant to add value. And it's designed very much to help people understand and manage a range of health conditions. So we have 5 Reading Well lists in existence. We've got 3 mental health lists, one for adults, one for children and families, and one for young people. We've got a long-term conditions list and a dementia list, which we're just refreshing. It sounds a simple thing, a curated list of helpful reading. It's a very robust process. It takes a year or so to put one of those book lists together. It involves evidence mapping. It involves extensive consultation with health professionals and service users. But once those book lists are there, they're available, they're out in public libraries, they can be referred to by health professionals, or people can use them on their own just to explore additional support for any of their health needs. So, it's been around for 10 years and it's now very much a recognised community health intervention at the heart of the public library health offer.
That sounds amazing, having really established a strong relationship with the health sector then, that they feel to some extent an ownership for that program by the sound of things.
Absolutely. I mean, it's endorsed by NHS England. It's also endorsed in Wales. It's got, you know, all of the Royal Colleges backing it, the Royal College of Psychiatrists, Royal College of GPs. We work with some of the biggest mental health charities on the list. So, you know, each list has its own framework of supporting and endorsing partners that can really give that quality assurance that those books, you know, those books are the best that can be found for the particular area of health that they're supporting.
Yeah, what a great way to reach more adults who might not otherwise have that support or that helping hand into reading. I know that there'll be a lot of interest in that program in Australia, and I think it was appreciate you letting us know the kind of rigor that goes into it, that when you're designing a program to have a particular kind of intervention, you need to be very thoughtful about your purpose and your program design, and then spend the time bringing the partners on board. So it feels like, you know, to have something with longevity, you need to put that kind of thoughtfulness in up front.
Absolutely. And it's not always an easy journey, because I think, you know, when you're doing a lot of co-production work and you're talking to health professionals and people with lived experience, sometimes there's a bit of a gap between the two views, and I wouldn't say conflict.
Different languages maybe going on there.
And different priorities. And I think that we've learned a huge amount about health commissioning and the type of books that people want and need and that are useful, that are not always the type of books that are commissioned by publishers and health experts.
Oh, some food for thought for colleagues watching in Australia now. Debbie, our time has almost come to an end, but I'm going to ask you to just kind of sum it up in a nutshell for us. What would your top 3 tips be for anyone out there who's looking to build either a local reading community, or we have a grand ambition to build a reading nation?
Well, always good to have big ambitions. So I think my 3 tips, I thought this was quite a difficult question, but my 3 tips would be: work out who your key partners are, learn to speak their language, to get them on side, and identify the common ground that you can build on together. Because I think nobody changes the world by reinventing the wheel, but by working together, you can absolutely create something that has impact and makes a difference. My second tip, I think, would be evidence. Understand need, be able to qualify impact, and align value against the priorities of the partners that you want to work with. I think we all want to change the world, but we have to prove that we can do so. And I think my third one, which is very much a personal view, is passion. Have a passion. I think it's infectious. And with it, you can really sell the message about reading, even to those that are outside the reading world.
All the more important, in fact, to get those outside the reading world on board. And I know that both yourself and your team, Debbie, but all those watching today are here because we have that passion, and we really want to see what we can do to build a reading nation. So thank you so much, Debbie, for being with us and sharing your experience. It was really great to have you. And thank you for your time.
It's been my pleasure. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm here with Jonathan Douglas, the CEO of the UK's National Literacy Trust, which is an independent charity based here in the UK. And Jonathan, the Trust is very established, and you run a huge number of programs that change the lives of tens of thousands of children and adults right across the country. You've got this grand network of literacy hubs that supports the most socially disadvantaged communities in the UK. And you also do an awful lot of campaigning and policy work backed up by a really extensive research program. So we're going to take a whistle-stop tour through each of those areas and learn a bit more about the impact of the Trust. And maybe we can start with readers and the people you work with. Can you tell us a bit about the communities and the people you work with and the programs you run?
Yeah. So literacy in the UK is a really significant issue. About 1 in 6 adults have got significantly low levels of literacy. And they're not spread across the whole population. They're concentrated in poorest communities. So we are absolutely focused on how we break that link between poverty and low levels of literacy. Therefore, our audience, whatever we're doing is absolutely the people at the bottom of the pile, the groups at the lowest end of society. And they are defined in the UK by socioeconomic status. So we work with, on an annual basis with 8,000 schools. So that's about a third of the schools in the UK, but this the third of the schools with the highest number of poor kids in. We work across the criminal justice system, because the criminal justice system is where an awful lot of the people find themselves who have got low levels of literacy and come from those backgrounds. And we also, as you say, work in 17 towns and cities where levels of poverty are really, really high and levels of literacy are really, really low. So we want to go to the places where the poorest people in the UK are, and we want to make sure that we are offering them activities that resonate with them. And as I say, we obviously work through schools, we work through colleges, we work through nurses, we work through libraries, but we're also really keen to mobilise parts of society and particularly businesses which resonate strongly with those communities. So we work with the Premier League, because the boys who have got white working class boys are statistically least likely to be succeeding at literacy by the time they're 11 in the UK. Those boys are far more passionate about football than they will ever be about Jane Austen. We work with McDonald's, because the families least likely to own books are the ones most likely to buy Happy Meals. So McDonald's now run this amazing campaign 3 times a year, replacing their toys in Happy Meals with books. So we're particularly keen to work with those mechanisms, those platforms, be they digital, be they presence in the high street and shopping centres, which actually speak strongly to the families and to the communities we most want to work with.
Wonderful. And you have quite an extensive schools program and network of working with schools and schools libraries, isn't that right?
Yeah. So one of the key characteristics of the communities which we've identified is that actually they are far less likely to have a school library than more affluent communities. The school libraries aren't statutory in the UK. Schools can have them if they want to. And actually what that really means is that they rely on the PTA to fundraise for them. And in the poorest communities, the PTAs just can't do that. So nationally, about 1 in 7 primary schools don't have a library. But when you look at the poorest parts of the UK, like the Northeast, actually that's almost 18% of schools not having a library. So in the past 2.5 years, we've been fundraising madly. We've been working with a coalition of publishers, and we're now actually on track in the next 6 months to have put in 1,000 primary school libraries in the schools in the poorest communities who currently don't have them, which is immense. The UK at the moment is going through a huge cost of living crisis. Inflation is hitting us badly. Poverty is rising. If kids don't have books at home, and 1 in 5 5 to 8-year-olds don't have a single book at home in the UK. Kids don't have books at home, then they need to have them in the school. And we, as I say, we're working fantastically. Financial services are stepping in to help fund it, but it's now a large scale. It's actually the UK's largest ever school library development programme, and we're on track to do something really exciting with it.
It sounds amazing. I'm pretty sure some of the people watching will be involved in the Save the School Library campaign that's happening in Australia at the moment, and will be really inspired and heartened by that story, that it is possible to turn things around.
Yeah. I mean, and the way we've done it is by bringing the entire publishing community behind us. So publishers are offering immense discounts and sometimes donations of stock, but always the highest level stock, always exactly the stock we need, and always with a focus on diversity. Very, very keen to profile diversity in school libraries. But also philanthropic investment. We've generated over £6 million worth of business investment into the campaign so far. We're now taking it to government and saying, look, government, if you invest in it too, this could be a universal campaign, raising the quality of every primary school library in the UK.
So that's a really mixed model then. You've got the philanthropy, you've got corporate partners, and then you're going to government.
Absolutely. I mean, I think the UK economy is not in a good place. If we're looking for large-scale investment in literacy at the moment, we need to work on business models for government which combine investment from the private sector. So in effect, public-private partnerships, which can be really rolled out and as a charity, we're in a good position to broker those national partnerships.
Yeah, absolutely. Fantastic. I really want to find out more about how that might work in the Literacy Hub's context. But before I do, you mentioned prisons then. You have a podcast, don't you, with the greatest name, isn't it, called Books Unlocked?
Yeah, well, it's actually it's not a podcast because, like, unfortunately, if you're in prison, the chances of having mobile technology or any internet access is pretty low. But the one thing that pretty much every prisoner in the UK has is the ability to listen to national prison radio. So it's beamed into cells. And we have a nightly show on National Prison Radio. We work across the prison estate. Prisons in the UK during the pandemic, the majority of prisoners were in their cells for over 23 hours a day. And the terrible fact is that a good proportion of those prisoners are still in that position because a lot of prisons still are operating in lockdown conditions because they, to be honest, find it easier. So getting not just not just expecting prisoners to be able to access a prison library or the learning skills unit in the prison, but actually getting into the cell is really important. So yeah, we've got a nightly show now, National Prison Radio, and you name it, everybody from I don't know, Sarah Walters, Salman Rushdie, great literary figures, because we run it in partnership with the Booker Prize. So we serialise incredible fiction. Prisoners write in. They can get that fiction sent to them in their cells. They can listen to it in their cells. They can be part, if they can't get out of their cells, they can be part of reading groups in their prison library. It's
That sounds amazing. And what you've just mentioned there kind of touches on the point that you're making reading part of community, part of a social experience. Is that something that the literacy hubs do as well across the whole intergenerational community?
I mean, I think you've hit on two really important points there. The first is that an awful lot of people don't read because it feels like an isolating activity, rather than opening the. If the most important, we like most systems, the UK system sees a lot of young people turning off reading in kind of the 10, 11 age group. That's because when you become a teenager, the most important thing in the world is to be part of a group, to have friends. Social activities are the most wonderful things. Socially isolating activities are just like pointless. So actually repositioning reading as a social activity is a really important strategy for us. But the second thing you mentioned is the hub. So so these 17 town cities across the UK, high levels of child poverty, low levels of literacy, teams on the ground working in the front line, whether it's with food banks, whether it's with madrasas and faith communities, whether it's with domestic violence partners, working with the networks and the social networks in those communities. And one of the things we've tried to do, social capital, those links between people in those communities are really, really strong. Literacy is really, really weak. How can we use those social networks? How can we use? So in the past couple of years, we've recruited in each of those 17 towns and cities a group of literacy champions, people who are embedded in that social network, who know everybody. The slightly scary mum who everyone listens to, those people, the people who hold sway in those communities, are passionate about their neighbours, are passionate about their place, and also are passionate about reading. And their voices as trusted ambassadors in those communities are so powerful.
And those links that you found, you're talking about community organizations, whether that's faith-based organizations, health, education, social care. That sounds like making reading. That's taking reading out of the arts, isn't it? This is about arts being about reading being about every how it can benefit every part of society.
Indeed. Our basic concept is that there are three sectors of society we need to work with through. We need to work with the business community, and now we have a network nationally of 97 businesses. People like KPMG, PwC, businesses which rely on literacy skills, as well as businesses like Haven Holidays or the Premier League, people who actually have high levels of contact with communities with low levels of literacy, as well as, crucially, the publishing community. So the business community is the first block. Second block is the community and voluntary sector. So faith communities, the people who are on the side of people in communities, the networks of volunteers, the people who support refugees and asylum seekers, the community voluntary sector. And then the third sector is the public sector, schools, colleges, health, social housing. What we try to do is, in those 17 communities, bring a network of those 3 sectors together in those places and create a local system which sees literacy and reading as the future of the community, which helps the health sector recognise that actually health outcomes will be stronger if they work to support literacy and reading, which helps businesses understand that actually their sustainability rests on the skill levels in that community. And if you increase the literacy skills, then you increase the financial sustainability for the business community. So it's about actually understanding that literacy and reading is everybody's business. Everybody in society plays a part in raising levels of literacy and reading, because everybody in society pays the penalty if actually there are weak levels of literacy and reading.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's a lot of people, though, to bring with you on this journey. And I know that you've had, the trust has been going for a long time. So you've been, you've had years to kind of build up these relationships, thinking about anybody watching in Australia who's like, oh, no, that's a lot. How do I tackle that?
It is a lot. It is a lot.
Starting at the beginning. But that journey that you've gone on to bring that number of stakeholders and partners and different agencies with you, is that about common messaging? I mean, is that, what has helped you do that?
I think there are several things which have been really important to us. The first is taking an approach which is about people, which isn't about who we are and what we're passionate about, but about actually the audiences we most want to reach. And adopting those kind of principles, then actually getting to understand those people, their lives, their aspirations in a new way. One of our most exciting partnerships is with a company called Experian. Now, Experian are the data gurus in the UK. They've got data on absolutely everything. They know, by postcode, zip code, who you are, what you're most likely to watch on telly, what newspapers and media you're most likely to reach, what social media way they've got this amazing segmentation. They worked with us to do 2 things. First of all, to identify at specific ward levels, so that's a really granular geographic area in the UK. There's in England alone, there's over 20,000 wards. So take ward by ward, where are the places with the biggest literacy challenges, which are long-term? So not simply about a school being good or bad, but actually what are the signs? And they created a formula to help us identify at ward level where we should be focusing. As a national charity, we're not huge. We're really not huge. We need to deploy our resources in the places and for the people who need it most. So the first thing was geographically, they helped us identify those communities. But the second thing they did was they helped us analyse and define our audiences, not by the fact they weren't readers, they were failing at literacy, they were failing in but actually by looking at who they were positively, what they chose to do in their spare time, what their aspirations were, what their patterns of consumption were in terms of where they like to shop, whether they like to spend time with their families, all those kind of things. And based on that, we have recruited a large number of partners who we know directly correspond to that consumer segmentation profile. So it's enabled us to say to someone like the Premier League, look, actually the people who are most likely to be tuning into your games, or the boys are actually the people who are on this trajectory in terms of their literacy. The thing you can do as a business is invest in their learning, because actually that will put you on the side of them in the long term. So a data-driven approach is the first thing. And the second thing is the development of messages which are consistent and strong for those audiences. So understanding the stresses and strains of those audiences, and not talking, we know that there's a hideous phrase, hyperbolic discounting, which kind of sits in the marketing space. The idea that actually you can only make long-term decisions if you have the economic means to see the medium term, and that if you're in a disadvantaged situation, if you're from a poorer community, there's no way you can say, actually, I'm going to make this decision because the benefits that will come through in 13 years' time, because you've just got to get through today. So that helped us actually develop messaging, which was very immediate for those communities, very much about the immediate benefits of reading, the fact that it will get your kids to sleep, it will give you a quieter night, the fact that actually, rather than your children are more likely to go to university in 18 years' time if you start reading with them. No, it has to be that. So, I say the two things for us which have been really important is the data, the consumer profiling, and also the development of messages which are pertinent based on that data.
Yeah, that's fantastic. And then that's something that all partners can get behind. There's a concerted message that everyone can promote.
Absolutely. And there's a methodology called collective impact methodology, which has been used extensively in the financial service sector to try and raise financial capabilities. It's been used extensively in the health sector to try and raise health outcomes. And actually, there's a really strong track record of it being used in the financial service sector in Australia in particular, actually. But we adopted that same approach, the idea that we need to bring together lots and lots of different messengers, lots and lots of different players, and actually give them some very clear shared messages which they can take. It doesn't have to be our work, it can be their work, it can be the McDonald's advertising campaign, it can be Penguin Random House's promotional activity, but we're trying to inform them so actually they carry the same message, and we're delivering systematic messages to those audiences through multiple channels.
Yeah, that sounds both effective and impressive. And sounds like a great response from partners as well, because they've come with you on the journey and they're there with you for the long haul, which is impressive. And you do some of your own research as well, is that right? You've commissioned various reports.
We do huge amounts of research. We've got a really, I director of research and evidence. We're very keen to say that we do some of our own research. We're very interested in particular themes about reading. So one of the things which emerged 20 years ago now, the then government in England developed a national literacy strategy, which is about raising levels of reading, and also an adult basic skills strategy. And it was all around pedagogy. It was all around how you teach this stuff better. And the teaching was effective, but not terribly enjoyable. In fact, we saw the development of a trade-off between skills and enjoyment for kids so we're seeing them doing better in the standardized assessment tests, but actually we're seeing them enjoying reading less. Now, there's quite a lot of evidence to suggest that for that cohort of kids, that was a very damaging experience, that actually in the end their literacy levels suffered because they turned them off the content. It gave them short-term skills, but it undermined their long-term engagement with reading. That group of kids now have got the lowest levels of skills as adults of any age group in society. So we're very interested in our research is particularly focused on how we can develop skills, but also engage children and adults in the act of reading effectively. So looking a lot at the psychology of the reading activity, we undertake a huge annual survey. 70,000 kids each year take part in what's now the largest annual literacy survey in the world, looking not just at the skills, but at the enjoyment, their social behaviours around reading, to give a kind of 360 degree, to make sure that we're not just growing literacy skills, but we're growing a healthy and sustainable reading culture, which everyone wants to be part of.
And it's so important that that is continuous. It's not a one-off thing that you build a reading culture, tick, that's done for that particular age group. Got to keep going for our whole lives.
As you say, we've been at this for quite a long time. I mean, the issue in the UK is intergenerational. So by the time a child is actually 9 months old, their socioeconomic background can be ascertained from their early communication style. By the time a child is 5, the poorest kids are up to 18 months behind in terms of their language and early literacy acquisition. This isn't a product of simply education. This is a product of intergenerational patterns of communication, exposure to books in the home, and those kind of things. It's an intergenerational challenge. Therefore, we need a sustained intergenerational solution. I I had a full set of dark hair when I started this job 15 years ago. The trust has been going for 30 years. The work in the communities that I've talked about, the 17,000 cities with the biggest problems, we're saying we're going to be in each of those working in an in-depth way, teams on the ground, retraining teachers, doing innovative things in those communities, creating those kind of mechanisms that will turn everyone into a reader for a minimum of 10 years. It's going to be a hell of a lot longer in most places. So yeah, this is the long game. We can artificially raise, well, we can raise literacy levels through interventions, and we do that. But what we want to do is change the national reading culture for the most disadvantaged communities to change their long-term opportunities.
And it sounds you're doing impressive work and are well down that path, Jonathan. So for one final question, what would your top 3 tips be for anyone out there who is looking to build a reading culture and build a reading nation?
Well, I've probably said them all already, actually. So just the first thing I think is that it's not just the work of one sector. It needs to be, publishing. I'm a librarian, libraries, schools, colleges, nurseries. Those of us who live and breathe reading need to be at the heart of this crusade. But actually, it is the mobilization of resources that reach the audiences that we're not great at reaching, which will make the difference. So cross-sectoral response is perhaps the first thing. The second thing is to combine that, and kind of been talking a bit about it, the top down. So those national targets, that national research, those national messages with bottom up. So something which actually genuinely is owned by communities. One of the effects of the pandemic in the UK has meant that people operate in two very it's a digital experience, two very specific spheres. In a global sphere, they're citizens of the world. But they're also hyper local. They know, in our cities, WhatsApp groups for people's blocks of flats or apartment blocks, or WhatsApp groups for people's streets, define a huge amount of behaviour. It's so that top down and bottom up, mobilising communities, bringing partnerships together locally is I think perhaps the second most important. And I think the third thing is, and we've talked about it again, to take that audience focused approach, to start with the people you most want to reach, to understand those communities, not to I will be brutally honest, as a librarian and in previous jobs helping to run libraries and library strategy nationally, we did loads of work around library recruitment and trying to get the message of libraries and the value of libraries across. And I remember going into libraries and discovering that the posters that had been created to generate new library members were being displayed in libraries to existing library members. We actually need to start with the people who we're not reaching. And to some extent, to be generous enough to actually start with their values and understand the value in their lives and the strong resources in their communities, and actually build on those rather than project outward from our own passion for reading, which is real but isn't always engaging.
It's very real, but we want to spread that message, and we've got to go where people are rather than expect them to come to us, is what I'm hearing.
You've put it far better than I have. Thank you so much. You should be doing my job.
So, Jonathan, it's been really inspiring to get a bit of a sense of the work of the Trust. And for anyone watching, I'm sure you've got plenty of questions. You can send those to me, and we can see what we can do here in Australia to learn from the work of the National Literacy Trust. Jonathan, thank you so much for your time and for joining us here at the Volume Symposium. And we'll say goodbye for now.
Bye-bye. It's been great to chat to you, Anna. Have a great symposium.
Hello, everyone. I'm here with Philippa Cochrane, the head of Reading Communities for Scottish Book Trust. We're going to have a chat about the work of the Trust
its programs, and the impact Philippa and her colleagues have had on developing reading culture and transforming lives through books in Scotland. We're at a different scale here than in the wider UK. The word national is used by British people to mean the whole of the UK, and that means the 4 countries, Northern Ireland, Wales, Scotland, and England, that make up the United Kingdom. But it's also used to mean each of those individual countries. So Scottish Book Trust is the national provider for Scotland, which has a population of about 5.5 million people. So it's more akin in scale to somewhere like Queensland or Victoria, and a bit smaller than New South Wales even. There are about 93 inhabited islands in Scotland, so while it is a lot smaller than Australia, there are still many pockets of geographic isolation and some of the highest levels of social deprivation across the UK. So a really interesting case study for us to look at here in Australia. Now let's get straight into it with Philippa. Hi Philippa, let's talk a little bit with you about Scottish Book Trust's mission. You serve rural and urban communities, you work with all age groups, but at the end of the day, it's about transforming lives with reading, is it not?
It is, and it's about reading for pleasure, particularly, is what we lean into. Obviously, literacy, the functional approach to reading, is covered by other organisations and in schools and universities and so on and so forth. We are about the change that reading can make in people's lives as a lifelong regular reading habit, as something that people do for themselves, the benefits it has for their mental health and well-being, the benefits it has for their social connectedness, which is sometimes counterintuitive. A lot of people think of reading as an isolating thing, but we like to bring programs that connect people through reading and help them to find other readers and center themselves in their communities.
So that's a beautiful shift then. So to be able to think of reading as something that is for the whole of society, not something that's hidden away.
Absolutely. And I think that's really important. And I think thinking about that intrinsic motivation for people to read, so that it's fun, it's joyous, it's about finding yourself, but it's also about finding each other. It's that building of empathy. It's making space for yourself in life. It's all of those extra things that reading brings that perhaps we don't talk about as much. And it's not just about, it's not about literacy for access to information, although that is really important. This is sort of the parallel messaging that gives the rounded experience.
Yeah, it's enriching our life right now, as well as giving us the potential to set us up well for the future. Yeah,
exactly.
Makes complete sense. And now Scottish Book Trust has been going since 1998, so happy 25 years to Scottish Book Trust. And I know you've been in since the early days, and the program's really developed over that period of time when there were just a couple of you, and now there's like sort of a team of about 70 staff working away. But you have a range of programs, some of which are really targeted and deep community engagement, and some of which are that kind of broader, more universal offer. So maybe you could give us a bit of a sense of what are those Book Trust programs that anyone in the community can kind of access or opt into?
Certainly. So the principle being that if you make all programs targeted, reading itself becomes a badge which people are identified through, and they maybe don't want to be associated with, we don't have as much money, or we need some more support, or whatever it is. So we offer universal programs that are accessible to everyone. The first of those being BookBug. That's a universal book gifting program that happens in the early years, from birth up until the start of primary school. And we gift books to young people and their families throughout that time frame. And it's supported with partnership with libraries and other organizations to deliver BookBug sessions in communities, which are sort of half-hour-long sessions where people can go along with their babies, share rhymes, sing songs, connect with other parents. Children can connect with one another. It's a really lovely program, and it's supported by other targeted elements that reach families that might find accessing BookBug challenging, or may not be confident in the use of the BookBug bags and the stuff that we provide.
And so calling it BookBug, he's such a gorgeous mascot as well. That's recognizable at every library, every provider of all over the country, isn't that right? Yeah.
Yes. We also now have a BookBug app as well, which people can use online in their own time to find rhymes and songs. BookBug is highly recognized around Scotland. You see the bags everywhere because they're lovely little canvas tote bags. even once the books have come home and everything's been unpacked and used, you still see these bags walking around in supermarkets, quite a lot actually, specifically supermarkets. It's lovely. Everybody knows who BookBug is, and people still talk about it years later, which is just a really beautiful thing.
Really strong intervention, and you put professional development around that as well. So there's a really strong training program.
Absolutely. So we train the BookBug session leaders. So we work in partnership. We're not big enough to do this nationally. We work in partnership with healthcare providers. We work in partnership with social work settings, and we train in all of those settings about how to gift and why to gift books.
Amazing. And then when the child gets older, and we're getting into sort of primary school age, that's where things like reading schools and the live literature program become available.
Absolutely. So we'll start with reading schools. So reading schools has grown out of a bunch of other programs that we've been running for a few years, and we've been running reading schools for about 3 years now. It is it's a badging program. It's sort of like eco schools. I don't know if you've got eco schools in Australia, but this idea that a school can choose to focus on a particular area of development. What we provide is reading schools, which is about building a reading community across your school. So for the children, for the staff, for the families, and then for the wider community. Schools can get badged at 3 levels, so bronze, silver, and gold. And they sign up, and it's about building that reading. Again, it's all about reading for pleasure. That reading for pleasure community and culture, so that's really embedded in the fabric of how the school, not just for its literacy work, but how it works across the whole gamut of what it might do and how it might engage with all of its community.
And I'm guessing that school libraries would be a pretty integral part of that.
School libraries are absolutely huge, and like, I presume, what is going on in Australia certainly is going on here, that school libraries and libraries generally are under threat at the moment. They've had, actually, to be fair, 10 years of it. We can't do what we do without libraries. Libraries are so important. Having a school librarian in a school makes such a huge difference to the outcomes for children and young people. So yes, we very much lean into school libraries and librarians being hugely important.
So it's really delivered as a partnership. You help one another.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Awesome. And then the live literature program. Tell us more about that.
So the live literature program is our oldest program, and we're incredibly proud of it. It is a program so it was originally set up to make sure that authors had a way of making income outside of the sales of their books. But what it also does is it means that any not-for-profit organization can apply to have money to bring an author to do an event with them, whatever that might be. That might be a very traditional sort of 1 hour long author talk. It might be workshops. It might be something more experimental and crazy. We're up for all of it. It's a part funding program, so the authors get paid at a fixed rate. We pay half of their fee. The people who have been successful in getting the funding pay the other half. And then we cover all the expenses. So the idea is, wherever you are in Scotland, it will cost you the same amount to bring any author to your school, prison, library, community group. Where else have they gone? All sorts of places. Festival in some cases. And for authors, it's a way of having an extra amount of income that they can bring in across their working lives. It's really valuable, and it means that this idea of author visits and authors being present and engaged with communities is sort of ingrained in the fabric of what we do in Scotland. Many children's first encounter with an author will be through a live literature session. It means that
mine was.
Oh, that's fantastic! I didn't know that, Anna. That's amazing. Actually, quite a few of my colleagues were as well. It's a really lovely thing, and it's a consistent thing. So we're sort of probably 2 or 3 generations into the delivery of that now. And author visits are quite normal and embedded into the fabric of what we do in Scotland because this scheme exists.
the magical scheme. I would very much suggest that our audience go and look in more detail into it. It's just fabulous. It would be wonderful to have something full funding to support that in Australia.
Sorry, can I pick up one more thing? The other really great thing about that is that we have ongoing relationships with all of the authors working in Scotland because of it, and they all know us. So it reaps many benefits.
Yeah, it's an incredibly supportive program. It's really great for the literary culture in the country, and as is Book Week Scotland, which is a huge flagship project, and in a slight difference to the Australian program that focuses pretty much on kind of children and young people. It's very much aimed at adults.
It is. Obviously, it works across the whole population. We're never going to tell anybody that they can't take part. That's not what we do. But we focus the marketing and the design on adult participation because we provide so many other programs for children year round. So we felt that this was really important. We also feel, I'm really passionate about, we have to continue this messaging around the value of reading, the joy of reading, the practice of reading, that regular reading habit across life. We sort of get to 18, people leave school and, oh, you're done. You never need to be reminded of this again. Like any practice, like meditation, like yoga, if you're not doing it, you lose it. It goes. And so that this kind of constant reminder of the benefits, not in a preachy way, I would like to stress, is really important. So Book Week is one of the things that does that. It gives us a highlight in the year where we and all of our partner organizations can all shout together about how important this stuff is and how fun this stuff is.
And you talk, when you talk about it, you talk about there being 4 essential pillars to Book Week. There's an events program, there's a book, there's an interactive program as well, and it's really important to have community stories involved. So maybe you could talk to us a little bit about those elements.
Right, big deep breath. So the events program, we run a national events program. Book Week Scotland takes place in every local authority in Scotland. We do that again through partnerships. This is going to be a recurring theme. The first main partnership is the partnerships with the libraries. We are really fortunate we are able to work with all of the library authorities and offer them a little bit of funding to take part in Book Week Scotland every year. They deliver above and beyond any support we have ever given them and have embraced it and made Book Week Scotland their own and a real flagship in their calendar. We also fund then a range of additional partners who are not necessarily within the literature sector, but who might be, I'm trying to think, dyslexia organizations, arts organizations. We've had community organizations, social justice people. It's really varied. They can apply, and if their idea is good, we will give them some funding until the funding runs out, and they will put on an event during Book Week Scotland. That's lovely because then these messages appear in places where people don't normally find them, as well as in the messages and in the places where they do. The book is about sharing lived experience and valuing and centering stories of lived experience. So we collect stories earlier in the year from people across Scotland around a theme. This year's theme is adventure, for example. Last year was Scotland Stories. And then every story that is submitted to us gets published on our website, and then we whittle down from there to about 30 pieces that go into a book. And we publish 70,000 copies of that book, and we distribute them completely for free for gifting during Book Week Scotland. So our partners will order them, the people who are in the book will order them, we will gift them hand to hand in train stations and shopping centres. And it's a really lovely, that gesture of here's a book for you is a really lovely connective thing, particularly if someone's going, here's a book for you, my favourite story is the one on page 52. It's an immediate connection. I love the book. I'm very passionate about keeping the book. And then we have, we provide sort of national elements that sit around that. So that might be national events that are live streamed across the country, or it might be more interactive stuff. We do a lot. We've always thought the Book Week needs to be fun and a bit silly and a bit unexpected. So we have a reading map where people can upload what they're reading for Book Week Scotland, and we build a different map every year of what people are reading. It's a lovely little snapshot. We hold votes, we hold quizzes, we have commissioned computer games in the past, very, very, very basic, cheap ones. I'd just like to make clear. Treasure hunts, role-playing games, all sorts of things that are, again, unexpected, playful activities that people can take ownership of and do for themselves wherever they are. The thing about the reading map is that it's a lovely thing for people to interact with. And this is a principle for us. Everything does multiple things. So people really enjoy interacting with it. They really enjoy seeing their reading group popping up on the map as they've all uploaded their books. But politicians really love it because it gives them something that they can see that's concrete and that tells a story. And for us, we're in it for the long game. What we are looking for is, for example, 10 years worth of data that tells us what Scotland has been reading over 10 years. And it's just that little snapshot year on year that nobody feels is onerous or somebody with a clipboard asking you a question. Again, fun, playful.
Yeah, fun and playful, but always with that underlying strategic mission as well. So it's got a great impact on readers. It's really well supported and thought through as to how do we help people engage with this and make it easy for other people. But you've always got that long win, which will effectively about changing the culture in the country, and I would imagine attracting funding as well.
Absolutely. So there are two things that are really central to that, two kind of principles that underlie it. One is, and this applies back to Book Week and everything else we've talked about, everything we do is audience-led. We start by looking at, talking to, consulting with, thinking about audience and what they need. So our programs are very much designed by putting that first. The other thing, and this is probably more a me thing, and certainly when we're thinking about adult programs and supporting our partners to take part, I am really pro-risk. I am really about asking people to step out of the perceived notion of what a book event is and try something new. It is, from my perspective, far more important that a partner puts on something for their audience that they think their audience will be interested in, even if they've never tried it before, and 20 people turn up and have a brilliant time, that is that they put on something that they know is going to work, and 100 people turn up and have an average time.
Or they're the same 100 people that turn up for everything.
Or they're the same 100 people who turn up for everything, exactly. And the same author that's been back because they know they're reliable. So I, particularly around Book Week, we kind of lean into the risk. We lean into the new. We lean into, well, let's try it and see what happens.
I love that.
And I think that's really important.
Yeah, I love that energy. Love it. You've also got a beautiful program for kind of older citizens as well, which is reading really being about caring.
Yes, we do. So that came out of a lot of the lived experience story work that we do. We also run a digital storytelling program, and through that we had been working with more health settings, particularly with Macmillan Cancer Support, with the MS Society, and with not health but social Scottish adoption. As part of all of that work, we identified that there was a gap around supporting people with dementia, and particularly supporting the people who care for them and thinking about their relationship as a whole. So not just the individuals, but how those relationships work. So what Reading is Caring is a program whereby we train people who are caring for people living with dementia, and that can be familial carers or professional. But we train them in how to deliver a person-centered, really adaptable shared reading practice. So what we're encouraging them to do is to regularly make 15 minutes to just sit and read together. And it is very much about reading together. The definition of what reading is really broad. Across everything that I've talked about, our definition of what reading is really broad. But particularly with where you're working with people living with dementia, it can be texts, it can be poems, it can be newspapers, it can be postcards, it can be images, and there's lots of sensory object work that we do. We support people to build what we call life story book boxes, and they're all focused on how you make those materials work and make those choices for the person living with dementia, thinking about them as the whole person and what they were interested in, what they will still be interested in, what they used to engage with is what they still engage with. But it's beneficial for the health and well-being of the person living with dementia. It's also beneficial for the health and well-being of the person who cares for them. And it's about, and I've never found the right way of saying this, or a way that I'm happy of saying this, it's about maintaining that relationship as a relationship. So rather than it being a functional care transactional based interaction, it is about two people who meet as equals. And if they're familiar with there is where there is love and all of that memory and history still there.
And that at its heart really is how reading can transform lives, where reading is used as the way to bring people together to share. And that's incredibly special. So
It really is.
Philippa, I know it's a whistle-stop tour through a program that's been building over the last 25 years, but I hope we've been able to give, you've been able to give us a really good sense of everything from early years right the way up to older people, and how there are targeted programs for different age groups. But at the end of the day, those all intertwine, and really reading is a kind of social activity for all of society. And the more visibility we have of books, the more we all engage together with one another, the stronger things will be.
As always, Anna, I could not have said that any better. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Philippa, for your time. Thank you to Philippa Cochrane from Scottish Book Trust.
Thank you so much, Philippa, and thank you, Anna, as well. Excellent summary skills, I have to say. Each of those three fantastic lightning, more in-depth talks. We will be having some more lightning talks in about an hour. But one of the kind of themes that emerged from those presentations, the UK case studies, was about the social nature of reading and about tapping into some of the community connecting, feel good, emotional moments that we get when we have the opportunity to read, and when the opportunity to engage with content that is designed for us or connects with us, resonates with us. And I think there were some really interesting takeaways from that session as well, about how you can engage with every different segment of society, but really it is also about building relationships with people. So some fantastic insights. I hope you really enjoyed that session. If you're just tuning in, my name is Jess Scully, and I've had I have the lovely privilege of guiding you through today here at Volume, presented by Australia Reads. I've been delighted to be the MC so far, but I'm actually now going to step up and be a chair of this next session. The next session is called Elements of Success, and this panel will consider what's required to mount a successful social change campaign. So now we're moving from campaigns and learning from the reading sector in the UK, and hearing about the current status of the reading sector in Australia in our earlier sessions, to figuring out what we can take from other industries and from experts who come from a broader range of fields. So in this panel, we've brought together experts from across behavioural science, social innovation and marketing. We will absolutely have lots of time for live questions, so I hope Slido is buzzing. We'll be coming to you for the last 20 minutes or 15 or 20 minutes of this panel. Now, I'd love to introduce our three panellists now. Our first panellist is Nithya Solomon. Hello, Nithya. Nithya is the director of the RMIT Health Transformation Lab. We've got Sarah Kneebone here. She's the education manager at BehaviourWorks Australia, and Mark Chenery, who's the co-founder and director of Common Cause. Hello, Mark. Great to have you all here. So we're talking about social change and social campaigns, about behavioural change. The key theme we're asking our listeners and our participants in this session to think about in this session is to ask them to help us visualise success. What keywords or approaches do you think are most pertinent for successfully changing reading habits in Australia? So, of course, everyone who's tuning in comes from the different parts of the reading sector. So they have got that reading-centred approach. But I hope by the conclusion of this session, we start to see parallels with social health campaigns, with behaviour change campaigns, and we figure out what we can pull from there and bring into the reading sector. What we might do is to kick things off, I'll ask each of our panelists to introduce themselves and their work and how they approach this question of how do you make behavioural or social change or seek to through the work that you do. So I'm going to start with Nithya, then I'll go on to Sarah, and then conclude with Mark. Nithya, please take it away. Tell us about your work.
Thank you, Jess. I'm just going to share some slides as well here. So great, so hopefully that's coming through okay. And it's so wonderful to be here. I actually have a 6-year-old who's just started to learn how to read this year, so I'm very deeply connected to the theme of the symposium and everything that Volume is trying to achieve. The perspectives I'm going to offer come from the world of health and public health innovation in terms of setting up for futures in which social change and new norms can be sustained. I'll give a glimpse into how we here at the Health Transformation Lab do this, but also draw from some of my prior experience with Vic Health and Nike as well. So just briefly, a bit about the Health Transformation Lab. We were set up about 5 years ago, Anchor funded by Cisco Systems and embedded into RMIT University to be a catalyst for how we describe it as new and anti-disciplinary ways of working across the health sector. We are a place where technology and design and enterprise can kind of clasp hands with health, with social justice, with community, and we work with leaders from all across the health and policy system and beyond. They come to us to be provoked in new direction, to be part of shared experimentation, or to set up large-scale types of social transformations. Now, at times, our work involves working quite deeply within an organization itself, so we can put together very bespoke, immersive experiences that can help organizations do things like build leadership capability or create cultural shifts or think about how they can innovate differently. At times we have flagship interventions that where we offer up demonstrations of what new norms could look like. This is an example of the Writing the Future of Health Fellowship, where we were looking to give creatives the lead in defining the vision for what health system reform could be like. We had award-winning Victorian poet Andy Jackson, pictured on the top left, who spent a year in residence with us. And he produced collaborative poems with Australian writers with lived experience of disability. And these works explored the need for a really inclusive health system and society. The anthology is going to be published very soon, but this kind of a structure is just has been a powerful way to get the inspiration of the creative voice into mainstream system change dialogue. Now, at times we spend a lot of our time actually trying to understand how to design for advanced technologies like robotics in healthcare and daily life. So the yellow creature on the screen is our Spot Boston Dynamics robot dog. Spot spends semesters with nursing students so we can understand how best to deploy robots like this into hospitals. Spot could show up unannounced at Fed Square or other public spaces so we can understand how the day-to-day population feels about coming across something like Spot when they're out and about. And actually in December, Spot is going to be joining 2 other Spot robots in a 4-month-long durational painting as a key exhibition within NGV's upcoming triennial. So these are just a number of ways that we're looking to push perceptions of what the human technology robotics interfaces could start to look like. And on experimentation, we have actually created a space to experiment with deep technology in hospitals and health. I'm physically sitting in this space. It's our sandbox. It's a smart space that simulates the kinds of digitally connected worlds we live in. So we have custom-built AI, machine learning, robotics, all sorts of other exciting technologies. And here we can prototype and design for a range of health system workflows. It's very hard to do this kind of experimentation in a hospital itself while it's running, which is why spaces like this sandbox and others like it are starting to become so valuable now in the health sector. So these are just a couple of very quick examples to show the various types of layers that we typically work in. It's quite common in public health to work in this way, and certainly public health campaigns and interventions do quite intentionally target both individual actions and behaviours, but also look at the design of the system around the individual, which could make it either so much easier or so much more difficult for behaviour change and social change to occur. And I'll just conclude by touching on an example of this kind of way of working via the Design to Move framework for action, which is drawing from my days at Nike. This was an effort designed to embed physical activity back into daily life. It was years in the making and really translated a vast global evidence base of research into a singular vision and concrete actions that pretty much anyone could find a way to enact, whether they're an individual or a large corporation, by way of creating early positive experiences for children and building physical activity back into daily life. And indeed, we did have over 100 organizations across the world publicly commit to aligning their actions against this framework. If you were a member of the public, though, your first access to the activity would have been through quite exciting public campaigns where high-profile influencers like Michelle Obama here pictured when she was the First Lady of the United States. And this kind of buzz is certainly incredible to catch the attention and the relevance of the general population. But underlying all of this was a fairly coordinated ecosystem of organizations who aligned on doing their bit to support those two asks of creating early positive experiences and integrating physical activity into daily life. So I'm just going to leave the world examples there, but really look forward to discussing more during the course of the session.
There's a lot there. Thank you so much, Nithya. Let's move on. Sarah, please take us through your work and how it connects to behaviour change and social campaigns.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's such a pleasure to be here. It's been so nice to hear all the different sessions that have gone on today, and I've certainly learned a huge amount. In terms of the way that the perspective that I'm going to talk about a little bit this afternoon within this session is using behavioural science and using behavioural insights and how we can harness some of those tools and techniques to enhance or complement the existing excellent work that's already going on internationally and of course across Australia. I'm from Behaviour Works Australia. We're part of Monash University. We're a large research enterprise and we work with a lot of different partners and clients from across Australian government to help with those policy and programme developments by bringing that behavioural perspective. And we are underpinned very much by the Sustainable Development Goals. So, of course, reading and literacy is an incredibly important part of achieving those goals. We work with a lot of different clients, as I say, across government and also industry. In terms of focus, where does behavioural insights play? Where can we use a behavioural perspective? When we're looking at trying to create change, we might be thinking about a large-scale approach, a meso or organisational level. But I think what the speakers here today have really been focused on particularly is that individual level. And that's really where the behavioural insights can come to play. It's focusing on that sort of individual level, at household level, those small systems where we can make a change. When it comes to tackling complex problems, though, there's been so many different tools and approaches that have been talked about already. Behavioural science is not a silver bullet, rather it's more about increasing the odds. So making sure that the programs that we are running, by incorporating that understanding of human behaviour, just increase the likelihood of success and increase their level of efficacy a little bit. By behaviour, what we're talking about, we have a very specific narrow definition. It's one of the critiques of behavioral science and behavioral approaches, is it becomes very narrow, very focused. And we're talking about who does what to what, where and when. So who is really important? Who is your audience? Who is your target audience? We're not just talking about adults, but who in particular? What kinds of people are you talking about? Can we get down into segmentation? Can we talk about typologies? Who is it that we actually want to work with? But also we're talking about the where and the when. So for something like reading, it seems like a singular behavior, but if we break it down, there's actually lots and lots and lots of different behaviors that make up the act of reading. So a teenager reading in their bedroom during the day will be a very different behavior to an adult commuter reading a book on the train on their way to work, which will be a different behavior to children reading on a Kindle or an iPad at school. All of those have got different people, different who, different where and when. And that's really important because each of those different behaviors will have different drivers and barriers. We've heard today a lot about roadblocks and things that prevent reading from occurring. And that's exactly what I'm talking about. Each of those different behaviors, though, will have different roadblocks. Each of those will have different barriers and conversely drivers, things that enhance the likelihood that they'll be engaged with. So we use, in our team, we use an 8-driver model. We use 8 different things that help explain human behavior, why we do the things that we do. That's a really important question. Why do people do the things they do? So, for example, if we're talking about reading, people could have a positive attitude towards reading. They know it's a good thing. They might differ in their capabilities for reading. If there's any lacking in skills, they may not have the opportunity because they're lacking in time. We've heard as time is a really important component, or financially, books are expensive. Social norms, we've heard a lot about social norms today. They're incredibly important. We know from the literature and we know from the surveys that have been carried out that recommendations are really important. So all of these different things can either increase the likelihood of someone reading or decrease it, make it less likely for someone to read. We also have to be aware of our own assumptions. We're all humans, we all behave, we bring our own thoughts about what works in terms of behavior. And if we are aware of those assumptions, then we can maybe avoid making some of those assumptions in our program design. Things like, the world is a wonderful place, it's full of diversity. That's one of the things that makes it so beautiful. Everybody here today is passionate about reading, is passionate about literature, is passionate about encouraging reading, but not everybody is like us. Different people have different attitudes, different values, they're coming from different places. And so being able to design something, if we design something because it would work for me, well, I am not the target audience. It's not necessarily going to work on the people that I'm trying to work with. So talking to them, engaging with them, working with stakeholders, as Philippa was just saying, is incredibly important. There is an assumption as well of this theory of change that knowledge leading to change in attitudes, leading to a change in intention, leading to a change in behavior. But in fact, that can break down all of those points. Increasing knowledge doesn't necessarily lead to changes in attitudes. Changes in attitudes doesn't necessarily lead to changes in intentions. And changes in intentions doesn't necessarily lead to behavior. And we know that from our personal experience, our personal lives, because if it was the case, all the gymnasiums would be full, all the cake shops would be empty. We know that isn't true. So we know that there isn't a perfect connection between knowledge, attitudes, and behavior. But we can look at other things that we can also do. So sometimes it does work, it's very important, but there are other things that we can also do to complement those kinds of messages. Also trying to look at a little bit outside the box. There are some tools that we turn to automatically. There's some tools that we use regularly. We know that, we see that a lot with our partners. There's some tools they pick up and use again and again and again. And one thing behavioural perspectives can bring is that there is a wide range. There's a whole bunch of different things that we can actually turn to and use and try out. And I know I've heard from some of the speakers today that there's some incredible risk-taking and new opportunities and new projects that are being developed, which is very exciting. In terms of making change, we can turn to this wide toolbox of different approaches, different types of interventions, different types of projects to address each of those drivers and barriers. And different design addresses different barriers or roadblocks that people face on their reading journey. We also have generic tools as well, something like the EAST framework, which was developed by the Behavioural Insights team in the UK. If we can make something easy, if we can make it attractive, if we can make it social, and if we can make it timely, we increase the likelihood that it will be adopted. And making it easy is by far the most important of those elements. Social norms are very powerful. We've heard that as a message again and again today. Things like Book Talk have seen incredible increases in sales of printed books, but we have to be careful about how we frame them when we promote the negative occurrence, the negative behavior as the norm. That is what will be picked up, and that's what will be remembered. So we need to be careful when we use them. And if you're interested in learning more about behavioral science, we do have programs that are available to support people. Thank you so much.
I wasn't even fast enough to screen grab all of those, but they were so good, Sarah. I'm busy Googling EAST framework right now, so we'll hear more about that shortly. Now, Mark, could you take us through how your values-based approach to values-based marketing might provide some insights for our audience today?
Brilliant. Yes. Hey, everyone. Mark Chenery. I'm the co-founder and director of Common Cause Australia, and we work exclusively with organisations who work in social justice, health and environmental issues. And the sort of work that we do is everything from message research to understand what messages cut through with our audiences most effectively, to messaging advice, but also training for people. And there are a few sort of insights and recommendations that have emerged from all of that research that I wanted to share with you today at the outset, and talk about how that might apply in this space, but also acknowledge that reading is not a space that we have done message research in. But I'm fairly sure that the frameworks and concepts that I'm sharing would have some applicability. So what you're seeing now is the duck rabbit. So if you're looking at this, probably by now, as I've been speaking, you've probably been glancing at it, and by now you probably should have been able to make out that this random scribble is actually a duck seen from one perspective and a rabbit seen from another. And this illustrates quite an important concept in cognitive framing, which is one of the key disciplines that underpins our approach, and that is that most people can see most issues from multiple different perspectives. And this is actually quite a radical idea when it comes to communications and messaging, because we often have this piece of advice that strategic communicators give people, and that is that we must meet our audience where they're at. And that's good advice from the perspective of knowing your audience, because the better you know your audience, the better you can relate to them. But at the same time, it's hugely misleading advice to assume that there is a fixed place where we must meet our audience. The reality is most people can see things from different perspectives, and activating different perspectives in people through our messaging can actually lead them to perceive the issue very, very differently. And when they perceive the issue differently, they feel differently about their behaviours and their attitudes and their beliefs. And so our job is not to meet people where they're at, it's to take them to where they're capable of going, and to, in the first place, understand what are those places. So a lot of our message research, for example, is understanding what are the helpful perspectives on this issue and what are the unhelpful perspectives on this issue. Because people are not rational. People do not make decisions based on all the facts and figures at their disposal. The vast majority of the time as we go about our lives, we're actually making decisions based on our gut reaction, what feels right to us. And that feeling is often driven by subconscious processes and biases and some of the things that Sarah was just talking to us about. And so our job is to understand what are those subconscious processes that are going on, and which perspective activates those processes that are going to make people feel at a gut level like what we want them to do is the right thing to do, like reading. Now, one of the things that influences how people feel at a gut level are the values at play. And one thing that we always do with this by conceptualism concept on any issue, including reading, is we would split audiences into at least 3 different groups. On the one hand, you're going to have your base. These are the people who are avid readers and are very, very passionate about reading and the importance of reading. These are people who agree with us on any issue, whatever that issue is, in this case, reading, about the problem that it solves, and the solution, which is reading, and the benefits of that. And they're actually quite fixed in their perspective. So if you take the analogy of the duck rabbit, they see the rabbit And when you try to tell them that it's a duck, they can't see it. It just isn't something that they can really meaningfully see from that. Our opponents, however, are people who see the issue from a different perspective. So these might be people who do not think that reading is a valuable thing, that it's maybe a thing of the past, whatever it is, whatever the unhelpful frames that underlie that position. And they are also not biconceptual, or not very biconceptual on this issue. They struggle to see reading from a different perspective. But in between, there's going to be a whole bunch of people who are persuadable. And these are people who can both see the issue from sort of a avid reader's perspective, but they can also see reading from that opposition perspective. And so our job is not to meet them where they're at, but to recognize that they actually hold conflicting views about reading, and to identify what are the perspectives that toggle that persuadable audience into a helpful frame of mind, and what are the perspectives that toggle them into an opposing frame of mind. And one of the things that we use to determine what are helpful and unhelpful frames is the values that frame activates. And I just want to talk about one key concept with values, and we could probably talk about this values map all day, but this is a values map that's taken from the social sciences. It's a model that was based on tens of thousands of research from tens of thousands of people into their values from literally every habitable continent on the planet. So it represents a cross-cultural model of values. If you want to search for it, you can go to our website, or you could check out the Shalom-Schwartz universal model of values. And one thing I want to draw your attention to is that everyone has different values, different cultures, and different individuals prioritize different values. But which values you use to motivate people actually affects how they behave very, very differently. So we know in a very predictable way that it is possible to engage any value in anyone, and by doing so, they will think and act differently as a result in, again, predictable ways. So self-direction, universalism, and benevolence, those yellow and green values on the map, these are known as intrinsic values, values that are inherently rewarding to pursue. And on the opposite side of them, we've got achievement and power down there in the bottom left corner. Now, achievement and power values are extrinsic values. They are centered on external sources of reward and punishment. So, for example, if you're driven by the value of honesty within benevolence, then if you're honest with someone, you automatically get an internal reward. It feels good to be honest if honesty matters to you. Whereas if you're driven by wealth within power, for example, and you work really hard to earn some money, but you don't get the money at the end of the day, you do not feel good about having engaged in that behavior. Your reward, your internal satisfaction, that's driven by those external rewards and punishments. And what we know about changing people's behavior is that it is possible to use any of these values to motivate people, but they have different effects. And the key one I wanted to draw your attention to is that intrinsic values, motivating people through any of these intrinsically rewarding values or motivations, is more sticky. So when you engage people or you motivate people to engage in a behavior through intrinsic values, they're more likely to stick with it in the long term because they interpret their behavior from these values perspectives and it automatically feels rewarding to them. Whereas when we engage people through extrinsic values, through perhaps competitions or social recognition or wealth or prizes, this tends to have a different effect. It can motivate people, but it only motivates them so long as that external reward and punishment is maintained. So I'm a parent, and I'm sure lots of people watching today are parents as well, and you've all faced that challenge of how do I motivate my kids? And one of the easiest things to do is to give them the external reward. The problem with extrinsic motivators, with these external motivating values, is that the behavior is only maintained so long as they're getting the reward. As soon as you take away the reward, people are more likely to drop out and stop engaging in the behavior. So that's one thing that I think we should be thinking about today is what are we using to motivate our audience to engage in the behavior we want? And is that a motivation that is going to mean that that behavior is going to be sustained? Yeah, I hope that's been a little bit useful.
Yes, thank you so much. There's, again, a lot there, Mark. I'm really interested in talking further about the persuadable audience and how we engage with them on that values level. And that broader question of what are we using to motivate our audience. That seems to be the key question here. When we think about this session and we think about the connection between the work that the three of you do and the objective, the mission for a lot of the people who are tuning in today, I suppose one of the ways that we can describe that is to support the broader span of the sector in making a tonal shift in how they design campaigns and how the whole industry designs campaigns, to kind of move beyond the kind of the shoulds. You know, this is good for you, eat your veggies, go to the gym, not the bakery. I love that analogy, Sarah. But moving beyond the stats to connect with those, you know, in both the intrinsic and the extrinsic motivations. You know, what's the payoff? What's the joy, the connection, the feeling that people get when they identify as readers? And then also a discussion about how we shift the goalposts. Because I think some of the things that we like to measure as industries generally are things like sales, you know, or the number of participants in events, for example, and instead figuring out how do we measure engagement, how do we measure impact, how do we more accurately measure the value that an activity is having in people's lives and the way it's changing people's lives. So those are all big questions. I know this is a bit tricky because our audience are coming to this as librarians and people in publishing, people who work in the sector and who are deep in the sector. And right now we're taking a shift outside the sector to look in and try and transfer some of this knowledge across. So it's going to take us a little while to make those connections and to warm up. But let's start with a question for each of you. What, if there's one kind of takeaway that you could share with us, what can we learn from behaviour change, social campaigns, health campaigns, that can help us change a behaviour like reading in people's lives? What's one thing that you've learned from a campaign that you've run recently that you think has some resonance or relevance for our audience? And I might come and start with you, Nithya, then come to you, Sarah, and then Mark.
Sure, certainly. And I should say, when Sarah was speaking, you know, I've also found the EAST framework, particularly for public health type of interventions, a super useful construct. And, you know, I think this point about being able to think end to end about what's going to happen when a particular audience is responsive to the campaign, they want to start reading, where do they go, what do they access, is there going to be the right kind of material that suits them, and the ability to build that you know, end-to-end approach of how does the desire to want to engage with an activity translate to the supply of options for them. And particularly what I often observe in public health, and there's a great emphasis on designing for all sorts of vulnerabilities and intersectionalities and the like, but at times the needs of particular groups are so nuanced that it really does take a very specific a deep dive into each cohort and really understanding the mechanics of their day-to-day life, what resources they've got available for them to really plan that through extensively. And particularly when I worked with in the international development context and looking at models of change in marginalized communities and adolescent girls' economic empowerment, there were some, you know, beautiful learnings around the value that when you're designing for particular kinds of vulnerable cohorts or those who are hardest to reach, how the way that you approach design and the solutions that you come across can benefit across the system. So I would really make the point that while it's easy to say that we can design for vulnerabilities, the practice of doing it requires a lot of very deliberate focus and putting into processes, and sometimes that can come at the trade-off of short-term cost effectiveness and measures like that. So I would, really make the call for a very specific kind of design and to take the time to design for the people who are most likely to, I guess, fall off.
I think that's such a good point, Nithya. And how do you convert? You could have those posters and the campaigns or the call to action being quite visible, and then how can people act on that in an easy, attractive, social and timely way, following that EAST methodology. There was a comment in Slido a couple of hours ago where someone said, we talk about how important reading is at school, and then kids in this particular school find that the library's closed 90% of the time, and so there's a few kind of structural barriers to acting on that information that people are being given about how important reading is, and the way that it's supported perhaps or funded might not match the way that it's talked about as well. Sarah, can we come to you now?
Yeah, thanks, Jess. And really, echoing that, Richard Thaler, who got a Nobel Prize for behavioral economics, he was asked, what are the top 10 things that you can do to change behavior? And he said, make it easy, 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 make it easy. And number 10, back to what Mark was saying, motivation. Right, motivation. How do we get people motivated to do the behavior? But the first 9 things that we have to do is make it easy so that people can engage in the thing that we want them to do. I also wanted to echo and what Nithya was saying about the nuanced perspective. There was a program, we've had a longitudinal program running at Behaviour Works with one of my colleagues that was looking at food waste. It was looking at household food waste. So a slightly different topic, but still, looking at the great Australian public, right? And we had to do that audience segmentation again, as Mark was talking about, people are, appear in the diversity of the population that we have. It's when we generalize, it can be quite tricky. We can use those generic tools like EAST, but if we want that deep dive, we want that greater understanding, we want that greater levels of efficacy and impact, we really have to pull those apart and understand them better. And we did that with this food waste challenge, with this food waste project. And we were working with Oz Harvest, which many of you may know their excellent work that they do to end food undersupply in Australia. And we did a really deep dive of people's behavior around food in the home. What were they doing? How much were they buying? Where were they storing it? How were they using it? When were they creating food waste? What did they do with the food waste? And that whole project, which ran for several years, ended up creating a tape. It was literally a piece of tape that said, use this first. And we put that on the food that was most likely to go off quickest in the fridge. And then people knew they had that visual reminder. There was something there. That was the thing that they had to use first. Those are the leftovers that they had to use up. And that's what we found had the biggest impact. And that campaign has now been taken very large scale. If you've been in Melbourne recently, there's even a tram with it on the side. And it's that, what is the intervention? What is the change? What is the project or the program that is going to create that behavior or help support that behavior that we want to happen? And it's very, very hard when we come in and go, oh, well, if it was me in my home, what would change my food waste behaviors is blah. It's very hard to do that because people are different. It's very hard to generalize from our own personal experience. And so actually going and conducting that research and doing that investigation and getting that nuanced perspective, as Nithya was saying, can be so incredibly important. And it's really, really hard when you have an under-resourced a community. We find it a lot. We work a lot in the environment sector. We work a lot in the health sector, and it's always the same. How can we get the investment into this area so that we can better understand the problem and create more effective, more impactful solutions?
Thank you, Sarah. And that tape makes me think that it reminds me that people will also use things in ways that are unexpected. I saw someone using that tape this week in a share house, and yes, actually mapping out a section of the fridge where housemates would put any leftovers that they were happy for their housemates to eat or to share. And so one of the critical things that I think you can take away from that really wonderful example is, what is the point of action where you can have an intervention? You know, and what kind of reminder do people need? Like a visual reminder at the point of action, which is inside the fridge when you open it to make a decision about what you're eating or cooking or you know, taking to work for lunch, is such a useful insight. And I wonder if our listeners can think about what the parallel, the way you can translate that across to reading, you know, how we make that connection. Now, Mark, I was really excited to hear you talking about intrinsic and extrinsic values and the persuadable audience and what are we using to motivate people. What can you draw from some of the work you've done recently to share with our audience about designing effective campaigns?
Yeah, so our focus is so much on values-based messaging and messaging. Really what our focus is out of the whole big complicated behavior change bundle is that motivation element, that 10th element. So, you know, work with Sarah to figure out what the first 9 are, and then maybe ask us about the 10th. But that motivation element is obviously important. It's an integral part of it. And the question, in terms of what we can learn from the work that we've done on other issues like social justice or health issues, is, I suppose, understand your audience and don't make assumptions about what motivates them. And in fact, one of the interesting things is that human beings are motivated by all sorts of different things, and we are all a bundle of contradictions. And we're actually not very good at knowing what really motivates us. So most of the thought that happens in the human brain happens below the level of conscious awareness, and we never really know what all these processes and biases and heuristics that are driving us. And so one of the mistakes that people make is just to simply ask them, you know, what do you think about this? Or what would motivate you to engage in this behavior? And we sometimes get the right answer, but a lot of the time we get people's rationalizations around their behavior as opposed to their genuine drivers. An example of that is a piece of research in which the behavior that we wanted was for people to reduce their electricity usage. And everyone in the study was supplied with smart meters, so they could actually, so they had the information at their disposal. They could see what was using up energy in their home, so they had the information. So what they then did is they split the participants into 2 different groups. One group received information about of sort of regular updates on how much electricity they were saving and how much money they were saving as a result of that. And the other group received information about how much electricity they were saving and the benefits of the reduced emissions from that energy for children in their neighborhood with respiratory diseases. So very different types of motivations for why you might want to save energy. What they found is that the only people who actually saved energy were those who were motivated by those benevolence values, that concern for children in their neighborhood. The people who were sent information about how much money they were saving did not actually reduce their consumption compared to a control group. But what was interesting, prior to the study, everyone was asked what would motivate you to reduce your electricity consumption, and the vast majority of people said money. So that's one thing I just wanted to put out there is, don't necessarily trust what people think or even say motivates them. It's not that they were lying, they genuinely thought this would motivate them, but are often wrong about what's really going on below the hood. And it's important to sort of understand what's really going on. And one of the ways to do that is to use research differently, as opposed to just asking people what motivates them, is to test, is to provide them, like that study did, with different types of messaging, and then see which one actually shifts people's behavior.
And I suppose that point as well that was raised in the introduction, that everyone is different, and so you actually have to have a lot of different kinds of segmentation when you can. You know, obviously I know that's expensive, I know that's difficult to achieve in a lot of contexts, but that different things will motivate different cohorts, and so you kind of have to do a improv approach of yes and kind of maybe try lots of different ways into your campaign so you can connect with different audiences. Like I know for me, my key motivator on the bill is trying to have lower energy use than people of the same size household as me. So I'm just a highly competitive person competing with my power bill. And so, so, you know, we're all weird in our own ways. But there's lots of questions now coming forward in the chat, and we will come to some of those questions in about 5 minutes. We've got people asking particularly about those motivations, about the, you know, how we can dive more into the motivations. But let's just talk for a couple of minutes about how we bring some of those more experiential, emotive, intrinsic experiences to the fore when we're designing campaigns. Because, you know, those of us who are lucky enough to be readers know that how much joy and connection and empathy and insight reading brings to our lives. But it's a really hard thing to convey in a campaign, right? So how can we convey those emotive factors in a campaign that's designed to change behaviours? And maybe we'll start with you, Mark, and we'll go back the other way to Sarah and Nithya.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, all of us here are talking about emotion and how do you engage emotion in people, because that's the thing that really shifts people, and that's what motivation is. It is about connecting with emotion. And for me, the narrative around reading and what people have been talking about today is very much around, I suppose, curiosity and exploration and understanding that different books will work for different people and bring forth different benefits to different people. And it's that diversity and that sort of curiosity and creativity of books that I think might be something to lean into. And in terms of the values map, those are intrinsic values, those are self-direction values. And self-direction values includes things like choosing your own goals, creativity, curiosity, and freedom and independence. And I think if I was crafting a campaign on reading, I reckon I'd be leaning into that and leading into talking about the way in which books enable you to explore things beyond your horizons, and to be your own person and to choose your own path and choose your own adventure kind of thing. I think that's productive territory for me, but that's just a little bit of a stab in not quite the dark, but an evidence-based suggestion as to where we might be able to tap into that emotion, because ultimately values motivate us because they make us feel something. And if we can focus on what are those values that we're trying to tap into, that's a lot more effective than trying to do a horses for courses approach where you're trying to appeal to lots of different values and lots of different motivations in everyone. It just confuses people as to how they're supposed to feel.
It's interesting because that's the very first thing I think Anna said this morning was how reading has the power to enable or enhance your autonomy and sense of self and identity, and it's about self-actualization. So that's a really interesting thread to carry through. Sarah?
Sorry, Jess. Yeah, I got it. I think with things like the campaigns, I'm a research scientist. I would always say go back to the evidence. And from what we've seen for things like the Australia Read Survey and the national surveys, people on the whole have very positive attitudes towards reading. People think reading is a good thing. People recognize the value of reading. They recognize the importance of reading for different age groups. And so, if we've got to that level and we've got people that are understanding that emotional connection, we've got people who know that storytelling is important. They've got all of that. That's sort of under the belt. That's a win for us. That's a pat on the back for us. That's something that we've achieved. I think exploring some of those other roadblocks, some of those other barriers could be a useful exploration. So, if people are over the line with their positive feelings, with their positive emotions, with their positive attitudes, with their positive values about reading, and reading for themselves and reading for others around them, then what else is it? What else is preventing it? What else is going on? Is it something around the environmental context? Is it something around time? We've heard about time limitations. Is it something around finance? Like, what else is happening? And therefore, can our messages, can our actions, can our programs take that into account and actually start to address some of those maybe more systemic challenges that people are facing? Like exactly as you say, Jess, the school library that's closed most of the time, you just can't get over that. It doesn't matter how positive all the children's attitudes are towards books and towards reading and how much they want to do it. If that library is shut, they cannot do it. It's very simple. And I'm sure Nithya will have similar experiences from the healthcare sector.
Thank you, Sarah. Okay, so there's the 9 easies and the one motivation that we've talked about so far. Nithya, what do you think we can do to tap into the emotive part of this story?
Sure. And look, I guess from having spent 10 years at Nike, I was kind of very much embedded in the world of inspiration. I mean, it was a company whose mission statement actually was all about bringing inspiration and imagination into and innovation into athletes. And basically, if you had a body, you were deemed an athlete. And what I can say about the beauty of watching deeply nuanced consumer insights translate into very powerful campaigns that inspire. And perhaps you said it, Mark, about we can't assume what's going to motivate people, and it's not always the rational. We don't know what's going to uplift us. And so there are very practiced capabilities in campaign creation and development that really explore what is the insight. And this comes from having a very specific group of whose behavior you want to shift. And I know I said this before, but I'll repeat it again. But really spending time to understand, how does this person tick? Like, they might express that they want to do X, Y, and Z, but really the key insight is something else. And so how do we bring that out? And then magically this campaign gets designed that no one would have, perhaps not the strategy office would have developed on paper, but it's there because of connecting, the ability to connect to humans and understand that human insight. And as humans, we are so driven, motivated, and connected by story. And the successful campaigns often just have a way of storytelling. And I also have a side life in performance, and the same thing happens on stage. There's a way to connect to people that's not about the rational. It's about something much, much more profound. And authors, creatives do this very intuitively, and finding ways to bring that authenticity and connection into the interface that people engage with, I've seen time and time again to be the most powerful. What I will also say is that perhaps there's an assumption that, or maybe not, but it's worth testing whether there is an assumption that it's always about the individual making some kind of decision to read more, or the onus is on the individual to do the heavy lifting of where do I do this extra bit of activity. And there was some beautiful trials back when in healthy eating, and particularly at Alfred Health, where in the cafeteria environment they just took all the unhealthy drinks out of sight and put water at eye level, and people's automatic behavior was, I'm going to grab some food, I want something to drink, there's water, I see it available, and that's the end outcome. So that individual never had to think about, do I really feel like a Coke today or something else? But I know I should have water. And that process was all cut out. And it was the system just defined the action. So it became quite easy and took burden off the individual. So there's similarly, my son goes to school every morning and they just exchange their readers. It's not enforced in a way that you have to do this, but the kids all get excited about it. They see everyone doing it and they just kind of want to do that. So I think there's ways that we can absolutely think about tapping into the power of story and the audiences who work in reading to inspire, but also beyond the campaign into implementation, how others outside of the individual can take on the burden of the decision making.
Thank you. So there's two key tracks of thought here in this conversation. One is the the power of story to inspire. I love this tapping in, going beyond the rational to the intuitive and the profound, and what an amazing cohort as well does the reading sector have to work with as authors and people who tell stories. But then also, how do we take the onus off individuals and look at the systems and the systemic barriers that are preventing people from engaging in reading. So this is a very good moment for us to go to some of those many questions that are coming through. I'll try and make these really quick. Mark, there's a question here about your thoughts on the reading challenges we sometimes see. You know, I remember the MS Readathon when I was a kid, and there's the Premier's Reading Challenge. Is competition, is it helpful or is it exclusive? What do you reckon?
I'm always a little bit worried about competition from the perspective of how people perceive their own behavior and why they're engaging in it. Because at the end of the day, what values are engaged in people, and therefore how they think and act, and whether it's intrinsic or extrinsic as a motivator, depends on whether they perceive their own behavior to be done for the award, for the certificate, and whether the reading the 12th book is done as a chore in order to get the checklist done so that you can get the reward, or whether you're doing it because you're loving it. And look, overall, the research would suggest that competitions aren't the way to build the love of whatever it is, right? Because you are literally telling people that if you do this, we will give you some other reason to do it, right? We will give you the reward. And it frames the behavior as something that you would need some sort of motivation to do that you wouldn't do for its own sake. So it's risky from that perspective. At the same time, I know that there is a bunch of research looking at the ways in which sometimes it can be okay to use those extrinsic motivators to get people started. But it does require a very conscious effort to then transform their motivation and get them to think about that motivation differently. And it depends on what you're motivating people through. So with my own kids, for example, when I'm trying to get them to sort of into a habit of doing homework or doing reading with me, the technique I use, instead of offering them like sweets or some sort of physical reward, the reward was the time that we spent together that was really lovely and nice. So that I didn't tell them I was doing this, but I just made it a really fun, you've got all of my attention for these 10 minutes, so that they would then associate reading with feeling really positive and nice and, oh my God, isn't this great? Because I didn't want them to think that they were doing it because I was forcing them to do it. Get that 12th book reading.
Well, you know, it's the reading should be part of the reward. It's not the kind of like the thing that's on the way, I suppose. It's the part of the payoff. But there's another great question from Cass, and I might come to you for this one, Sarah. If you were to design an experiment that encourages more reading by pairing reading with an existing activity or behaviour, which behaviour would you choose? I mean, I'll love Nithya and Mark to think about this too, because I think it's a fantastic question, because it's kind of like what Mark was just saying there, you know, it's the hanging out time and the reading paired together. Is there anything else that you think you could connect it with, Sarah?
Thanks, Jess. And thanks so much, Cass. Really good question. And a tricky question as well, because, you know, if we're looking at it in terms of using a different activity to leverage off to encourage additional reading on top. Again, you know, wouldn't want to stray too far to, exactly as Mark points out, you know, what is the risk of setting up reading as the as not being the inherently valuable activity in and of itself. Rather, it's a means to an end. So the other thing is the attractive thing, the other thing is the better thing, rather than the reading itself is the attractive thing and the reading itself is the beneficial thing, the thing that we enjoy, the thing that we like, the thing that we want to do. So you know, and it might be a case of, you know, when it's, you know, this might be an opportunity where you could leverage off some of those social norms. You know, we're very social animals. We've heard quite a lot about social norms today. You know, we inherently like doing things together because of the way that we have evolved. You know, don't work against evolution, work with evolution. And so if we can, you know, incorporate that social aspect, again, which the East framework mentions, if we can incorporate that social aspect so that we build those social connections, those interpersonal connections at the same time, then maybe that provides a little bit of extra support to the behavior of reading and the pleasure that we get from reading.
I love that. So it's, tapping into the social is something that we've heard a couple of times today. Nithya, do you have any ideas that are coming to mind?
Sure. And look, isn't it the case that it's so dependent on the individual? I think of, and in terms of, are we defining reading as physical books or pieces of paper or the audio books? I know many people who on long commutes really value the option to have audiobooks. It's not practical to have something physical if they're driving, but other forms of story and books can be quite successful. Others, in the midst of a workout or something, there's books mounted on exercise bikes and the like. For children, I guess I have also observed, and I mean, this is not any statistically significant sample group, but they're very drawn to activities and characters that they like. So I guess with digital technologies, we do have so many other options to build in literacy or connection with stories, to even have reinforcing mediums, whether it's a cartoon or an animated version of something that might then refer back to, and of course cinema does this very well in terms of the books and the movies that pair together. So but I guess ultimately this is maybe reinforcing Sarah's point on the social, and really where do we like to spend our time, what other things motivate us, and how do we connect reading, story or literacy with those.
Yes, thank you, Nithya. I mean, for us, getting in the car, in my family, getting in the car means listening to the Theo and Matt podcast, which is, a father and son reading stories. And I think we've listened to every Theo and Matt podcast now about 50 times. But it's exactly that thing. Now, the activity of getting in the car is actually the payoff of sitting in the traffic is that you get to listen to Theo and Matt. So it's, how do you make it social and build it into your everyday activity? Because a really great point here that I think Adriana made is, oh, sorry, it was Bronwyn. Bronwyn said, how do we make it easier for people to read more? It's like easy, and motivation coming together. I think we could have spent a lot more time with the three of you. I think there's so much here to dive into and unpack, but we really appreciate all of the insights and the thought that you've brought us from your own vast realm of experience. And I also am going to be taking away, Nithya, if you have a body, you're an athlete. If you can engage with a story, you're a reader. Whether or not you're reading, listening to a podcast at the gym, or listening to a story being read to you, an audiobook at the gym or in the car, or, like Shay's friends in the Tough Guy Book Club down at the pub, arguing over a book, you're a reader. So we have to I think there's something to learn from Nike in that story too. So thank you so much, Nithya, Mark and Sarah. Sarah, we'll see you a little bit later today as well. And now we are going to move on to our next session. Our next session is also about making change happen. And this session is another one of our lightning talks sessions. It's about what does it take it asks the question, what does it take to create a persuasive campaign and to bring other people along with you? We're going to hear 5 lightning talks now from speakers who've successfully delivered social and behavioural change across a very wide range of audiences and outcomes. We've got a really fantastic lineup. Kylie Robertson, who is the co-founder of Matterworks, Sandeep Varma, who's the co-founder and CEO of Sari Collective, Catherine Gledhill-Tucker, who's a technologist, writer and digital activist, Lizzie O'Shea, who is the chair of Digital Rights Watch, and Scott Ludlam, who's the former Green Senator and author. And now actually Sandeep is here. I know that Sandeep has been posting about today as well. So Sandeep will be in Slido answering your questions as well. But for now, let's hear from from these 5 speakers on making change happen.
I've been fascinated by that question. How do you turn a reader into a writer? And how specifically do you find someone like me who identifies as South Asian and comes from an Indian heritage? How do you turn someone like me from a reader or from a person with an idea into someone who brings that idea to life, into a writer, into a creator? And so I think there's a couple of different things that make that happen. The first one is actually an invitation. I think you have to invite people in even before they've done anything, or even if they have an idea, or even if that you think they have an idea, to invite them in. The second thing I think you need to do is believe in them. I think you need to believe in people before they believe in themselves. And I think it's really important that belief sees them for who they fully are, their identity, their cultural context, the challenges that they face, perhaps the lack of belief they have in themselves. And the third thing I think you need, after an invitation, after believing in someone, is a system. I think you need a system for showing people how to be productive and effective at what they want to do, and how they want to write or create, and to immerse themselves in a world of ideas that speak to each other. And lastly, I think you need community. Nothing in this world gets done if we sit by ourselves. Although for many writers, we have to sit by ourselves for long periods of time. I think what we need is the support of others to encourage us and nurture us and inspire us on our journey. So those 4 reasons are the reasons that I started the Sardi Collective. Sardi Collective is a media startup and a community. We're a space to increase the visibility of South Asian writers in Australia. So if you don't know what a South Asian is a person who comes from the countries and the diaspora connected to the Indian subcontinent and all the countries surrounding it. You might not know, but in Australia, there's over 1.3 million South Asians right now. We're the fastest growing group in the country, one of the best educated, and yet we still face barriers, both from a seeing ourselves perspective, which we don't often in media or in publishing or in many other spaces. From a discriminatory perspective, there's been recent studies that people with surnames like Singh get discriminated against in job applications. But there's also cultural barriers. So cultural barriers like that in our community, sometimes taking a creative leap that might not be well paid is often frowned upon from a migrant perspective because it's not as lucrative or it's not as safe as other careers. And yet we have one of the most amazing literary histories and cultures in South Asia, and we often struggle to tap into it. So Sardi Collective started 2.5 years ago, and our purpose is to increase the visibility of South Asians in this country. So far, what we've done is we've published over 150 different South Asian voices across Australia, and 50% of those have published and had their first paid byline with us. We've issued invitations to more than 450 different writers to write for us, which has been pretty amazing. Some of them have written, some of them have supported us, some of them have attended our events. And we've been recognized as a space that's safe, a space that's culturally sensitive, but a space that gives South Asians in Australia the privilege that non-South Asians often get, which is to see themselves as talking about their identity on par and equal with talking about who they are as Australians and the things they're interested in. People on our platform have written about things as interesting as, being a super smeller and having a heightened sense of smell, on Australian politics, on the COVID pandemic and science, on entrepreneurship and starting a startup, on being a mom and learning how to run later in life. Sardi's been recognized. We won the Victorian Government's Multicultural Media Award last year, and we were funded by the Google News Equity Fund because of our work representing underrepresented audiences. But what we're most proud of is that over 2 million people have visited our site and read the content that Sardi produces, which means that we're a platform to leverage the visibility of so many first-time writers. In addition to that, it's more so the stories that come out. People that have come to us and said, if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have written, or thank you so much, or people recognized and believed in me because they saw me publish through your platform. We also are really proud of the fact that we're inclusive. What we've done, for example, is that we've engaged with organizations like arts organizations, theater companies, museums, and we've helped support and highlight and showcase South Asian talent and inclusive South Asian communities. In Victoria, we ran the very first after party for a production featuring South Asians and transgender people. And through a party, that was the first time that I'd ever seen a party with South Asians and transgender people sharing an intersection of culture. We're really proud of the work we've done. But what's really important is that we want to issue with where I started. An invitation to South Asians who are out there, or people who are on the journey of discovering what it means to be South Asian, to come to us, to find a space, to come with zero experience, and to find a place to write. We'll provide you with belief. We'll provide you with some really cool tech tools and a system. And most importantly, we'll provide you with a community. And we think that's the most important thing that we can create, and that's the gift that we want to give. So if you're listening to this and you're South Asian, please come to us. If you're not and you know a South Asian, please find us. And if you're not South Asian, please check out our content and learn what it means to be South Asian and learn the interesting stories, writing, and perspectives that we bring to Australia, which need to be seen so much more. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Catherine Gledhill-Tucker. I'm a Noongar technologist, writer, and digital rights activist based in Western Australia. I currently live on Wajak Noongar Budjab. I grew up on the south coast in Capricorn, Esperance, WA. I write poetry, science fiction, and occasionally essays that explore surveillance, digital colonialism, and our relationship with machines. A lot of the work that I produce is reflective of the history of technology, and specifically the history of computers and the way that computers and their design is rooted in the military industrial complex. So a lot of the work and the thinking that I do is about reimagining what computers and what technology could look like if it were different, if it wasn't created to predict the target trajectory of missiles, and what would computers look like if it were created by Indigenous peoples is a big area of research and in thinking for me. So, and in particular, my creative practice interrogates the materiality of technology. So the ways that computers are literally filled with bits of country, and they're embedded with bits of country that are from the layers of substrate of sand and land and waters and country, right down to the copper wires and the rare earth minerals that compose circuit boards. But the way that we talk about computers and technology, like we talk about the cloud, or we talk about these really ephemeral concepts, they're abstracted away from that materiality. Like we're taught to forget that computers are made of things from the earth and from the land. So I choose very deliberately to write speculative and science fiction, particularly because for Indigenous peoples, imagining ourselves in the future as alive and flourishing peoples is a very radical act. It's a very radical thing to do, especially inside a colonial system that wanted to eradicate us. So imagining these utopias and alternative realities is a way for me to write hope into the future and into the present as well. It's about a way to say there are other possible realities for people in my community that aren't rooted in violence. So I also, as I mentioned, I'm a digital rights activist. I sit on the board of Electronic Frontiers Australia, which is a not-for-profit organisation that champions digital rights and privacy in Australia. So specifically about championing human rights in a digital space. This work involves a lot of reading legislation and writing submissions, but more importantly, it involves predicting the kind of cultural effects of legislative change and the effects of new technology, and communicating that really widely to people. So, which is really similar to writing science fiction. It's about anticipating the effects of change and conducting this kind of exercise of, well, what could go wrong and what could we do differently, which I think is a thought process that is often really missing in technology when people are building stuff, is about thinking, well, who could this harm? What are the adverse effects that we're not necessarily designing for? So I think working in tech for the last 10 years and being really interested in science fiction and speculative fiction and activism has all just really come together in this nice way where I can be very proactive, both in imagining futures and then trying to very deliberately write legislation or write submissions for legislation that counteracts those dystopic possibilities. So there's nothing inevitable about technology, as much as companies would like to tell stories of the future of ubiquitous artificial intelligence or the singularity. And I believe that as long as we are creative and imaginative beings, that dystopias are not, in fact, inevitable. But change is slow. And I think in order to make change happen, it is really important to find community and link arms with people who are as passionate about making the world better as you are. That's certainly been the case for me. Some of my favorite people and favorite friends are people that I've met through the digital rights community, and it just takes enough people to be openly and loudly passionate about a particular idea or a particular campaign or a particular change that we want to see in the world. And once you start being loud, you hear and see other people who are also being loud about the same thing. And you learn that, oh, yeah, I don't just need to scream into the void anymore. We can scream into the void together. And there is an incredible galvanizing effect when you do find other people in these communities and in these spaces that care about the same things that you do. And it is really sustaining and really critical. Like, I don't think that I would be able to work or care about these kinds of initiatives for as long as I have without having that grounding force of community. So there's something very beautiful about writing and reading that has opened myself up to new communities and people that I never would have met otherwise. So yeah, there are many, many ways to make change. And I think it's just about finding what works for you and then finding the people around you that are also really passionate about the same things and passionate about the same methods of change. But yes, I've found that when you care about something, the chances are very high that others will care about it too and already be looking for those kindred spirits. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Lizzie O'Shea. I'm a lawyer by training. I'm also an author, but I'm here in my capacity as chair of Digital Rights Watch, which is an advocacy organisation that seeks to build a world in which human rights are respected online. I want to talk to you about how you make change and share a few lessons that we've learned as advocates in what makes a successful strategy for convincing others to come with you. The first lesson I think that's worth remembering is find your allies. Both the usual suspects, but also the unexpected friends. The usual suspects are those people who share your passion, who understand what you're trying to do and are on board. You might need to get on the same page in terms of strategy and tactics, but you know you can trust them. On the other side, we have unusual friends who might need to be convinced or might just be waiting to be asked for their support. With a little bit of extra effort and integrity in your mission, you can turn this into a huge source of new friends and allies to build your campaign for change. I think it's really important to find those unusual friends, even if it takes a bit of extra effort, because it can mean that your coalition overall is much stronger and you surprise your adversaries as to how you might be able to convince people to change their way of thinking. We have this example in the digital rights space of this occurring. So I can convince lots of people who are involved in tech policy as to why privacy reform is really important. Technologists understand it, computer scientists, engineers, they understand these policy issues and they see the benefit of improving our privacy laws. But on the other side of the ledger, I know there's a lot of parents, for example, who are really concerned about how much data is being collected about their children and being shared over the course of their lifetime for all sorts of purposes that weren't originally intended. So I want to recruit those parents to say, you don't need to be an expert in privacy reform to understand why it needs to happen. You don't need to be a computer scientist either to get that you're concerned about how much information is being taken about your children and used in ways that you didn't intend. I can talk to parents, I can convince them that this privacy reform project is really important. And in doing so, you get access to whole new sets of people who might otherwise be uninterested in the topic, whether that's everyday parents of children or also organisations and advocates who have spent a long time in that space who can join the dots between privacy reform and the interests of children. So I think finding those allies is a really critical part of building a campaign for change. The second one that I think is really important is tailoring your message. Now, sometimes I'm trying to convince people that I have a really big carrot, and sometimes I'm trying to convince them that I'm holding a really big stick. Sometimes I want people to know that I've really studied this topic, I've got extensive expertise, I know what I'm talking about. And other times I want to give really busy people just 3 dot points that they can take with them on their day. The audience that we're talking to is never a monolith. It involves lots of different sets of people who might respond differently to different types of messaging. I'm sure I don't need to tell you that storytelling is a really powerful way of getting your point across, of convincing people to change their behaviour. But I think it's how you format that story. It becomes very important when you're talking to a diverse audience. So when I give evidence before a Senate committee or when I talk to a minister or the Attorney General, I want them to know that I've studied this topic, that I've read the draft legislation, that I know what international best practice looks like, and I want to make that clear to them so that then they can trust that I know what I'm talking about when I deliver a message about recommendations for reform. But on the other side of that ledger, I want to make it really easy for everyday people who might not have that experience and expertise to trust me that if they take a small bit of action, it will have an impact. It will make a difference. So that involves drafting a petition maybe, or an open letter that is really clear, that is accurate, but it's also compelling and simple. And it convinces people that if you trust me, that your actions will make a difference. That means that they're more prepared, I think, to give you their time and energy. So that doesn't mean that you lie to them or that you tell them that something that's not true or lacking nuance. It's getting that storytelling format right, which instills both a trust in you as an advocate, but also makes sure that you meet the audience where they're at. And the last thing I would say is that failure is always a prerequisite to success. There are so many great stories out there of individuals or organizations or movements that have managed to be spectacularly successful. But usually what predates that is a huge amount of hard work and lots of setbacks. Convincing people to change their behavior actually takes a huge amount of patience and resilience. And so that means, I think, when something doesn't go to plan, you have to understand that you're disappointed, but then put that disappointment to one side and work out how you're going to respond to that next. How can you use that disappointment, that failure, to inform your advocacy for future endeavours that might lead to success? And without that, I think it would be very easy to get bitter or resentful or tired and exhausted. So making sure you've put in the effort to be ready to deal with those failures, and that over time you can turn them into successes, but not necessarily worry too much along the way. There's a huge amount of success waiting for you, but being patient, persistent, and repetitive is often a key to arriving at that point. And so there's no shame in making a mistake or having a failure. It's how you respond to it that's critical. Hopefully that's useful, and good luck in your campaigns for change.
Hey everyone, I'm Scott Ludlam. I was an Australian Greens Senator for 9 years for Western Australia, and before that I worked with the anti-nuclear movement to fight for land rights and against things like radioactive waste dumps and uranium mining. I'm really happy to join you today because you're talking about two of my favourite things, reading and social change. This is one of those events where I'm a bit sorry to be appearing by video rather than there in person, because I want to know what everybody else says and what kind of conclusions you come to. How are you going to persuade people to read books when our attention spans have been obliterated by social media, and sometimes I can't be bothered to read all the way to the end of a tweet? And that, combined with the fact that so much of the information that we're swimming in has been put there with malintent, and just watching the way the Voice to Parliament debate has unfolded, I'm reminded again that the purpose of a disinformation campaign often isn't to persuade so much as to disorient. A couple of years ago, I wrote a book on social movements, trying to get a handle on why some succeed and some fail, in the context of climate change, where we can't afford to fail any more than we already have. I spent a year travelling slowly around the world, talking to the most amazing people involved in campaigns on peace and climate and justice. And one of the places that trip took me to was Mathare in Nairobi in Kenya. And there they work on trying to stop police from coming into their community and murdering their young people. They never chose to be activists, it was forced on them by the state. And as you can imagine, it takes a huge amount of courage to step out every day and do that work. One of the activists there, Juliet Wanjira, says, "When we lose our fear, they lose their power." When we lose our fear, they lose their power. You remember that Margaret Mead quote about how small groups of committed people are the only thing that's ever changed the world. And it's a cliche, but I think it's actually true. You need a tiny nucleus of committed and determined people around which others can gather, and then anything at all is possible. I remember the first time I read how raindrops form. You need a tiny little particle of dust for the water vapour to cling to, and then it grows and grows. But without that tiny nucleus, in our case of people getting out of bed early and organising a conference, nothing of substance can form. But for that to happen, we need to lose our fear. Maybe it's just a prosaic fear of failure or irrelevance. Maybe it's a fear of police batons. This is going to sound as basic as hell, but I feel like all social change is based on this principle: a very small handful of determined people with a sense of belief strong enough to cut through the inertia and the disinformation and the sketchy attention spans. If you're at this conference, then maybe the battle is already half won. Find your people, gather your best ideas, link arms, and go and make it rain.
Wow. What an extraordinary group. I kind of feel like that was the more considered, slower lightning that we needed at the end of the day, but I think it's still a lot of those lightning bolts really hit home. So thank you to our 5 fantastic speakers who delivered those talks about how they've delivered social and behavioural change across different audiences and for different sorts of outcomes as well, whether they're campaigning within communities or working with community or campaigning and advocating to governments and to elected representatives. Really, really fantastic session. So thank you to our 5 speakers there. We are inching towards the final session of the day. It's an exciting one because it's a session in which we're going to seek to draw all of these threads and kite strings together that we've seen, the ideas that we've seen flying around us today at Volume, and we're going to try and bring them together in this conversation about what it means to live in a reading nation and what it feels like, what the experience is, how do we feel connected and how do we identify when we're living in a reading nation, and then how do we get there, drawing from the insights that we've learnt today and drawing from your feedback over the course of the day as well. So we're asking the question, what if we had the high literacy rates of our dreams, a flourishing book industry, a society that celebrates reading? How does that transform the social and economic life of Australia? How does that change the way we see ourselves, the kinds of conversations that we have at the dinner table, at the pub, on the bus stop or the tram stop platform? How does it change the way we celebrate birthdays, the way that we mark momentous occasions, and of course the way that we operate as a sector? And how do we work together to go from where we are today to that future that we're trying to give tangible form to? So we've got a whole bunch of fantastic speakers to join us for this final session. And we've got Anna Berkey, who we've been happy to chat with all day long, the head of Australia Reads. Anna has been diving into the Slido. She's been pouring through your comments as well. And so we really want you to be part of this conversation. Please submit your ideas and comments via Slido. Here are some of the comments that you've shared so far about visualizing success. What are some of the words or approaches you think are most pertinent for successfully changing reading habits in Australia? I love that passion, enjoyment, access, collaboration, reading together and spending time is critical, and making sure people have access. How do we create more positive role models for reading? How do we make reading visible? How do we make it? I love aligning reading with breakfast, lunch, and dinner or tea. I love that, and that we interweave it into the fabric of our lives. These are some really lovely ideas. And then we also had the question, what would it feel like to live in a reading nation, and what would you see around you? I might ask Anna to come in and join us in this part of the chat at this point. Hi, Anna.
Hello, I'm here.
Great.
I'm here, but wow, it's just as well we've got word clouds to capture things, because my brain is slightly loading a little bit, to be honest. I think it was nice to end with Scott's very gentle talk with birdsong in the background.
I think I needed that. I think I needed a slightly calmer set. Me too. You know, I'm actually still drinking coffee because I think I need the boost. But it's been a really interesting day. We've spanned a lot of different sectors actually, but there have been some real common threads that I think we'll be able to follow in this conversation. But let's talk a little bit about.
Yeah, I hope so. So yes, audience, I'm going to kind of try and be your voice, and kind of all of those comments you've been kind of bringing in, all of those themes, try and make sure that we're incorporating those into our conversations and kind of questioning the panel, and because we want to get to a sense of what next, what might our next steps look like, how do we take this forward together. So back to you, Jess.
Thank you, Anna. So the question we're asking now is, what would it feel like to live in a reading nation, and what would you see and experience around you? There's some lovely responses here. People are saying that it would be thrilling. We would experience empathy, patience, and kindness. I love this idea of building social reading activities around the notion of unexpected friends. So intermingling diverse audiences, finding crossover interests, and removing stigma. Oh, there's so many great answers here. Have you had a chance to have a look, Anna? Are there any that jump out for you?
I think there's a couple of threads around what people see, so that kind of behavior that you see other people reading around you, and then there's that kind of inquiry case. You know, people are questioning information about them. I love that the information literacy and the media literacy angle is coming through really strongly as well. But there's also that sense that people are kinder, more empathetic, more tolerant. Now, as people who are engaged in trying to change behavior and get more people to read. That's difficult to track, that people have become more empathetic, but it is still an important big vision, like Kylie was talking about. So I love that, and I think that is something we want to see more of. And it's a question now of there's some really great conversation going on between some of you in the chat threads that's really appreciated around, okay, this is really nice. How do we do it? Let's influence politicians. Let's get our messaging straight. So I think there's that kind of real sense that we're thinking on a couple of different levels here about how do I apply this practically for me? How do I have the vision about what I want my world to look like in the future? And then, God, how am I going to influence people to actually make this happen? So I love that we've got the conversation going on a few different threads there.
Yes, I think there was in the earlier conversation, we talked about working in layers. Nithya talked about working in layers, about individual actions and behaviours and the design of systems around the individual, which I think is really critical. So we're going to try and balance this conversation, I think, between talking about the big picture aspiration, setting that big picture aspiration, and then trying to chart a practical course to get there. But luckily, you and I, with our overloaded volume-filled brains, don't have to navigate this alone, Anna. We have some really fantastic speakers joining us in this final panel. I'd like to invite Robbie Egan, who's the CEO of Book People, to join us. Sarah Kneebone, the Education Manager from Behaviour Works Australia, is coming back after our last session together. Kate Larson is a writer and arts consultant who's been given the epic task of summarising today. I think you might have been given a few extra words, but it's going to be a seriously long haiku. And then we've got Anna as well. Hello, welcome everybody.
Hi, Jess.
Hi, Robbie.
Hi, everyone.
Sarah.
Hi, everyone.
Good to have you.
Good to have you all here. So, this is really an epic task to try and summarise such a big day. But what I might do is ask each of you. I might come around the circle and ask each of you for your reflection on what. Let's talk about that high-level aspiration for a little while before we go on to the how-to. Robbie, can you give us a sense of what living in a reading nation would feel like from your perspective?
Look, I hope I can. It's been 30 years of trying to help nudge us towards it. Based on the enormous amount of content today, luckily I've made a few notes. I think a reading nation is one where we accept reading as everything before we get into large language models that might create writerless books and readerless books too. I think if you want to do anything in life, if you want to be in the television industry, if you want to be an actor, if you want to be a footballer, a baker, whatever you want to do, you're going to have to come to reading at some point, and there's going to have to be engagement with the written word. And if you want to carve a niche, the better you read, the better you're going to do. And the most important element of it is imagination and creativity. I think not the creative economy type of imagination and creativity. I more mean people who are going to charge our economy in the future are going to have to use design and creative thinking. And the way to stimulate imagination and creativity best is through reading. And I think we've established that today. And over time, what do I want this world to look like, and what will it look like? I want my plumber to read The Economist and to quote from it when I speak with him. I want the baker to read the graphic novels of Robert Kirkman, The Walking Dead. I want Rick Rubin's book on creativity to be in the basement with the kid who's smoking bongs and playing loud electric guitar. I want reading to be absolutely normalized, and it will be one day. And we want Indigenous communities and marginalised people, migrants, whoever they might be, to see themselves in those stories. I'm going to flip quickly and say a literate Australia is really another level of maturity. And literate to me isn't just about, my life's been about book selling, bookshops, and the physical book, but we need to be film literate, music literate in the world of digital gaming. Coding is writing after all. We need to be literate in reading landscape from an Indigenous perspective, but also from a mining perspective and from an agriculture perspective. I think reading Australia is a significantly better place, and we'll all be richer for it economically and culturally and socially. Now, I could go on, but I think we should pass this around a bit. But that's my opening monologue.
Thank you, Robbie. I like that literacy is not just about books. Again, we're going back to Nardi at the very beginning of the day. That's really a great place to take us. Kate, what would living in a reading nation look and feel like to you?
Well, interestingly, in some ways we're already
there. So more people we know engage in arts and culture on a weekly basis than they do in sport. And reading is the second most popular way that they do so. So second only to recorded music. We are already a nation of readers. But we know that utopia of all we hope out of being the utopian idea of all we hope a reading nation could be, that increased empathy, the increased social and personal skills have not come along with it yet. So for me, a reading nation is, and we've talked at various points today about what motivates us. There's a lot of talk always around arts policy, around the comparison of funding between the arts and sport sectors, which is particularly interesting when only about half of Australians engage in sport every week, just under 50%, and we're right up at the 98% level on significantly less investment. So for me, one of the characteristics of a reading nation is the swapping of those priorities. So can you imagine what this amazing, complex, diverse sector that enables reading in so many different forms and formats could do if we were resourced on a similar level to an activity that less than half of us participate in right now? So that's my provocation and own utopian dream. And I think that's what it would look like, would be a state of abundance. And hopefully alongside that, a loss of that stigma and the kind of snobbishness that Ben was talking about earlier about the different types of genres, formats, even the stigmas around the places that we read, so that we could see more acceptance of the diversity of what reading and literacy look like in this brave new world.
I love it, Kate. So there's the state of abundance is a beautiful way of putting it, but also a shift in stigma, but a shift in identity from the way we perceive ourselves to what we are actually like. I mean, the fact that more people engage in arts and culture every week and in reading than might be participating in sport, for example, is not how we see ourselves or talk about ourselves as Australians. And that's one of the things I think that needs to change, or we have the possibility to change. Sarah, your life is, and your work is all about behavioural change, and we've been lucky to have you join us earlier today and in this session. Can you tell us, what would it feel like? How would our behaviour change, and what would tangibly feel like to live in a reading nation?
Thanks so much, Jess. And hard to come on the heels of Robbie and Kate. Thanks so much for making it so difficult for me. There's in terms of behaviours, I think one of the things with reading, and this has been talked about quite a number of times today, is the social aspect of it. You know, we are social creatures. We're evolved that way. We like to be with others. We watch others to see what is acceptable, to see what is appropriate in any given situation. We've had talks today about identity, about culture, and the importance of those in driving our values and our self-perception. And all those things kind of tie in together with those social norms and what is appropriate and what do we expect as a culture, as a group, as a nation, around these reading behaviours. Now, one of the things that we find in the environmental space, which I think is interesting for us to look at, I've done a lot of work in the water and energy space, and we find that when there are behaviours that households are participating in that are visible, physically visible from the street, it encourages those behaviours in the community. So when people install solar powers on their roof, when they install water tanks, when they put up signs saying, you know, this water is, this garden is watered from the grey water system, when the community can see those behaviours going on, it shifts something. It shifts their own attitudes. It shifts their own beliefs and their own understanding about the importance and the role and significance of those behaviours. and encourages further engagement with those behaviors. Now, reading, you know, these conversations about where reading happens, where reading occurs, I think is really interesting. A lot of the time, to my mind, reading happens in quite a private space. You know, it happens at home, it happens in the evening, it happens in the living room, it happens in the bedroom. We see commuters on public transport, you know, looking at their phones. We don't know what they're engaging with. They could be watching a video, they could be reading. We're not sure. So even in public, it's sometimes can be difficult to see whether it's a reading behavior that people are engaging in. And certainly when people are at home with their families, you know, it's impossible for the community, the general public, to see what is happening. It's a privately enacted behavior. So I think, to me, is there any way of increasing that visibility of reading as a behavior in order to leverage off the power of those social connections, those social norms, and to demonstrate how many people are doing this? Lots of people already have reading as a habit. Lots of people are reading on a daily basis. Lots of people are picking up books every day, but we can't see it happening because it happens in the private space. If we are able to shift some of that up, to me, a reading nation is one where that reading becomes more visible. So, you know, we are taking our books to the park, we're taking our books outside, we're taking our digital readers to the beach. So, you know, maybe it's that, maybe it's something that can feed on itself. Can we demonstrate our own personal commitment to reading, our own personal enjoyment of reading by making it more public, by taking it out into the public sphere, and thereby re-establishing or establishing that social norm of reading as an enjoyable, as an important, as a productive and a growth type behavior that is normal to engage with. And again, removing some of that stigma and judgment that Ben was talking about earlier, that whatever it is that you're engaged with, it's a-okay.
I love that. I love that, you know, we'd all have identify with a diverse spectrum of reading choices. You know, not everyone is going home and watching Werner Herzog on you know, Netflix every night, right? Some of us are watching some real, let's say, a balanced diet of audiovisual entertainment, and it should be the same, I think, for your reading diet. Now, Anna, we've spoken about this before, and one of the things I loved about your response was the way that in a reading nation, reading would be one included in the kind of rituals and moments of our lives that we celebrate. Can you give us a little bit of a flavour of what that might feel like?
Yeah, well, I guess I love the Icelandic example that lots of people use of the book flood. So on Christmas Eve, you give a book. And that's entirely normal, and everybody does it, and it can be any kind of book, any kind of format. And then you spend Christmas Eve, when it's basically pitch black all day, reading. And then you talk about your books, and then you kind of go to bed and wake up when it's Christmas. So you know, that's a nice example of how reading is really visible, to Sarah's point there. It's really valued. It's something that everyone can do in their own space. You know, you're not necessarily choosing because you're choosing for someone else, but you know, there's still a sense of joint activity as well. I think that's something that we can learn from sport, is the way that there's that sense of everyone is in this together, and it's really visible, that I think has been highly successful for sport, because sport as a sector, they don't tend to talk about their economic impact. They talk about emotions. They talk about me being part of a group, and they make that really visible with team colors. So I think that there's plenty to kind of learn from that perspective. I think someone online was saying reading should be as normal as a pie at the footy. So I think that there's definitely that way that we can kind of increase that visibility. And I think the people have been using words online like respect, I'm seeing coming up a lot as well, that normalize, that it's so that real sense that it all comes down to that kind of sense of it's totally normal, super cool to talk about books in any kind of way, whatever way that people are comfortable with. So I feel like that's kind of what brings what the vibe and flavor and emotion of a reading nation is for me. And I love Kate's provocation of saying we're already a reading nation. I love that, because we are, but we want more. And we've got to walk this, like as an industry, we're kind of walking this balance of we're already doing really well. We've got so much to build on, but at the same time, if we don't sustain that, it could drop off a cliff. And we must nurture and support this, and we want more. We're ambitious. We want the whole country reading, not just 75% of it. So I think, but it's a great provocation, Kate, to not accept the premise of the question.
It's what I would expect from this crew. And, you know, I think it goes back to something that Ben said as well, is, you know, about starting from a strength-based rather than deficit-based approach as well. You know, let's start from the presumption that we are a reading nation. We're just not very good at celebrating it because, as Sarah says, we tend to do it. We're cozied up under the doona, or, you know, sitting by ourselves, perhaps commuting, or when we're not in a social environment, perhaps. But actually, we are a reading nation. We just have to learn to celebrate it a little bit more and perhaps make it more visible in our national identity. We have got an extraordinary depth of responses on. Now, if you're looking for this on Slido, go to the polls section. You'll have to input a little bit your own comment in order to see all of the responses from everyone else. But there are some phenomenal responses in there, and they range from the kind of experiential to the tangible, and how we get there. So we will dive into lots of those. But I want to ask a question of the panel about how we measure that success. Because we've talked now about what it would feel like, and we know that we're going to have to walk a path to get there and do some work to get there. But do we also need to change what we measure as a sector in order to achieve those outcomes? We have to perhaps stop counting. Let's say, I know book sales are important, but one of the excellent comments in the chat is that wouldn't it be great to see young people or people of all ages, you know, swapping books more and seeing books more as something that you share and trade and circulate, rather than something you stockpile and keep to yourself. And if we're measuring engagement and impact, maybe we're not measuring sales necessarily, or in isolation, we're measuring engagement in different ways. Does anyone have any ideas or comments or insights? I mean, Sarah, perhaps I'll start with you, because this is measuring behaviour change is a hard thing to do, right? What can you share with us about that?
Thanks, Jess. Well, you know, and bread and butter question for us, and it's the kind of thing that myself and my colleagues get very excited about, because we love. If we're creating change, we need to be able to measure it, right? You can't just throw a program out and expect it to work, because, you know, unfortunately things tend to happen, and you know, the implementation may be off, or something else can happen, and there may be unforeseen outcomes, unforeseen circumstances that have messed with it. So measurement is incredibly important. You know, measurement allows us to, you know, demonstrate to our funders that what we're doing works. It allows us to demonstrate to ourselves that it works. It allows us to make sure that what we're doing is right, it's going in the right direction. It prevents us from making those assumptions. So I think you're absolutely right that measurement is incredibly important. When it comes down to what you measure, that very much depends on, you know, what is that behavior that you are trying to create? What is it that you are trying to change? We talked about earlier, you know, reading is a catch-all term for hundreds of behaviors that come underneath that, because each different audience, each different location, each different time of engaging with material, each different kinds of material is a different behavior. So if we want to increase the number of teenagers who are reading graphic novels at home in the evening, that is one behavior, and we would be looking to measure that. Have we seen an increase in that through our programs, through our campaigns, through our increased accessibility of that audience to that material? So that's why we get very down to the nitty gritty. We get very, very specific. What is it exactly? What change exactly is it that we are trying to create? Who do we want to do what? where and when. And it's always about that question. And then in terms of measurement, we have loads of different tools at our disposal. You know, we're research scientists. We use surveys, we use questionnaires, we use self-report. We look at social media outputs. We look at all sorts of different forms of data that will give us an indication as to whether that change is occurring or not. We look at the change itself. So we would look at, you know, how many more teens are engaging with these graphic novels at home in their bedroom. But we could also look at the drivers and barriers. So we could also say, you know, if we identified the barrier was lack of access, have we managed to increase the access to this material? And that also is a legitimate measure. How we increase the access? Have we shifted attitudes towards this type of material? Have we, you know, reduced the cost? You know, have we changed the barrier to getting hold of that material? Have we enabled the libraries to be open longer in the schools? You know, so what is the change that we're trying to make? That we are assuming if we make that change, it will lead to the behavior that we are aiming for. So there are lots of ways to do it. There are lots of different tools and techniques we can use to do that. But things like engaging with your audience through things like surveys, questionnaires, many of the audience here is very familiar with these processes, is very legitimate. It's a very legitimate way of assessing whether that change has taken place.
Thank you, Sarah. Kate, Robbie, Anna, do you have any thoughts to share on what we might add to our list of measurements and KPIs? Anna, did you want to jump in?
No, let Kate go. I've had plenty of chance to speak today.
I just wanted to say that I completely agree with Sarah. So part of it is about expanding our definition of what reading and literacy can be, and removing those old-fashioned notions of trying to apply historical definitions of what they've meant in the past. But I'd also love to see a change in how we measure value in terms of the value we infer upon our writers, who are not paid anywhere near on a level that's in keeping with the popularity of their work, even though making a book takes the longest time of nearly all outcomes. Writers are more likely to invest in education, and humanities degrees aren't cheap anymore. So the initial investment in time and education on behalf of writers is disproportionately high. To at best, we can aim for an average of $18,000 a year income from our works. That's 18, not 80. Poets, of which I am one, can aim for expect up to $6,000 a year from our creative work. So I'd really love to see in our abundant reading culture a measurement on how writers are valued in the creation of the work that we're all reading.
Really great point, Kate, you know, about how we value the things we say we value, you know, how we reward the things we say we value. Thank you.
And it's
Robbie,
something it was implicit in some, but not explicit in some of our kind of the earlier conversations, was that just as access to books and autonomy of choice around books are important ingredients in the recipe for reading, access to an author is transformative, and that authors need to be respected and rewarded for that influence and support that they have. So meeting an author for the first time really can completely change someone's life. So that's an important aspect to a reading nation.
So access, what was it? Remove the stigma and make it easy, make it easy, make it easy. Sarah, were you talking about nudges earlier, and Richard Thaler? I think it was you. Anyway, behavioural economics and the way we nudge people towards behavioural change is really key in this. And the big nudge, I think, has to come from government, and then you have to measure whether the nudge does anything. I'd hate to think we get away from broad measurements like sales. When you cut sales down into genre, demographics, where the sales are made and what might have impacted them in the background, that flows directly into author income. So you can't say that they don't work. They're the first thing you probably glance at, and then you try to slice and dice. So they're really important metrics, particularly at my end of the industry, which is the the last point of the value chain, which is trying to get the money out of the consumer, the reader, to give it to the author ultimately. So don't give up on sales data yet.
Look, and I think it's also a really interesting and critical access point for a lot of people. One of the comments that really resonates with me from Luna So in the chat is about one of the things we'd see in a reading nation would be bookstores and big department stores stocking books in languages other than English to improve access to reading material, and for libraries to be in every school as well. So the broader access to more material that more people can engage with, and not a monocultural approach, but a multicultural approach to the reading material that we have access to is such a critical point. I mean, the chat is going off. So here's a few of my highlights, and I'd love to hear a few of your highlights, and we can bring them into discussion. Some of my highlights are to the point about ritual from earlier that Anna was talking about earlier. I had no idea that February 14 is Book Giving Day. St. Valentine has gotten way too good a rap for too long. It's time for us to give it back to the books. And March 19 is Read to Me Day. So there are some opportunities for us to attach to, some more ritual and momentous moments maybe to the practice of reading and sharing books and giving books. There's also been a bit of a thread in the chat about the need to increase third spaces to like the pub that Shay was talking about, but other places where we can engage in reading in those more public and visible ways that we've been talking about. And two other points that really jump out to me. There's a comment in there about in schools having spending equal time on the enjoyment of reading and not just the mechanics of reading. So how can we spend time in schools or in other ways that we come together, not just learning to read mechanically, but learning how to make choices about books, how to connect with identity through books, and how to express ourselves in that way. And the final thought I'll share that I loved from the chat so far, but really there are so many responses coming through. This point about removing stigma from different sorts of different kind of genres and different types of reading or different types of receiving and sharing stories, I think is a really critical one. And I loved that parallel with sports teams. And maybe one day I can wear a pin that speaks to my love of nonfiction, and another day I can wear a scarf or something that connects with other people who read graphic novels. Or how can we find our tribes and align our identities through the things that we love to read and share and create moments of connection. I think there's something really fun in all of that too. So those are some of the ideas that are coming through on the Slido chat for me that I really love. Anna, are there any that have jumped out at you?
Jess, you're doing too good a job of managing to chair panels and also summarize all of these beautiful comments. So I think you've hit on a lot of it, that kind of third space. People are talking about books on public transport, giving books to others, leaving notes in books so that people can see someone else has read it and enjoyed it and passed it on. So there's that sense of someone else has been here before. The book isn't an object in isolation. So that's kind of a really interesting point. There's quite a lot of along the lines of but how do I help someone choose a book? How do I help someone find a book? How do I help someone who's already maybe themselves doesn't believe that strongly in reading help their family or their children to find books? And I think that's something where I think it's really important for us to point out that there are more than 30,000 of us, and 87% plus of this country truly believe in the power of reading. That's why this conference is called Volume. We need to turn up the volume on what's happening here, that we do believe in this and we can help one another. And there's been a real lovely theme today about like taking the pressure off ourselves and sharing the load, like growing literacy as a shared cultural responsibility as a country and engaging with reading. So that's a nice a nice theme to see that how can we be champions and keep the energy that Lizzie was talking about earlier that we need, but also learn from one another. So book recommendations, booksellers, librarians, publishers, stuffed with them. They know the topic so well. They know the whole genre. They know everything in that category. Have a conversation with them. They'll give you something beautiful, or 10 beautiful things probably. And so I think that that's how we kind of work better together within our different bits of the discipline is really something for us to think about how we manage that. I know it's really hard within our isolation and constraints, but how might we do that really well, really effectively share our own existing knowledge? And there was a great point earlier from Emma that really struck me was, everybody here today is a reader. Where are the non-readers? Wouldn't it be great to hear from a non-reader? And that is such a valid point that is pinging little light bulbs in my head. Why didn't we think? And that's a question for us, maybe all in our daily lives. Maybe we go and have a conversation with someone who doesn't read and just have a bit of a conversation to understand what it doesn't do for them and why they don't.
Well, I think there's a really interesting thread here about access and participation that is also starting to bubble up in the conversation, because when we have this discussion about time, and we've heard the word, the point come up that people don't have time. One of the kind of key symptoms of disadvantage is people being time poor. Not having the time to sit down with their kids, being on a long commute, not having the time with kids after school, for example, or time with elders or people in their family to sit down and read or to engage in social activities, because people are working so hard just to make ends meet. And then, of course, access to books. Yes, someone made the point, and my heart also soars whenever I see a street library. It's a wonderful thing. But then I've also had conversations with people in my own family who've never seen a street library. And so there's an element of privilege there where in my neighbourhood, I can't dodge a street library because there's so many of them. But in other neighbourhoods, they're perhaps not as visible. And so I think there's a conversation about who is lacking access and how can we support them to increase access.
And we just had a related comment in Jess from one of the threads from thank you to Stuart for pointing out that what are the risks if we don't do this? Because at the beginning of today, I talked about some trends that are kind of hovering around a drop in reading participation and engagement, and that's really why we're here. Yes, we're a reading nation, but there are some worrying trends, and there are very real risks if we cannot manage to build a reading nation. So I think that is still kind of rumbling along in the background. We're full of fantastic ideas. These are beautiful ideas that we have.
So many
that are out there with
amazing
so much
comments.
creativity in the community, but we've got to scale some of these up. We've got to get investment. We've got to be heard in other spaces so that we can mitigate that danger that is kind of lurking.
Okay, so I think we need to flag this point around privilege and access and who is missing out, who's not in this conversation, and who doesn't see themselves as readers. I think Lily's also made a really important point in the Q&A about, in the ideas section about the transition for young people, men especially, from reading as a kid, teenager, to reading as an adult, because of the difficulty in finding access to stories that resonate with them, an overemphasis on serious fiction, again, the kind of stigma around what is real reading and what is not, and again, recommendation and access. So those are some really important points that have come through. So back, there was that great point earlier about accessibility in some of the perhaps more, what's referred to as the discount sellers or more accessible sellers. That's one way that we can give people more access. Bringing the book club into the pub is another great example of giving access. Can I throw to our panel and ask, does anything jump out at you that you see as helping move us from where we are to where we want to be?
Look,
Kate,
I see as...
sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Well, let's go with Robbie and then we'll come to you, Kate.
Look, I'll be brief. It seems to me it's kind of like it's an attitudinal thing, that reading is still a little bit like Brussels sprouts. And so my job is to make bookshops and books and reading cool. We don't need to, they already are cool, but it's a trick of the light. So I have to manipulate physical environments like libraries, bookshops, to trick people into believing that these are things that you want to be involved in. The other thing was you talked about seeing people reading. Take them to a library or bookshop and you'll see 23 people all reading, all in the same space. So that's a pretty simple solution there. I just think, we need to move the conversation away from the health, literacy, better outcomes, even though that's all true, and somehow talk more about what you like to do. And if what you like to do is represented in books, and it's going to be because everything is there, you'll find your place.
I think that's a really critical one. It's like from the shoulds to the you wants. Go for it, Kate.
I was just going to say, I feel exactly the same way in it, because I think some of the work we need to do is internal. Some of this stigma has been internalized. So on an individual level, I think we all need to do a little bit of work about removing the guilty from our guilty pleasures, and just talk about it as pleasure being a perfectly valid outcome or reason to read. Just as important, especially in these challenging times. Entertainment, distraction, pleasure, prioritizing those things are radical acts of protest and self-care, as is celebrating, and I think we get there by celebrating reading in all the genres we've talked about today, so that fanfic and social media poetry are seen as valid and relevant as printed non or literary fiction in all formats. So moving away from the still perpetual argument that audiobooks aren't reading ridiculousness, or as somebody said earlier, moving away from that idea of digital devices being something that we do that stops us reading, to something that enables reading, or that is actually real reading time in and of itself.
Love that. Sarah?
Just coming back to something that Anna mentioned, and in fact, and Robbie actually, and Lily mentioned as well in the comments, was about this idea of choice. There is everything out there. There is books on every subject under the sun. There is incredible choice. There is the paradox of choice. So researcher Barry Schwartz has talked a lot about the paradox of choice, and the fact that, when we provide consumers with 20 different types of jam, what tends to happen is they walk away without buying any jam. If we provide them with 3 types of jam, they will buy a pot of jam. Aldi has built its entire sort of marketing strategy around it, with the adverts about the person walking down the pasta sauce aisle, and they gradually turn older and decay because there's so many different types of pasta sauce, and they're like, it's okay, come to Aldi, we only have 3 types of pasta sauce. So, books, they're just incredible. These, this dream of the Library of Alexandria, that's the kind of thing that makes us really excited. But we're in it, right? We are not our target audience. We love that. But that can be really intimidating and really scary. And from a psychological perspective, when we're presented with too much choice, we shut down. So rather than making a random choice, we make no choice. So it precludes the behavior altogether. It stops it. Now, Netflix found this when they first started their streaming service. They had the Netflix start page. You may remember in the days of yore, the Netflix first page was just like loads, and you had to scroll and scroll and scroll and scroll and scroll. And they had no categories. They just had pictures, and they had hundreds of pictures and thousands of pictures of all these different programs that were on offer on Netflix. As the years have gone by, they have got more and more sophisticated using their algorithms. So now you are presented the very first line, the very first thing that you see is things that are 98% compatible with things that you have seen before. Things that they already know that you like, things that they already know turn you on, things that they already know that you're going to watch. And all the other stuff, you don't even see it. And, you know, so it creates this, it has pros and cons, right? It creates this tunnel vision effect. It traps us in our little boxes. But at the same time, it means that they've got you and they've hooked you and they know that what you're going to watch next. I don't know. Do we have something like that for books? I mean, you know, those algorithms can get very, very sophisticated. And for some of our audiences, that choice paradox, it, you know, as I say, it can cause paralysis. Is there anything that we can do? Anna, your idea of, you know, talk to these incredible resources, amazing people, the booksellers, the librarians, what a fantastic and incredible resource. But if you're not in that space and you're not with those people, what do you do?
Or how do we find ways to bring out that? How do we find ways to bring out that knowledge in other ways and translate it for those different audiences, Sarah? I think that's a really interesting question for us as a reading sector.
I love this idea that you've raised about overcoming the paradox of choice, perhaps through curation and recommendation from trusted sources. So if we're talking about a multiplicity of audiences and people hearing recommendations that are aligned for them, how can we have those kind of influencer trusted sources, people that you can identify with who are making recommendations that are aligned with you in easy, accessible ways that cut through. So you're not, because when you see someone else's Netflix, it looks really weird, I have to say. It doesn't look anything like my Netflix. But that's an incredible amount of work that's gone into that. There was a wonderful suggestion from in the ideas from Sandeep. And this is a great aspiration. I love this, by the way. You have a grand final holiday in Victoria coming up. Could we start a reading day holiday movement? And imagine if on reading day, it wasn't just read anything, but there were people like you know, like people that you, maybe you make your 5 book recommendations, and people who are friends of yours and who know you can see if there's anything that resonates with them. And then there's people that you might follow on social media who you identify with, who might make recommendations that that you resonate with you. So we each start to become like those booksellers, but in our own categories, in our own worlds and spheres of influence. There are some really phenomenal more and more ideas coming through. The idea of seeing more book creatives in the media, so hearing more of the voices of storytellers coming forward in media as well, is another big recommendation that we're seeing. And on a structural level, the idea of school libraries being mandatory throughout Australia and its territories, and that library studies and teacher librarian funding that's comparable to other curricula is another structural recommendation that we're seeing. So as you can see in our comments, we're getting both streams, both the kind of individual behaviour influence and the structural change. And are there any other ideas that are jumping out for you?
Oh, there's plenty that's coming through. I'm getting distracted by wanting to chat to you all in the particular threads rather than doing it in this forum. I think really thinking about priority is something that's come up for me. I think we've got an advantage in that actually there are so many of us, and there are organizations who are doing fantastic work. How can we support one another to kind of focus on particular areas or particular audiences, perhaps, and make sure that we're amplifying the work of others and supporting what they're doing. Maybe we have too many days, for example. I mean, I'd love a public holiday for reading, absolutely, for sure. But maybe the kind of, the kind of number of days that pop up, are there too many? Have we got the right flow through the year of how all of them sit? So these are kind of questions that come up. But then priority really says to me, we've got lots we could do. There's so many amazing creative ideas. And we do have, across all of us and all our organizations, lots of potential that we can tap into. But how might we focus on just a few audiences? And I think someone asked about where did Scottish Book Trust get their funding earlier. They were really smart. They focused on their live literature program and their early years program because they knew they could get money and funding for early years because it was an easier message to sell than some other messages. And so they grew the BookBug program, and off the success of that, people came to them and wanted to invest. So they were able to create new programs. So I think really thinking smartly about how do we start? What couple of audiences, what couple of programs do we put our resources in, so we don't spread ourselves so thin that we all end up going, yay, books, and we're not actually having the time and the energy to do the targeted work. And I think, Sarah, this kind of, to me, your work really resonates around how do we really think about our audiences? How do we really focus? How do we understand their motivations? And then how do we tailor to them? And we need the space to do that work. So I think that real, because there's so many beautiful ideas coming through and so many just really gorgeous thoughts about curators in the general community, really thinking about people are sharing tips on Storygraph, for example. I can see that Catherine Gledhill-Tucker, one of our earlier speakers, is here with us. So how do we help one another curate? What tools can we use? There's all that knowledge out there. So I think there's another theme there once again about how we share that knowledge.
Anna? And there's a great comment in there, just one second, Robbie, about from Kirsty Murray about introducing reading curators into the general community. Librarians and booksellers and passionate readers need to be everywhere. How do we get those types of people onto public transport and into every public forum? And Kate Larson's made the great point that this is happening on BookTok and Instagram. So, sorry, Bookstagram, I should say. But that is probably privileging a younger cohort. So how do we support, and again, we want to make sure older readers are not being left out of the conversation. How can we bring that into some offline context as well? Please go ahead, Robbie.
I just wanted to say, as the somehow eternal optimist, I think we can also cut ourselves a bit of slack. And I've spent my entire life in the book industry. One of my kids reads constantly, is 27, has read about 1 billion books. The other child will not read, does not read, could not care less. You can't have a one size fits all. And I'm not saying anyone said that, but some people don't want to read, is the other point I wanted to make. They absorb differently.
I guess that speaks to Mark's point a little bit, Robbie, where we maybe won't get the people who are entrenched in their view, but there are plenty of the persuadables, and maybe that's what we think about when we think about priorities.
And maybe there are different ways of receiving stories than reading books that we can start to bring into the fold as well. Now we're coming down to the end of our day. Somehow this is all just flown by so quickly, and I know you've all been paying attention today and listening into lots of the conversations. I might come to each of you now and ask for your reflections on where to from here, and if there's one, and Anna made the very good point about how there's no shortage of ideas, there's just a shortage of time and resources, and so if we had to prioritize one of the actions that we've heard about today, what would your recommendation be? I might start with you, Kate, then Sarah, and then Robbie.
Oh, that's such an impossible question.
You've got to write the summary, Kate.
Speaking of impossible things to do. Look, there's been so much wisdom coming out of the whole conference speakers, but also the wisdom in the digital room today that I couldn't yet narrow that down. But I just wanted to touch on something that we hadn't talked about yet, which is I think that we often learn more from bad examples and bad situations. And I think it is really vital right in this moment to take note of the regressive and very dangerous trends affecting readers right now. So from the book bans and the new laws fining teachers and librarians for sharing books in the US, or locally to the now regular protests outside libraries against drag queen story times. As always, as we're seeing with the toxic debates around the referendum, those calling for silencing or censorship seem concerned about the impact on their comfort, ideology, or quality of life, while those of us that silencing affects are concerned about actual lives, which we know that books can save. I think this is a really important moment for us all to be advocates for all of these books being out in the world.
Okay, that's a really critical point. I mean, this is all happening at a time when comfort versus, inclusion and freedom and identity are somehow being equated. And these things happen in one part of the world, but they can have a really toxic influence on the public discourse in other parts of the world too. So that's a really critical point. And so I suppose what the takeaway from what you've said is about pluralism and multiplicity and how the power of reading to expand our grasp of the world and that the world is about more than being comfortable. It's about understanding each other. So thank you. That's a really wonderful point. Sarah, please.
Thanks, Jess. We've heard from some, just really incredible speakers today, and I find myself very honoured to have been part of this. And as I say, I've learned so much from everybody who's been participating. To me, I think the idea of getting a bit of focus, as Robbie was saying, we can be proud of what we have achieved and where we have managed to get to and where we are. And as Kate says, we are, in many perspectives, a nation of readers, and that's, due in no small part to the passion that people here have conveyed and shared and enabled and empowered others to also engage with this wonderfully enriching pastime. And from there, from that sort of sense of sort of celebration and acknowledgement and congratulations, it's also, that question that we have been asking this afternoon: where to from here? Where are the gaps? Where are the gaps that we would like to fill? And getting a little bit of focus. So getting a little bit of clarity about, who is it? Who is it who is missing? Who is it that we are not hearing from? Who is it that we're not including? Who is it who's missing from the table? And then, what are the behaviors that we would like to support these people with, and gain some clarity around that. And then understanding, where is that gap happening? How is that gap happening? And how we can address it, and getting a little bit of a sense of almost a prioritization process to try and identify where we can, with our limited resources, acknowledging our limited resources, we have to start picking, we have to start prioritizing, we have to start focusing and putting our resources somewhere where they're going to make that impact that we are looking for, that we're trying to create. In order to continue the momentum that the whole area already has.
Thank you, Sarah. Robbie, and then I'll come to you, Anna, to conclude.
Okay, well, the eternal optimist is probably going to sound a note of caution. I love technology. I'm a huge science fiction reader. That's where I spend my time, and I'm about to embark on research into it specifically. The technologies that are bringing us interesting formats such as audio on demand and ebooks are really dominated by a few players. And capitalism is very good at channeling funds in new industries into one or two players. It tends towards the monopoly. And we have to be very careful to make sure that we put in place things that democratize those formats, or we end up with the tail wagging the dog, and we will have writers being told what to write and publishers being told what to publish by significant entities. That's a cautionary note. I'm very optimistic, however, that we will manage to do that. So thanks very much for having us today. This has been really brilliant, by the way.
Thank you, Robbie. I totally agree. Anna, tell us, how would you wrap this up?
Well, I don't want to wrap it up, I think is the question. This is a conversation that's been going for 30, 40, 50 years, but this is volume 1. I'm really interested in how we can keep the conversation going. And I am really interested in those next steps and how we take things forward. Like all of that, Kate, you just said it's wisdom in the digital room there. There is so much wisdom and expertise in the digital room. How do we harness it? So please, I know you're probably all signed up to the Australia Reads newsletter. Kate's beautiful summary, once we've given her enough headspace to think about how we put this day together, will come in the future through that channel. And we'll be thinking about what do we do next? What can Australia Reads role play as a collaboration between libraries, authors, booksellers, and publishers? Where to from here? What kind of programs could look like, and what kind of support might others need, and how do we amplify one another? So those are all questions for me, but really sign up to the newsletter and send us your thoughts. So if you do have reflections, if there are things you're really keen to see, hello@australiareads.com.au, you can get in touch with us directly.
I should have known you're working on a sequel. Classic.
Well, not officially. I'm just going to say not officially. It all depends on, this is what we had the funding for one-off. But what do people want? What do people need? What is missing? So I just need to put that qualifier out there, Jeff.
No, of course.
Various ambitions, but right now it's just volume 1.
I hope you're watching Creative Australia. So no, just kidding. Thank you so much, Anna, Robbie, Kate, and Sarah. This is not the end of the conversation, but we are approaching the end of the day. And if the enthusiasm, energy, and knowledge in the Slido is anything to go by, there's plenty of ideas. There's a lot of enthusiasm and optimism and willingness from the sector to get involved. Please join me in thanking all of the contributors today, and wherever you are, please give a round of applause to everyone who contributed today. Absolutely. And please share any of your highlights in the ideas section of Slido. We're going to make sure that Slido stays open for a little bit longer because there's a lot of great content in there, and we want to keep hearing from you. A big thanks to our collaborators on Australia Reads, ALIA, the Australian Publishers Association, the Australian Society of Authors, and Book People, and a special thanks to Creative Australia for making this event possible with their support. I mean, you can see Creative Australia that people want more, so you might be hearing from them. Kate Larson is, as Anna said, working on a summary of today's conversations, which will be made available next week via the Australia Reads newsletter. And a recording of the event will also be available on the Australia Reads website in the next few days. So please subscribe to the Australia Reads newsletter if you're not already subscribed, and you will be sent a link so you can go back, watch some of this, and hopefully share it with anyone that you think would also want to be part of this conversation. After this event, we'll also send you an email with a survey. We'd love your feedback to make sure that if there are any future events or opportunities that they're going to be tailored to and building on the success of this event. It has been a wonderful day full of brilliant ideas. I've been so delighted to be a part of it. So thank you, Australia Reads, for inviting me to be a part of it.
Note, I'm just chipping back in because and stealing your script just for a moment to thank you for all of your engagement. And Jess has put so much thought and energy into connecting with all the different speakers' content in the run up to this event. And I think you'll all agree that she has done quite a remarkable job of steering us through a huge range of content where every session could have been a whole day's program. So a virtual round of applause to you, Jess. Thank you so much for all your time and work, and a little shout out to the Volume Project team who have put so much love and effort into this program. So thank you, Volume Project team.
Thank you, Anna. Thank you, everyone. And we're only 4 minutes over time. Wow, remarkable. No conference is ever this punctual. Thanks, everyone. Have a wonderful afternoon and enjoy spreading the love of reading. Thank you.